Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Melanie Harvey, and I've had the pleasure of serving as chair of the Porter Colloquium for almost 10 years now, so really excited. So it is my pleasure to bring welcomes the acting director of the Smithsonian American Art Museum, Dr. Jane Carpenter-Rock.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Jane Carpenter-Rock. I am the acting Margaret and Terry Stent Director of the Smithsonian American Art Museum, and it's a thrill for us to welcome you here today. We are particularly thrilled because this is the very first time that the Smithsonian American Art Museum has hosted a session of the Porter Colloquium. So we are so pleased and excited to have you here for the second day of the 35th annual James A. Porter Colloquium. This is a special gathering and a very special moment for us, as I just shared. I would like to thank so many people. I can't thank them all, but the first person I'd like to thank is Acting Dean Dr. Gwendolyn Everett, Department Chair Dr. Rami Badamoshi, and Dr. Melanie Harvey for partnering with us today and making all of this possible. SAM is so honored to have the opportunity to host a day of the Porter Colloquium because as an institution, we have long admired the outstanding and groundbreaking work of Howard University in general and the College of Fine Arts in particular, which has shaped our field in profoundly important ways. We have also greatly benefited from the close alignment and proximity of our two educational institutions that have so many points of connection, and you'll be learning much more about those throughout the colloquium, I'm sure. We have shaped one another in so many different ways, and I don't know why we didn't do this a long time ago, have this collaboration. On a personal level, I would just want to admit and take a moment of privilege here to say I could not be happier and more thrilled to have this collaboration because for me, this is very much a full circle moment. I was a master's student in the art history program at Howard University when I first became an intern here at SAM. Yeah. Thank you. Back in the 90s. And at Howard, I was honored to have studied under Dr. Floyd Coleman, the founder of the Porter Colloquium. And then here at SAM, I was thrilled to have Dr. Gwen Everett as a role model. She was working here at SAM at the time, and she had such an impact and influence on me at a very formative time in my life and in my academic career. Building upon my training at Howard and here at SAM, I then went on to pursue a PhD in art history at the University of Michigan, where one of our collaborators and panelists and honored guests and speakers here today was my dissertation advisor, Dr. Jacqueline Francis. And I was only able to complete that dissertation due to 2 predoctoral fellowships here at SAM. So all of my worlds are colliding today in a beautiful way, and I think that for that reason and for so many other reasons, I believe this is a very sacred moment. It is sacred due to the important legacy of the Porter Colloquium and its impact on the field of art history. It is sacred due to the contributions of so many colleagues and ancestors who labored to bring this labor of love to life. It is sacred because it shines a light on so many traditions and practices that have been understudied and underrepresented in American art. And it is also sacred because all of you, the remarkable people here today who carry on this legacy with respect, honor, and love. This is also a sacred moment because we are so proud to share with all of you all the outstanding exhibition called The Shape of Power: Stories of Race and American Sculpture. And I want to acknowledge our amazing curators, Dr. Karen Lemmy, Dr. Grace Yasamora, and Dr. Tobias Walford, who are all here with us today, and just kudos, congratulations on an amazing exhibition. This exhibition was developed as a collaboration between scholars and students, many from Howard University. The Shape of Power benefited immeasurably from the brilliance, expertise, and generosity of the Howard faculty, staff, and students who have been advising and collaborating with SAM on the exhibition since 2022. and I was there for some of the initial meetings, and it is just such a delight to watch this all come to fruition, and I'm so proud and delighted with the final product, which you had a chance to see this morning. And if you have been following the news lately, you might consider it a small miracle that the exhibition continues to remain open to this day with no changes as a beacon of hope for so many, despite the efforts of some. It is sacred when powerful ideas come together against the odds to be shared with the public. So thank you to all who worked on this remarkable exhibition. It is a testament to faith and persistence. Before I end, I also want to give a special shout out to SAM's Research and Scholar Center that is responsible for SAM's internship and fellowship programs. And this year, they sponsored Jada Atkinson, Howard class of 2024. She was a student collaborator on Shape of Power, and so her work is there on display in that exhibition. She currently holds a year-long advanced level internship at SAM, and you'll be hearing from her later today in the closing panel. So as you can see, this relationship has been so fruitful in more ways than one. So in closing, we hope the deeply collaborative approach of Shape of Power will serve as a model for others, and we look forward to continuing to build SAM's relationship with Howard University as we work collectively to shape the field of American art. The Porter Colloquium has been an important venue in bringing people together in the spirit of scholarship. I would call that type of collective work, what? Sacred. Because as Monica Hess wrote, in a beautiful opinion piece this week in the Washington Post about Sam and the Shape of Power, that is how we tell the story of America, together. So with that, I thank you so much. Have a wonderful colloquium, and I would like to ask Dr. Batamoshi to now come forward with remarks.
Bright lights, big city. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. It takes a lot of work to pull this together. It takes an awful lot of collaboration to make this happen. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Melanie Harvey, who works ceaselessly. I see it, so regularly, what it takes, and all of her collaborators, students, faculty that make sure that this moment comes to being. Really, I'm terribly grateful. I'm sure the whole world is terribly grateful for all that you do. Now, our continuing collaboration with Sam is invaluable, and I would like to personally thank Dr. Curatorial for everything, for making sure that this moment happens and that we're all here today. And for all of you for being here. It is amazing that this is number 35, and that over all these years, we have deliberated, we have thought, we've argued, we've considered what it means to make art in this world. And in a moment like this, I hope that we continue to make what it takes to change this world that we have. Thank you all for being here.
All right, so it is my pleasure to kind of give us a few housekeeping rules. We would ask you to, although sometimes the service may be spotty here, to silence your cell phones so we can have a nice, clean streaming for our audience that is watching us from their respective spaces. This year, we are really excited to grow the Porter Colloquium in a different way, and in a way that honors the founder of the Porter Colloquium, Dr. Floyd W. Coleman. This year, we have introduced a inaugural Floyd W. Coleman Professional Excellence Award as a means of recognizing those scholars that are laboring in the field, be it in the books, be it in administration, that really hold up the foundation of our field. And we couldn't be more happy to select Dr. Jacqueline Francis and Dr. Kamara Holloway for this honor. Those of us art historians and artists in the room that attend College Art Association meetings always look forward to the session that the Association for Critical Race Art History holds. Although I was not at CA this year, I told that people were sitting on the floor. The room was busting to the seams to be a part of the important conversations that the Association for Critical Race Art History facilitates. It's been a personal honor for me to meet with them almost weekly or bi-weekly for the last year. It's really, as a younger scholar, it's just like, access to some of the superstars in our field. So again, I want to thank them for their generosity in helping develop this entire program. And I'm really hoping that it fulfills Dr. Coleman's vision and legacy for really making the Porter Colloquium a forum for all to have a broader conversation. So without further ado, I would like to bring up our inaugural Floyd W. Coleman Professional Excellence Award recipients, Dr. Jacqueline Francis and Dr. Kamara Holloway. And as they come up, we've decided to spare you reading the lengthy bios. So if you would like to know their particular bios, it's on page 7 and 8 of our program. But without further ado, our honorees. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. So, as the founding co-directors of the Association for Critical Race Art History, we have endeavored to promote the concept of critical race art history for the past 25 years. Today, we want to offer some reflections about what this concept consists of, how we adopt the analysis of art and visual culture from this perspective, and how this shifts the discipline of art history. So to begin, what is critical race art history? We consider critical race art history to be a lens that makes visible the operations of race in our art and visual culture. Where does this approach to art history come from? As we say on our website, accra.org, this critical approach asserts that notions of difference have always mattered in visual culture, and that such concepts now consolidated under the rubric of race play a fundamental role in modern life. Critical race art history seeks to reveal how such concepts consolidated under the rubric of race are vectors of history and central in contemporary life. Critical race art historians study the ways that visual representation advances projects of racialization and attendant efforts to marshal power. We are obliged to acknowledge critical race art history's indebtedness to African American art history. From its very origins, African American art history has contained the roots of a critical race art history perspective. For example, Freeman Henry Morris Murray's 1916 self-published book, Emancipation and the Freed in American Sculpture, A Study in Interpretation, was concerned with the construction and depiction of a racial subject within American society, specifically African Americans. In the tome, Professor Murray critiqued how African Americans were portrayed as subjects in some of the nation's significant sculptural projects. He stressed interpretation of the work's meaning over formalism, stating that an approach to the work should be as follows. Quote, "When we look at a work of art, when we look at one in which Black folk appear or do not appear when they should, we should ask, what does it mean? What does it suggest? What impression is it like to make on those who view it? What will be the effect on present-day problems of its obvious and also its insidious teachings?" On insisting on regarding works for the ideas that they convey, Professor Murray was committed to a social history of art. In his reading of John Quincy Adam Ward's Freedmen of 1863 that appears on the cover, instead of dwelling on the formal qualities of the work, he makes note that the shackles and lack of clothing relate to the lack of rights and freedoms that free men should have, and goes on to connect the questionable concept of freedom articulated in the work to the context of the Civil War that was raging as the piece was being conceived and produced. Professor Murray sets us on the course of questioning how social power is constructed through art, which presages the concerns of critical race art history.
In the mid-20th century, when historians focused more particularly on African American artist production, these historians were responding to the widely held view that African Americans had produced no visual art tradition of their own. In his pioneering 1943 book, Modern Negro Art, the Howard artist and art historian James Amos Porter recovered the visual art and culture produced by African Americans. Race would continuously surface as a factor in Modern Negro Art History by Porter. Professor Porter chose Malvin Gray Johnson's painting, Roll Jordan Roll, to illustrate the cover of this survey. Professor Porter's selection leans into Johnson's response, circa 1930, to those critics, both Black and non-Black, who sought to locate racial content or a distinct African American quality in Black artist production as a whole. The arrow actually on the right. Yeah, that's it, great. In his book, Professor Porter quotes the artist, Malvin Gray Johnson, who asserted that critics accuse Negroes of imitating their white fellow workers. No doubt this is true, not so much from the standpoint that they imitate white artists of this or any country, inasmuch as they are trying to do what artists of all races do, follow the principles of fine arts technically. We, and here Johnson means African American artists, are taught to use lines, forms, and color, never being told to look at these things from a racial viewpoint. So Professor Porter's purpose with his presentation of Johnson's opinion was to highlight the role that race played in the reception to African American artists' works. We must also acknowledge the scholarly contributions of Dr. Floyd Coleman, whom this session commemorates. The late Dr. Coleman was an African American art historian, painter, and educator. He attended Alabama State College, now Alabama State University, where he studied under the sculptor Hayward Oubre and earned an A.B. He went on to earn a Master of Science degree from the University of Wisconsin, and in 1975, he completed a doctorate at the University of Georgia. Dr. Coleman taught at Clark College, Southern Illinois University, Jackson State University, and of course, Howard. His artwork has been exhibited at institutions such as the Montgomery Museum of Fine Arts, San Francisco Museum of Art, Mount Holyoke College, the High Museum, and the Smithsonian, as well as the Yale University Art Gallery. As chair of Howard's art department, as you've heard earlier, Dr. Coleman organized the first James A. Porter Colloquium on African American art in 1990. As part of the investigations of the artistic production of African American artists, scholars like Dr. Coleman were also cognizant of the role that race played in shaping the art and careers of Black Americans. Dr. Coleman produced crucial insights about African American artistic production, particularly regarding how a singular image or a singular idea of African heritage informed the work of African American artists. Dr. Coleman was also sensitive to how race was a governing factor in how African American artists gained access to training, dictated the content and form of their oeuvres, and determined how they looked and how their art was looked at and judged. He forecast the positive influence that theory and its methodological tools could have on the field of art history at large. Writing in American Art in 2003, Dr. Coleman summarized his viewpoint, stating, "With its interdisciplinary lens, critical theory has had a positive impact on African American art history. Having been shaped by and having taught old-fashioned art history, I do not wish to see careful visual analysis of the object nor exploration of aesthetics excluded from the art historical narrative. As strategies of interpretation compete with the scholarly arena, perhaps an unquestionably fair, inclusive discursive model will come to take hold, and African American art history, and ultimately American art history, will be the better for it." African American art history does the crucial necessary work documenting and interpreting the artistic production of African American artists and other Black people making art in the United States. Understanding the contribution of these artists and conditions under which their artwork is produced is an important body of knowledge that must be accounted for if the complete history of art is to be told. Critical race art history germinated within African American art history. However, it tackles different questions. When Kamara and I embarked on advancing the notion of a critical race art history 25 years ago, it had become apparent to us that there was a need to better understand how race itself operates. Taking lessons from art historical studies of gender, class, and sexual orientation, we wanted to move beyond a focus on the way a particular racial group has been represented in visual form and how racial oppression circumscribed the artistic production of that group. We were seeking to understand how race, thinking across all racial groups, undergirds a way of seeing. Race, as we know, is a pervasive idea throughout art and visual culture, shaping how we see, even when no bodies are present in the representational visual field. Kimberly Pinder's compendium, Racing Art History, provided us with a pioneering model that offered a variety of examples of seminal art historical texts that performed the work of making race visible, with a temporal span from the ancient world to the present. In Dr. Pinder's description, each essay in this book explores the significance of the visuality of race in a work of art and what this element indicates about the work's producer, audience, and historical context. Her contributors traced racial difference from antiquity to the present, looking at minoritizing and other portraits, imagined Orientalist fantasies, and essentializing expectations of non-white artists. Dr. Pinder laid the groundwork, albeit principally focused on a Black-white binary, to investigate what has been before our eyes the whole time, that race is an idea advanced in representation and reinforced over time.
Race is about organizing human beings according to notions of difference and creating hierarchical social relationships that enable those in power to hold dominion over the rest. The visual realm, including art, has been deployed to support the construction of racial paradigms. This is clearly seen in the use of images to aid in the definition of racial types by scientists who sought to codify racial difference like Louis Agassiz, the Swiss-born biologist and geologist. In the framework established by such thinkers, racial difference is visible, measurable, quantifiable, codified in a set of indices that include skin color, the shape of the cranium, the facial angle, the shape and size of eyes, nose, lips, ears, the texture of hair, posture, and other attributes of the physical body. Critical race art history details how images encode concepts of racial difference. Scholars such as David Weidman track the roots of the articulations and representations of historical ideologies of race as taxonomies, dating back to the Enlightenment culture. Such studies expose how the foundation of art history and aesthetics were themselves shaped by race and difference. Critical race art history also investigates the ways that images circulate and relate to one another to instantiate racial ideology. Increasingly, visual technologies like photography, which was thought to offer faithful transcriptions of the visible world, were deployed to record the visual codes that served as markers of race. These images were then collected and indexed to provide visual iterations of people, places, and things of the world. Assembled archives provide a visual record that approximates society, defining who does and who does not belong in the officially sanctioned body politic. We see how images are used as instruments of social power and learn to unpack how racial others are constructed in a project undertaken by one of today's speakers, Lily Cho, who published Mass Capture, Chinese Head Tax in the Making of Non-Citizens of 2021. By the author's description, the book examines an extraordinary collection of Chinese-Canadian head tax certificates known as CI-9s in order to understand the relationship between surveillance and the projection of non-citizens in Canada. The CI-9s constitute the first mass use of identification photography in Canada and track the movements of thousands of Chinese migrants in the early half of the 20th century. Dr. Cho's book contributes to the literature on photography's influential role in scientific racism, where skin color, physiognomic traits, and other subjectively chosen taxonomies of difference were thought to be legitimized by the medium's truth claims. The instrumental function of the ID photograph for delineating the national body politic goes back to the medium's very beginnings, as does its role in excluding those designated as others, such as criminals, the insane, and in this case, a racial group as non-citizens. At this past College Art Association Conference 2025 in February, the Association for Critical Race Art History session brought together a group of scholars for a roundtable entitled Doing the Work. Asking the same questions that we posed for today's session, we invited Kimberly Pinder, Tatiana Flores, Lily Cho, and Elizabeth Hutchinson as the author of texts that we feel offer a critical race art history perspective to weigh in on their approach and practice. Each of our speakers has devoted themselves to the study of the representation of distinct racial groups. Pinder's publications focus principally on African Americans. With the Indian craze, Dr. Hutchinson produced crucial work on the Euro-American market for indigenous art and how that was negotiated by indigenous artists. Dr. Cho's Mass Capture examined the representation of Chinese persons by the Canadian state. And Dr. Flores writes on Latin American art, including Mexico's revolutionary avant-gardes, a study that highlights racial representation within the Mexican Renaissance. But what they share is a perspective on how the racialization of any given group is structural and systemic. Looking comparatively at their experiences undertaking the examination of different racial groups, we can better see the ways that race is articulated in visual form and operates within society. One of the important consequences of the study of race is the restoration of its visibility within the dominant culture, where it is often thought to apply solely to members of historically oppressed groups. Studies of whiteness, such as Richard Dyer's White, Maurice Berger's Whiteness in Contemporary Art, and Martin Berger's Sight Unseen, Whiteness in American Visual Culture, are important for making the racial character of whiteness that often presents itself as the invisible norm explicit, and for demonstrating that race is an operation, even when there are no human figures within the visual field. Jackie has taken note of Dr. Martin Berger's reading of William Sidney Mount's 1865 painting, Fair Exchange, No Robbery, as an example of work where no racial others are present, but the work still presents a white mindset. Viewers of the painting would have reacted to the exchange of hats from a racial perspective that would imply that the man was entitled to take the better hat from the scarecrow. I quote from her recent article in Panorama. Berger rightly notes that Mount places the man, the scarecrow, and the dog outside the less tended cornfield, suggesting that this down on his luck, not laboring man is not trespassing. Instead, he is walking through open public land that some viewers would link to fair appropriation. Similarly, Dr. Berger suggests that viewers would have read theft from a scarecrow as no theft at all. He concludes, no matter what the subject of Mount's painting, that European Americans viewed it through the lens of white privilege, the logic of whiteness. These authors' texts stress how race constitutes a way of seeing.
So we are often asked, what does it mean to do critical race art history? For the last 25 years, we have been grappling with this fundamental question, in part because it's often asked of us. The origins and history of critical race art history thinking and approaches lie in the various methodologies and strains of thought within the humanities. As we've said, critical race art history emerges from the formalist and the sociocultural study of images of Black people and subjects and historical accounts of African American artist production. Yet critical race art history does not stop there. As a critical theory, it, like feminism and womanism, emanates from the big tent that is the social history of art, a broad interdisciplinary approach that examines power structures, social inequalities, and ideologies that are often used to promote social transformation and emancipation. Critical race art historians then seek to unpack the ideology of race that is so effectively advanced in representation. Question, is critical race art history theory? Well, if theory is something that happens when something is made visible, critical race art history is a theoretical trajectory mobilized in the various methods of discourse analysis. Critical race art history is an interdisciplinary discourse analysis in which art and other aspects of visual culture are positioned as persuasive forms of communication. To interpret representation is to consider its uses, its claims to truthfulness, and its authority as uncontestable knowledge, characteristics, and qualities that can be leveraged to assert power. Discourse analysis is an approach to identifying and unpacking the evident language and structure of racialized imagery, and to deep reading of the compositions in which race seems irrelevant or not to be there at all. What are critical race art history's method or methods? As art historian Anne DeLeva has suggested, method is a set of procedures or ways of working that characterizes an academic discipline. And sometimes the line between methodology and theory is fuzzy. So to answer some of these questions about what critical race art history looks like in practice, we offer a reading of some artworks that emphasize racialization. What do these analyses highlight? Drawing upon art historical methods such as formal analysis and maybe semiotics, we aim to produce a reading of these visual images that identifies how difference is encoded and supports regimes of power. It should be noted that race does not operate within a vacuum. Beliefs about nation, gender, sexuality, and class are always present too. Here we see a typical landscape painting of the Hudson River School, this one created by Jasper Francis Cropsey. The large canvas presents a vista of the Wyoming Valley in Pennsylvania, painted in an idealized but realistic manner, highlighting the topographic features of the terrain and offering a presence of a man-made built environment in the distance. The natural world is glorified, but humans are situated harmoniously within it, even though evidence of industry marked by plumes of smoke is visible. Critical race art history emphasizes how the formal conventions for the artistic representation of the landscape that prevailed in mid-19th century America were informed by racial and national ideology. The use of perspective underscores the viewer's privileged vantage point that correlates to a position of social power that would be read as whiteness. This view was the one afforded to the wealthy patron who commissioned the work, who was implicitly white and male. The presumed viewer was meant to adopt a possessive attitude toward the subject and the scene depicted. Ideologically, the stance vis-a-vis what was seen to reflect a settler colonialist approach to land ownership and use. The traces of human settlement mark the exploration and exploitation of natural resources for human benefit. The belief in the benefits of manifest destiny is conveyed through the use of light to assert a divinely ordained right for Europeans and European Americans to occupy and develop the American land.
This photograph from Ken Gonzalez-Day's Profiled series features the processes by which race is given form. He documents sculptures that showcase the physical attributes that are given racial significance: the cranium, the facial angle, posture, shape and size of eyes, nose, lips, ears, etc. Because the objects are rendered in white marble, the absence of the marker of skin color lends those other racial indices more visual weight. Using photography to capture the sculptures from the profile view recalls how the medium of photography and a set of conventions for documenting people functioned as part of a system of representation that makes race legible. Since a range of racial types are featured in one image, the consistent underlying approach to making human bodies bear racial meaning, which is applied regardless of any specific racial group, becomes more apparent. In Byron Kin's set of minimalist monochrome paintings, the viewer's attention is focused on color. In the absence of the depiction of a physical body, this one element is the carrier of racial meaning. The ascription of racial identity is assigned according to the one index of skin color. The artist reproduces the flesh tones of individuals by combining his own mixture of pigments to approximate the hues that he perceives through direct observation of his subjects. The unique color combination of each work is presented on canvases of uniform size and shape, arrayed in a grid organized according to the alphabetical order of his sitters' names. Challenging the claim that abstract art is purely concerned with form, the social implications associated with color are central to the work's meaning. Kim's set of portraits exposes the illogic of the theory of racial difference. The myth that human beings fall into distinct, discernible racial groups associated with a limited number of fixed, coherent colors is challenged as the indefinite variety of skin hues within these abstract portraits proliferate. In her Untitled Film Still series, Cindy Sherman constructs compositions that highlight the codes associated with whiteness, femininity, and privilege. Acting as both the author and the subject of her photographic works, Sherman seemingly exposes the construction that goes into images that appear as realistic renderings of the world. This Untitled Film Still number 9 depicts a woman sunbathing in the Hamptons, an enclave established specifically for white elite recreation. As part of the series, the photograph reenacts a scene that pretends to document a typical event that might occur in that place. The ritual of sunbathing highlights the racial and class privileges that the elite white women possess. They have the means and leisure to acquire suntans as emblems of their status. Sherman's images accrue their meaning based on exposure to a visual milieu where cinema provides the widespread circulation of similar images that convey the same ideas. Psychoanalytic theory can provide insight about how racial, gender, and class identity is not natural, but a cultural production that is staged and performed. Despite their artifice, however, and Sherman's seeming intent to question the naturalness of images, particularly photography, her works do not challenge social regimes of power. James Luna's performance is instructive regarding how images are constructed to perpetuate racial beliefs and address the prevalent consumption and reception of visual testaments that purport to offer legitimate proof of race. He stages himself as a racial subject before his audience, comprised of a group of predominantly white museum goers. The situation is a parody of cross-cultural tourist contact, where whites purchase photographic souvenirs of their encounters with representatives of subordinate racial groups, specifically here indigenous people who have seen their populations decimated and traditional lifeways threatened because of imperialist expansion. The work offers a critique of the way the leisure class commodifies racial others as objects of curiosity and entertainment, the currency of supposedly authentic examples of racial difference, and the demand placed on non-whites to display their racial identity in a clear, perceptible fashion. The photographic documents that record instances of encounters between these groups throws into relief the widespread faith in the medium to provide tangible evidence of racial difference and how institutions like museums are complicit in creating the racial frame through which non-whites are perceived.
All of our examples thus far have been generated within an American context, which can be explained by our backgrounds as historians of US American art. But this does not mean that race doesn't manifest in visual images produced globally and across space and time. The panelists for this colloquium this year have been selected for their studies of representation across a broad range of national and temporal contexts. The example of this work by Chantal Gibson addresses race within a different national framework, that of Canada. Her sculpture is a modification of an object that enshrines canons of knowledge and systems of classification in order to expose how race is codified by such an instrument. Gibson underscores how encyclopedias and other compendia function as part of the institutional apparatus that support social regimes in the modern era. The extruded liquid rubber alludes at once to the dissolution of the text and the racial logic that it contains. Alternatively, it indexes what exists beyond and what is intentionally omitted from the official archive that supports the formation of national identity, including the histories of a nation's subaltern populations. The hegemony that is scaffolded upon the books is disrupted by the substance that renders them illegible. Our examples of artworks have shown that race is present whenever art is produced. There is no formula for analyzing these objects. The tools employed to understand these works vary, but the overarching goal is to excavate how race operates within them. So how have the insights of critical race art history already been incorporated into art history? Critical race art history has been taken up as a charge by historians of art, architecture, and design, and curators who work in those areas. These scholars work here in the US and abroad. They analyze racialization as a social, national, ethnocultural project, not only among academically trained artists, but self-taught artists ones as well, including those who would be categorized as modernist in Africa, Asia, Europe, and in South America. Through our writing and through in-person engagement with scholars and advanced students, we have been in productive conversations about the studying, the construction of racial identity and identification in these global contexts, in contemporary, modern, and pre-modern epochs. Last October, we were invited to lecture on critical race art history via Zoom at the University of Zurich for a series entitled To Mind and to Mend, Anti-Racist Practices in Art History. With the other presentation in this graduate student organized series in Switzerland, ours will be published in a journal to be produced by the University of Heidelberg in the fall. This article for a European audience, our February 2025 Across session at CAA that Kamara just talked about, and today's presentation inform our work on another project, a book entitled Critical Race Art History, a Primer, that aims to provide a guide for scholars in the humanities and their students. It's under contract with Yale University Press. So in developing this year's theme, The Shape of Race, we worked with Dr. Harvey to bring together scholars covering a range of periods from ancient to modern to contemporary who bring critical race art history approaches to the construction of race. We have collaborated with our colleagues here at SAM, where the exhibition, The Shape of Power, Stories of Race and American Sculpture, is on view through September 14. The curator's grounding question is, how does American sculpture intersect with the history of race in the United States? Featuring 82 sculptures created between 1792 and 2023 by 70 different artists, the exhibition examines for the first time the ways in which sculpture has shaped and reflected attitudes and understandings about race in the United States. Its catalog, pictured here, contributes to new scholarship to the understudied field of sculpture in the US. Tomorrow, we'll hear from 3 prominent contemporary artists who will speak on their interest in interpreting racialization and the representation of difference. Zoe Charlton creates figure drawings, collages, installations, and animations that depict her subject's relationship to culturally loaded objects and landscapes. Derek Adams' work celebrates and expands the dialogue around contemporary Black life and culture through scenes of normalcy and perseverance. Juana Valdez explores race, transnationalism, gender, labor, and class in her multidisciplinary practice that includes printmaking, photography, sculpture, ceramics, and site-specific installations. So in closing, we hope that you will be engaged by this year's program. You don't have to go ahead, we can leave it there, which we think advances Dr. Coleman's vision for scholarly reflection and community in alignment with Howard University's mission to advance research that will better our world. So now we welcome your questions and comments in response to our prompts this morning, and maybe in response to the tour of the shape of power. Thank you.
If you all have questions, we have 2 mics located at each side. Just feel free to walk up to a mic and share your question.
And again, I'm so serious about if you have questions. I know the curators have a panel this afternoon, but coming out of that tour this morning that some of us went on, I was just thinking about how many questions and comments people might have in response to that brilliant exhibition.
Good morning. Sorry for that little awkward walk. The last thing that you said was, well, you said so many great things, but race is present whenever art is produced. How would you respond to someone who questions why that really is necessary? Or how would you maybe explain to someone younger, a student taking an AP Studio class, or even a grandmother who came into an exhibit to see work, how race is evident, present, and how you're actually probably taking certain things in, clues in, without really realizing how it changes your perception?
Kamara looks at me. I mean, I think that, as a kind of form of knowledge as well as expressive practice, right, we all might think of it as something objective, something that precedes us, something even around value and quality, and all of those things that are subjective, right? We have an idea that it doesn't have any body behind it, right? But somebody made it. Someone thought that it was worthy of the title art. Somebody collects it. Somebody brings it into institutions. Somebody moves it in a marketplace. And sometimes, like when we think about, even the idea of the thing called artist, that subject position, right? It doesn't include everybody who is a person making art. I mean, most of us growing up in this context, and probably for the last 200 years, we think of artist as like a white man who's sitting in a cafe in Paris wearing a beret, drinking, right? And that is the way, the prison house of language works, right? So now we have these things called the modifications, the adjectives, right? Which I often think only help reify something like that, advance it, like when we say things like Black artists, or Chinese American artists, or queer artists, or women artists. Even though it's a tongue twister, I try not even to say that. I'd rather say the awkward phrasing that is artists who are women. Because I don't want to underscore the power, the linguistic authority that comes through socialization and sort of cultural production. And that is a way that race is always already there. And I argue will always be there. For me, critical race art history is not to remove that designation, because we as human beings are describers. There is no chance that we are going to have, what is that called again? Blind?
Colorblind.
Colorblind.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we all carry ideas about race with us. We're trained in them from a very early age, right? From the picture books that we receive as children already have the illustrations that set out a visual culture that designates, the different races, and we are socialized in that. And so as makers take on the mantle of producing their own work, they already have embedded a well-developed sense, usually not necessarily a highly self-aware sense, but there is a racial narrative that they're always working with. And so that inevitably informs the work, whether you're a white, male, traditional artist, maker, and you're painting white people doing things, or you're a Black artist, an indigenous artist who is working maybe with a counter narrative. There's always a narrative about race that's present that is being contended with if you're making images.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's so great to see the two of you on stage and being celebrated at this event. It's really fantastic. You both have really been pole stars for a lot of my scholarship, so I'm just really thrilled about this.
Thank you, John.
Can you help us think through maybe the most productive ways to respond to that executive order? I mean, it's obviously defined by willful ignorance, but it's, you know. I can think of a number of ways, but it's sort of like, how do you take that on?
Yeah, I don't know. It's,
I mean, we're here today. That in
Yeah.
itself is
Yeah.
a response. I mean, sometimes when you write, you think, oh, if I just write this down, just like an artist who makes a work, or, you know, whether they're a visual artist or a musician, oh, that'll settle things once and for all. But that's not how it works. It's always going to be contestation, debate, maybe in some moments agreement. But, you know, truth in blows, it doesn't work like that. So I think it's having moments like these, and I think, to be honest, the power of ideas happens when people are trying to shut you up. Like, you know that you're onto something if people are trying to close it down, put it aside. You know, that's an empowering moment. Because if it was just going as normal, business as usual, it would just be like everything else, like blurring past us in this, you know, highly, you know, mechanized moment.
yeah, and I think maybe that, you know, naming something and identifying it as something to be wary of or watched out for makes it more compelling and interesting to people who will hopefully seek out the show and come to see it for themselves and experience it. I mean, it's like the, you know, the power of the degenerate art show, right? It was called out as this is the bad art, but this was the art that people found the most interesting and had a long impact. So hopefully, because this work has been done, people will seek it out and be able to take away some of the intent behind it and see for themselves what these stories are about race and power.
I just keep thinking too, as if it's the way that it's one of those uncomfortable conversations, and that's the other challenge, right? It's always okay to be a little uncomfortable. We should all try to be a little bit uncomfortable on the regular.
Jackie, Kamara, thank you so much for such a beautiful talk. I think it's hard to overstate how important your scholarship has been, especially for me, like discovering your work as a graduate student transformed the trajectory of how I wanted to be in the world. And so I guess I'm curious, I loved the way you were sharing how you're working internationally and thinking outside of the perspective of just art in the United States, and I wonder if you could reflect more on thinking more internationally and thinking about race in a more global context, how speaking to students in Germany or Switzerland and working with scholars outside of the context of the United States has changed your relationship to critical race art history, or things that you've thought differently about in thinking outside of the bounds, because of course we know the imperial violence practiced abroad comes home and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, I think it forces us to be more mindful of our own backgrounds and our training as Americanists, as American art historians, to remember that race manifests differently throughout the world, and that in different contexts it looks different and acts differently, even though there's some unifying underlying things about it that we have to, continue to try to unpack and see as systemic. But we're hoping with our book project to incorporate more examples that will give a much broader comparative perspective. And one of the things, and I think that this is something that Jackie in particular stresses, is the comparative. And thinking about how we have to throw things into relief one against the other to better see what's going on. And so we're attempting to really, sort of look at the full umbrella and not be so much about, where we've come from with our work that we're attempting to do with this new project. So that's why these forums and the raising of the questions that people have had for us is so important. So as we develop the manuscript, we can take all of this in and make a better product.
Yeah, I can't have said it better. I really think, we're just trying to ask questions that we hope other people can themselves ask questions within their context. And just in general, I just remember, in graduate school, my advisor, David Brown, saying, how do you make things strange? The things that we think are familiar and always already there are not. So every place, every cultural group, every historical era has things that are there because of a certain kind of power of ideology. But our job as researchers is to make them strange.
Hello, my name is Dalen. Hi, my name is Dalen Booker. I'm a sophomore art history major at Spelman College. And my question to you all is, what can young scholars such as myself do to contribute to the conversation of critical race art history, and especially during this current political administration?
I think that you need to be curious, and hopefully the groundwork that we've laid has made it possible for you to ask the questions that need to be asked, and we encourage you to ask the questions of us, and to challenge us to do the job of explaining ourselves to you and making what we hope to see unfold. But we really want you to learn to think for yourselves and do, like Jackie was saying, think about making race strange, right? And unpacking how people have put this thing together and how we can not maybe in a utopian sense undo it, but at least ask the questions and have a productive dialogue to encourage change.
Yeah, again, really well put, and I think to not be afraid of debate. I mean, there's a way in which that in this moment, I mean, as if debate is a bad thing, and it never is, and to believe in it. I think last night we were just talking, I know maybe sometimes in the humanities, we're good at diagnosing something, but maybe not always coming up with, and then what, you know? But thinking through that, you know, taking your work into so many different aspects of our lived experience. So you're not only doing work that's important for us in this auditorium, but your work is important to everybody else also out on the street on G and 9th and beyond. And you can do it. That's so important.
Thank you for being here today. And so I have a question, kind of follows up on your "and then what" comment. It seems like one of the silver linings of what's going on in this nation and the world is the exposure of how deep racism is, how clouded, especially white America has been in terms of not seeing the truth because they haven't actually been shown the truth. And so I think it's one of the contrast that's being created, the questions that they're having to ask themselves, I think are a much deeper level than they've ever been before. And just the shutting down, trying to shut down arts, trying to shut down our cultural influence and impact that we've had, not only in this country, but across the world. I mean, our culture just is all over the world and trying to be duplicated. So my question then is, what do you think going forward, when this sweater, the fabric of American culture has been unraveled and we have to knit together a new sweater for us to wear, what do you think the role of your work now, in future context, the work of art itself, and that has the past art and new art created, what do you think the role is going to be in really building a new point of view for race, people of color, Black people, and our place in truth of this world? So what's next?
Well, we'll have to see, but I hope that what we do is make race seen so that it doesn't operate in the darkness, right? So that it is apparent what's going on. That's the only way that we can, you know, begin to shift the terms and the terrain and foster the debate if race is visible. So I hope that what we do with art and visual culture is make it seen, and hopefully that has a ripple effect on the discipline and begins to shift how the narrative of art history is told. And then hopefully what we'll hear from the artists tomorrow is that, you know, some of the things that we've been doing and talking about as scholars and researchers does have material effect on their practice, and that helps to broadcast these ideas and helps to change things. I think that refashioning, you know, art and scholarship, we'll have to see if we can work out something where race doesn't work the same way anymore, right? If that's possible. That's what we can hope for and strive for. But I don't know, race is a very powerful ideology. And so, maybe it looks somewhat different, maybe it looks completely different. That's what we hope to, dismantle things, but I don't know if it will be completely undone. It's not the most optimistic, but but it might not be completely undone, but hopefully we can sort of change the terms and make things better.
I also hope that, we continue to ask questions of, the sort of knowledge industry. What do things like books do? We might be absolutely absorbed with things like, oh, what does the internet do? Or what are its misdeeds? Or what is the problem with AI? Or what is its misdeeds? I just hope that these kind of questions make us question everything, not to necessarily break it, in that idea of let's break things and break things fast. I mean, we can try that and see what happens, but also just to think about how do things get in museums? I mean, is the idea just to get more things that are made by different people in museums? I work in an institution in academia, I work in museums, but I want us to ask questions about the whole apparatus of what these things are doing and how we operate in them and how they operate on us.
I love that you brought in the idea of the things that the museums collect. I know the exhibitions come and go. I hope this one stays open for its full run. But it's really people who teach, and we knew as the exhibition was building how important it was that many, many people for many years have been using collections to teach. So as exhibitions come and go, there's always those permanent collections. And my question is, even in the most daydreamy way, what should permanent collection galleries look like to support this kind of vision, especially for those who teach? Because it doesn't sound like it's there yet.
I mean, I think that's the challenge, right? Is to, again, tell people that it's not just what's here, but it's all the stuff in storage. It's literally like as if you wanted to have some sort of live cam in a storage space, because it's all about not only the stuff that's there that may rotate in and out, but it's the collecting impulse in itself, right? The archive fever. Why do we have so much stuff that no pair of eyes amongst every living person is ever going to see in encyclopedic museums? So I want us to think about what is going on that we do this, and what is our agenda in doing this. I think if we could just open up all of our kind of institutions and tools, it's like pulling back the curtain, whether it's about Peele's curtain or the Wizard of Oz's or whatever, and say, this is what's happening in the world. Not to say that, we're gonna necessarily break it, but I think that's the basis, right, of critical thought. I wish permanent collections could say that, that permanent collections could say, this is here because somebody cared about it. I love at the Driscoll Center last night, they talked about accession numbers. So what do accession numbers always tell us? What was important to Lily Bliss, right, in 1907, and what's important to Sam in 2025? What number did it come in at? Was it the first thing agreed upon by the acquisitions committee, or was it the 375th, right? I just wish we could help people do more of that in the way that they ask questions in everyday life, like the what's in it for me and what's in it for those other people kind of questions. I think permanent collections can do more of that. I don't know, Kamara?
Yeah, no, I think that the special exhibition, right, this show, the mining the museum, these projects have to be brought into the thinking of how the collections are displayed, what gets shown, what gets rotated in and out. I think that it's not always the special exhibition, but it applies to the permanent collection is something that we can begin to strategize about more effectively.
We're at time, but there's going to be 2 last questions, I understand.
Thank you for all of this, and great for having you here. My question probably has already been answered, but I'm wondering with banning books and affecting what's in a show and what's not in a show, how else to get the word out? So how do you feel social media plays into this whole dynamics? And with that being said, when I look at my work, it's not about anger, it's not about observation, it's not pretty pictures or a pretty vase. None of this is never truly out of place, but it's hard for me to keep quiet, and I don't want to be the one to start the riot.
Thank you.
Oh, no, okay. That was a comment. My question is, as you do your study and analysis of critical race theory as it impacts art, do you consider the intersectionality of sexuality, gender, culture, ethnicity, in addition to race? I mean, for example, the Lugo piece brought to mind Lee Bowery, and so that's a queer inference, or the cultural ethnicity of the Latinx or the African Black people of the whole diaspora. Do you consider that as you talk about your critical race theory?
Yeah, we are very sensitive to intersectionality. I think that what we're hoping when we write our manuscript is that we will be talking about race and, right, not race in isolation, but race and gender, race and sexuality, race and class, race and nation. So choosing our examples of works that we talk about where multiple things are going on, that we can highlight how they all work in conjunction with each other, is something that we're going to be stressing as we lay out what it means to do this kind of work.
Thank you.
And certainly in terms of normativities as well, that was kind of the point of the Cindy Sherman, right? It's a sort of ideal of a gendered heteronormativity.
All right, well, thank you both so much for kind of laying the foundation for the presentations to come throughout this program, and we look forward to continuing to celebrate you throughout this Porter Colloquium. So we have about 10 minutes to stretch, breathe a little, and then we will reconvene at 12 o'clock promptly for our James A. Porter Distinguished Lecture. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are enjoying the rich fellowship that happens at Porter Colloquium, but if everyone could make their way back to their seats, we would like to go ahead and start our keynote session. Thank you all. So we are really delighted this year to kind of continue a theme that we have really been engaging since 2023. In 2023, we had the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Mabel O. Wilson to be our opening lecturer for the year that we thought about public art and public architecture. And so kind of as a follow-up to that, a kind of part two, we are elated to welcome Dr. Charles L. Davis II, who serves as Associate Professor of Architectural History and Criticism at the University of Texas at Austin. And he's also over the doctoral program in Architectural History. Today, he will bring forth a presentation entitled The Black Space Project. And if you would like to know more about his bio, it can be found on page 4. So without further ado, I would like to welcome this year's James A. Porter Distinguished Lecturer, Dr. Davis.
Okay, I just want to see if this is a... I don't quite know how to get this to start.
Yep, it started.
Okay.
Oh, is that the background?
Yeah.
You may want to say, can I get AT? Oh, here,
Okay. Okay. So let me just start by saying thank you to Dr. Okay. Let me just start by saying thank you to Dr. Melanie Harvey for the invitation to give this talk with you here, and to thankfully follow up on the wonderful framing of this gathering here today. It's a very apt way of thinking about interventions into architectural history and history projects, and to think about the role of race and the ways that disciplinary projects are started and thought through. I want to talk to you today about a new research initiative that's being started at the University of Texas at Austin School of Architecture, which is both meant to be an intervention into the discipline of architecture itself, as well as a way of serving as a mediator between the profession of architecture and those who serve as local stewards of black spaces in Austin and Central Texas. So a way of building a local archive that can be served as a model for migrating across the United States. Part of this will cover the larger mission of that initiative, as well as our first exhibit, which you see in this slide image here, the Black Home as Public Art, going over the themes of that as well. But I want to start with a little bit of framing, both from the perspective of the discipline of architecture and the ways that archives have been changing over time to be more inclusive and to be more pluralized. If we go back to 1914, we can look at this particular essay written by Sidney Fisk Kimball, who was one of the first major architectural historians in the United States to graduate with a PhD in architectural history. And his mission, collectively in the very beginning of his career, was to make a place within the canon for Thomas Jefferson. So here is his essay for the Architectural Quarterly of Harvard University in 1914, where he argues that Thomas Jefferson is an architect, or Thomas Jefferson as architect. Now, we may take it for granted today that Jefferson's not only thought of as an architect, but he's usually presented as the model for the gentleman architect. But in 1914, he was thought of as a tinkerer, a Renaissance man, a politician, but not a designer. And it was really the discovery of a cache of drawings that Sidney Fisk Kimball and his wife inherited that allowed for him to be thought of as an architect. And those drawings were done on sort of gridded, ruled paper, where Jefferson would sit and he would sketch different versions of his different designs, everything from Monticello to the University of Virginia. And interestingly, almost 100 years later, we have another essay written by Alexis Pauline Gumbs, who is a feminist poet, scholar, and activist. And she was talking about June Jordan and her Black feminist approaches to care. And she said herself that June Jordan should be thought of as an architect. And what's interesting to me is the seriousness with which this kind of statement has been taken about the last 5 or 6 years within architectural history. Now, June Jordan is someone who went to school for environmental design, so she has a background in architecture, but she was never licensed. She never engaged in making drawings, measured drawings, or models. But she did find a way to take the theories and ideas of modernist architects and combine it with her literary understanding and reimagining of Black spaces, Black urban spaces, Black urban enclaves. And so architecture and architectural thinking has been a central part of her career. We can think back to her first memoir from 1964, where she explores the relationship between architectonic reality and physical well-being. We can look at the contemporary scholarship from Cheryl Fish's essay on her collaboration with Buckminster Fuller for the Skyrise for Harlem, the American Academy in Rome's publication, The Poetry of Design, and most recently, Columbia University's publication of one of their lectures, A Rage in Harlem, June Jordan in Architecture, given by Nikhil Saval. What's interesting here is that once we think of June Jordan as an architect, it becomes very easy to find archival evidence of her architectural interests. Everything from the Skyrise to Harlem project, which I mentioned in Cheryl Fish's essay, which appears on the right side there, published in Ebony magazine in 1969, as well as the archival materials on the left, which is a speech that she ghost wrote for Floyd McKissick, who would eventually go on to establish the plan for Soul City in the South. And she was writing this, and you can see at the very bottom, before she started going by the moniker June Jordan, as June Meyer, when she was working for the city of New York. Lenses help us to see and identify things that were invisible before. And calling June Jordan an architect allows us to see her architectural interests over a long period of time. What's interesting to me is including someone within this moniker, this notion of authorship of the built environment, who is not someone who makes drawings and makes models, but acts upon the built environment. And for me, this was the inspiration for the Black Space Archive, to think of the many ways in which we already have a Black architecture and a Black architectural tradition. But it's the lenses that we've inherited, at least within the discipline of architecture, that prevent us from seeing these things. And if we recalibrate that, we'll be able to start to identify some of this work. So this is really the mission of the Black Space Project, to revisit the definition of architect within the discipline, to expand it so that we can start to see authorship in other places, and to pluralize the record so that we can write a full documentation of what I call Black architectural modernity. This is different than Black modern architecture, right? Because modern architecture, at least when I'm working with people in preservation, is a style of building that can be built by many different peoples and many different groups. I'm not only interested in Black figures who use international style aesthetics, but I'm interested in the ways that Black subjects use their agency to shape the built environment, to satisfy the cultural projects that they had over time. And so that could be someone who is a licensed architect. It could be someone who is an entrepreneur. It could be someone who was a radical homemaker. It could be someone who is homeless. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that there are certain larger cultural projects that were at work that lead us to understand how the built environment was shaped and to identify those people as broadly as possible. The purpose of this project, both locally and nationally, is to develop the rubrics that will allow us to recover this lost history, and then to theorize it in relationship to the discipline of architecture more broadly. We ask questions such as, what is black space, or what constitutes a black space? What is its relationship to architecture, and for us specifically, modern architecture in the post-war period? And what definitions of blackness has it produced, both within those interested in the built environment and borrowed from more broadly in terms of cultural productions at large? In order to answer these questions and to build a foundation for a more national archive of this work, we're engaging in 3 different exhibits. The first is the Black Home as Public Art, which I'll show you an overview of now. The second, it was Black Protest as Spatial Praxis. It's changed as we've started collaborating with local nonprofits in Austin and Central Texas. It will now be the Black Church as Promised Land. And then I'm glad I got that response, that's nice. And the spatial geographies of the Negro Motorist Green Book. So we're very interested in the ways of mapping the downtowns for black districts that existed parallel to those of white districts, and understanding the type of geography that was mentally understood by those using the Negro Motorist Green Book. The way that we want to disseminate this across the United States is through something called the Black Space Archive. And this will start at the University of Texas at Austin's library system, but it will actually be in partnership with local stewards. And so it requires a new model of intellectual property and ownership, where the library doesn't solely own what's in the archive, but it is co-owned with local stewards themselves. And so we're working with council, we're working with librarians to figure out what that model should be. What we plan to do experimentally is to collaborate with both architectural studio professors in Austin and architectural firms in Austin, particularly those working in the space of East Austin, which is the historic Black enclave in that city, to build archives and to have them work in concert with those archives. So that things that are produced, designed, and projected for those spaces actually consider the forms of creativity that came before and allow them to be more ethical stewards, co-stewards in producing new work for those spaces. And this was a major goal for me, just because in the brief time that I've been at UT Austin, I've seen several professors theme their studios in East Austin. And I've seen students produce work in East Austin. But it's very difficult not to take on the kind of white savior complex that comes with bettering the built environment if you're not working with community partners. And so there was not always a structured plan for doing so. And so we're trying to help to coordinate those types of activities, make sure there's a kind of understanding of what's there previously before you design something new for that space. Our goal is to establish a foundation of 100 case studies with new rubrics and categories of authorship and creativity. We'll document these in several ways, starting with HAB-style drawings, architectural drawings in two-dimensional form, LiDAR scans and photogrammetry scans of existing spaces, and 3D models of spaces that are either projective or constantly changing in order to give a sense of what has happened over time. We also will engage in the collection and the curation of oral histories, documenting spatial practices on each site, and then perhaps most importantly, hosting things like symposia and exhibitions to develop new scholarship on this work, so that those locally and nationally can think about the new categories of authorship that can come from this type of research. Excuse me. So I want to take a minute to go through the contents of the first exhibit and symposium to give you a sense of the type of programming that we'll be undertaking. And then at the end, sort of return back to this sort of parallel revision of the archive, starting with someone like Sidney Fisk Kimball and Thomas Jefferson, and then looking at Alexis Pauline Gumbs and June Jordan to think about what might be possible in the wake of this type of project. For the Black home as public art, we were really interested in looking at post-war practices that were inspired by the Black radical tradition and inspired to take up the space that was left over by disinvestment in Black communities, by Black homeowners who decided to turn their home into a communal hub for one reason or another, either because they were part of an activist organization, a nonprofit, or because they were an artist interested in establishing a kind of communal practice that would allow for greater stability within these spaces. This means that we're not considering the home as a product of individual real estate speculation or capitalist investment. We're not thinking of the home as a private space where interior decoration may follow modernist patterns, which is also something that has occurred, but the home that is turned outward toward the community and allowing for a co-curation in that particular location. And this was purposefully framed in order to create a counter-history to the histories of modern domesticity that we've inherited from the discipline, particularly in thinking about the role of the architect in being the author of what kind of sociality is supposed to happen within these spaces. So in traditional discourses, the architect is thought of as having a monopoly over these things. He or she uses the projective work of drawing and creating representations of space, and then creating a design that serves as a prototype for a kind of future notion of modernity, sometimes in a utopic sense. And this is a language that we've inherited from a number of architectural historians. I'm starting with the ones who most influentially established a kind of teleological history or historiography for American architecture, starting with figures like Montgomery Schuyler, Talbot Hamlin, Lewis Mumford, and Sidney Fisk Kimball, all thinking about the United States as a new center for modernist production in architecture, and thinking about the ways that European diasporic settler cultures came in and moving from colonial architectural forms, developing in an evolutionary sense the modernist idioms that people like Kimball celebrated in the skyscrapers of the modern city. They give us a language that is premised by racial discourse in several ways. One is that it frames modernist architecture as a kind of evolutionary development that starts with the settler colonial perspective. Year zero happens when European settlers come into the US and establish their own primitive architectures that slowly become modern. There is no space for indigenous architectures, and there's very little space for non-white, non-European discourses of historiography. And within this model, we always get the sense that architectural form tells us how to read space. The aesthetic dimensions, the structural dimensions, the formal dimensions determine space. And in my mind, this is a disciplinary fiction that allows for the architect to have primacy of place and to dictate what in reality is a very dispersed, very multiple form of production within the built environment. And so using this kind of language, it's easy to determine canonicity. Who uses form? Who writes from a European settler perspective? Who wants an evolutionary notion of the avant-garde that points towards a utopian future? This means that the vernacular must serve a particular function. It always must be a catch-all category for anything that does not fit into that space. And then the architect can use precedents and typologies to cherry pick whatever kind of discourse they want to reinvent for the modernist present and the modernist future. We can see this in the language that some architectural studios use, where they will talk about the studio students, the professional students, coming into the neighborhood, doing their kind of windshield surveys and different types of sketches of the built environment. And then they'll have a community workshop where they're literally sitting across from a person with a name and an idea. And when they represent that idea, they will say, well, the community wants, or the community says. This is a way of anonymizing actual people with ideas who could be thought of as authors so that they can retain that authorship. And so within this kind of discourse, there's always a high and a low. And there's strict gatekeeping of who comes into the high. And I want to create a language that eliminates that kind of boundary keeping. And so within this kind of discourse in North American architecture only indexes the material culture of European migrants and uses settler colonial narratives to naturalize whiteness so that we don't see it, but although it becomes the norm. And I ask my students each year when I teach a history survey, and I'm teaching them American architecture, I say, go onto Google, type in American architecture, look at the first 100 images, and tell me what you see. This is usually the story that's told. The migration of European settlers coming into the US. There's an acknowledgement that there were indigenous subjects and even Chinese laborers that existed. Very rarely do we look at the transatlantic slave trade as something that influences material culture. And we usually get a kind of material index that looks something like this one, with architectural plans that look like these. And I think it's interesting that American architecture, even for those who think of it as a melting pot or some form of multicultural fusion, always privileges the aesthetics of the European settler and European revivalism. And so if this is the discourse and this is the material culture that is inherited to black communities, what are they to do then to make these material objects fit for their own cultural projects? And so the Black Home as Public Art, it looks at the ways that adaptive reuse was a radical way of remaking European settler material culture to reflect the actual cultural needs of the black diasporas living in the US. So not just looking for black architecture, what style is it, what color is it, materials does it use, in the sense of inventing a new style, but looking at those who have inherited buildings and radically changed them to reflect their own cultural needs. For me, this is both a way of understanding what was not fit with the inheritance of European diasporic material cultures. So what did they have to change that was not thought of in the predetermined model that they inherited? But in a particular way, it's a critique in that sense. And there's a semantic recalibration of these built environments, sometimes just through the radical uses of new spaces in different ways than they were intended, other times through the material and formal transformation of this. Now, this type of model puts space as the origination of architectural invention, not form. And it looks at the ways that space predicates and necessitates a transformation of form. For me, this brings into high visibility the settler colonial context in which people are operating, the kind of economics and the social position as a result of exclusion, segregation, and disinvestment. But it also acknowledges the creativity that continues to happen in those spaces and tracks when those spatial moments of innovation lead to monumental types of architectural designs as well, starting with space and moving to form. Now, this is informed by an incredibly wide range of reading outside of architectural history. So if we're going to create a revisionist genealogy of black architectural modernity, some of the places to start is to go back to some of the early architectural debates in the 1880s and 1890s that look at space as the origin of architectural invention. to look at things like not just architectural organicism, but spatial organicism, the way that space is thought of to be plastic and evolving in time. The phenomenology of race from the early 2000s to the present, Black feminist theory, writings in African American studies, the work of Black geographers as a way of thinking about space and the critique of geography from the perspective of Blackness. And then lastly, landscape architectural theory, which tends to look at the broader field of production within architecture, not just the building itself, but the building and the context in which it sits, and the ways that usually spaces and spatial activities move beyond the perimeter of that particular structure. I'm going to show you just a few of the things that I've been looking at and reading. We covered this in the first symposium related to the exhibit itself. But if we go back to 1890 and we read the work of August Schmarsau, who was a German architectural historian and theorist, really thinking about the implications of things like empathy theory and new understanding of psychology in the sciences, and the ways that psychology and vision might change the way we think about both inhabiting space and the invention of space. He talks about buildings, much like Karl Bottaker and others in his circle, are actually the result of someone thinking about the social activities that take place within that space and their experience of moving from one space to another. Using that, we get the architectural concepts of program and adjacency. We get the notion of structure framing that space, and then we can even determine what form of ornament, material cladding, and finishes would be appropriate to those elements. So for him, it was about spatial constructs and moving from one to the next that allow for the architect to design. And he established a whole set of terms that would help us to think about space: spatial constructs, a sense of space, spatial imagination, spatial creation, and then he determined and rebranded architecture as the creatress of space. Not that there wouldn't be form, but that form was subsidiary to our understanding of space. If we use that language, then we can revisit certain works in the post-war period done by Black activists and Black scholars in a different way. Now, this has the wrong cover. I apologize for that, right? This is not the cover of Bell Hooks' Art on My Mind. It's a red book and has beautiful essays on many things related to art, including her redefinition of the vernacular. She says that in her mind, the vernacular is not some kind of low style of production outside of the high motion of production. But within the Black tradition, she says that it is a subversive historiography, a way of connecting oppositional practices from the past with forms of resistance in the present, thus creating spaces of possibility where the future can be imagined differently. For her, the vernacular was always in conversation with the past, modernizing it for the present. And the binary between the two does not organically exist, but it is an invention of certain disciplinary structures in order to privilege certain types of producers. So within that language, and I'm showing you some work that I did with some architectural studio students, examining these European revivalist homes and the ways that Black inhabitants have radically challenged what those things mean. So here we're looking at an image of a middle-class Black family trying to establish another notion of decorum for Blackness and Black middle-class life, and the types of social forces, both Black and white, that are activated by this type of experimentation. Whether it is completely more conservative and conformist, or whether it is experimental. There are those who brought with them in the transatlantic trade and travel, new notions of horticulture, of understanding of plants and particular species, new food cultures, new notions of even smells and things that were appropriate for these spaces. And then here was one collage done by a student who was looking at the prehistory of the funeral parlor. And he understood the ways that civil rights activism took place in those spaces. Another transformation of the Black home from the notion of the funeral service that would take place within the salon of the house to becoming an entire autonomous building typology with lots of strange rooms that could be used for other types of activities beyond just what was used for the funeral home itself. I've been looking at the work by people like Sarah Ahmed and Linda Martine Alcoff, philosophers looking at the notion of a phenomenology of whiteness and racial embodiment as a form of understanding the built environment. And people like Imani Perry and her interest in what she calls black formalism, not based in static permanent forms, but understood through the ways that the black body creates new conventions for itself, in speech patterns, in clothing patterns, in new spatial rituals that allow for them to activate and accommodate themselves within the built environment. And then the work of black geographers who think of blackness as a collective system of knowledge, first starting in local places, but easily becoming a kind of transferable code that can become global. And the simplest example one can use is the history and development of hip-hop music, starting in local spaces, literally operating as a form of reportage of what's happening in those locations, but later becoming musical codes that people from all over the world can start to adapt to their own situations, and still be understood as being part of that larger musical family itself. So this necessitates a different model between the vernacular and the avant-garde, one that is co-determining, one that has a feedback between one and the other, one that is centered around blackness and the production of blackness, and thinks about ways of modernizing vernacular practices for the present. So within this rubric and framework, we have isolated 8 different practices globally, or nationally in the US. One is the work of activist builders like June Jordan and Amiri Baraka, both of whom went to the brownstone in either Harlem or Bedford-Stuyvesant and remade those interiors to accommodate different functions. So on the left is a kind of one of the homes that we used from the pattern books that were established during that time period. As we read June Jordan's text for His Own Wear, which was a novella she published in the 1970s, about a 15-year-old boy named Buddy, who was the son of a carpenter, who helped to renovate the interior of an existing brownstone. And so what I did with my students is we literally went into pattern books, we read June Jordan's work, and almost like an archaeologist or archivist, we changed the interiors of those spaces to look like what she was describing in her text, providing architects with the plans and the models that they use to understand creativity. We also look at the works of people like Amiri Baraka and his Black Arts Repertory Theater School in New York City. And interestingly, some of the best archives for this are FBI files on Baraka, which tells us that his street performances were done on a portable stage that would move from one space to another to another. And that this would allow for him to decolonize Harlem as he was thinking about it in that time period. There are groups like the Black Panther Party that established their headquarters, where the form itself does not radically change, but what does change is the functions within, everything from after school and a breakfast program, an after school lunch program, to new forms of school education, and then at the very bottom you can see there even it becoming a kind of fortress against police intervention during the trial of Bobby Seale. There are the Black arts traditions themselves and how they remake the home with the Wall of Respect at the very top, and then at the bottom in the Library of Congress what is categorized as art homes within New Orleans by various authors. And then the second rubric of producers called artist developers. And this label was created by Aisha Densmore Bey, who recently finished her PhD at Harvard University, and interviewed people like Rick Lowe, which you see on the right side, and Theaster Gates, which you see on the left side. They're artists who've taken over homes and turned them into different types of spaces. This is the work of Amanda Williams, who has given us a kind of artist's intervention into the landscape to recalibrate our understanding of slums, waste, products in the capitalist sense, to understand these as part of the material fabric of the south side of Chicago. And then this is actually the modernist tower that Amiri Baraka commissioned, which was supposed to serve as the first black radicalist tower structure in the city. You look at the aesthetic and it looks pretty banal, right? It was not the look of the building, it was the program of the building. And the fact that it was black owned, and the mixed use between low income and middle income residents sitting right next to a stable white middle class neighborhood. So even within this kind of tradition, we can understand that aesthetics only comes in at certain opportunities. Now for me, this is like one of the best examples of what this might look like over time. If we look at the life and times of Madam C.J. Walker, when she was born as Sarah Breedlove, right after the Civil War, on the Bernie Plantation in Louisiana, and we look at each home she lived in, before she even commissioned Vertner Tandy to design those buildings, she experimented with a tripartite program that was synthetic. It was a private home, it was a business, and it was a place of black philanthropy, primarily driven by women and notions of mutual aid. So when she was a laundress, she did this, all the way through when she became the kingpin of a cosmetology empire, right? And so this notion of space was highly modern. It allowed for the dark tower. It allowed for the building that you see in the middle to become the salon space for the Harlem Renaissance in New York City. And so in my mind, she gave that program that she authored herself, and she turned it over to Vertner Tandy to give it a kind of aesthetic translation of that time period that would remake the typical styles that millionaires used at that time period through the lens of blackness and a Harlem Renaissance experimentation that she had used. We can also think of the notion of different types of practices like the hush arbors that occurred behind plantations in the woods outside of the overview of overseers, and the circular geometry of memorials like the memorial to enslaved workers at the University of Virginia, designed by Haller and Yoon in collaboration with Mabel Wilson. That spatial practice, that geometry, that notion of ritual can be reinvented with new architectural forms, but it doesn't take away the invention itself of that original practice. And so just in terms of the exhibit, we put these two folks into categories. We provided definitions for them so that folks coming would understand what rubrics they existed within. And then we sort of collected both primary materials from each practice and showed some of the models that we produced. So I'm just showing you a couple of the images here. Here are some of the models we produced for the exhibit. And then each one, and you can sort of see as we walk through, is combined with a super graphic of one image of that new hybrid space alongside historical documents like the graphic art from made within the Black Panther Party, the Skyrise for Harlem project itself, some images of Kawaida Towers, the historic one, and the one that his son helped to finance and is under construction in New Jersey now, as well as the work of artists and their adaptive reuse of existing spaces in order to make this work. Now this was an image that we found of a park that was done very close to Project Row houses. And we found this image of an A-frame-like structure that children were playing on, and we were going to make it the display table for the models that we produced. But what happened in my department is that someone decided to do an experimental exhibit on the A-frame before I got into that space, and I didn't want people thinking I copied him. So I didn't include this, but in the traveling exhibit, this will show up. And it was a way of sort of structuring the space. What's interesting about the 3D model is that me and my team actually looked at and worked with both Theaster Gates and looked at primary materials such as interviews and et cetera to think about the ways that this house has evolved. And it actually keeps changing. So it's an archival challenge to think about which time period and which state do we archive the building, and how do we let people know that it's continuing to evolve. And then we decided to create digital models of several standard architectural typologies, like the street corner preacher. And in the model itself, you can see what's happening on the ground floor with the street corner preacher on his soap box. But literally isolating the spaces within the building that were looking and keyed into this versus those that were not. Thinking about the invention of the AME church in the blacksmith shop, and using the anvil as the first lectern, and thinking about that particular kind of spatial practice. And then thinking about things like breakdance cultures, and we can also include ball cultures, the queer cultures themselves, which don't actually need a building, but can use different elements of buildings opportunistically. This was done by a symposium, and I'll just mention these four people. On the very end is Aisha Densmore-Bey, who did her PhD at Harvard on that new category. A conceptual artist and Curry Hackett, an architect, Scott Ruff, and on the very end, Kamosi Woodard. He was someone who actually served as the general contractor for Kawaida Towers. And when it failed, he decided, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to become a historian, which then led his sons to say, well, we'll pick up the contracting business. So they became contractors themselves. Now, in terms of the future of visions, let's just go back to this moment briefly between Thomas Jefferson and June Jordan. And I want to talk about it in this way, polemically, in terms of those who resist the changing of archives and the changing of the definition. That for me, those who insist upon architects drawing and modeling and making representations, that in my mind, this constitutes as a form of a literacy test on Black inclusion within the discipline. It's a way of segregating things along racial lines that maintains a monopoly for a white avant-gardist culture and doesn't provide space for something else. And so instead, I would like to reform the architectural archive in these ways, to locate and preserve alternative archival sources, and to pluralize authorship by acknowledging the traditions that exist that we don't have a vocabulary for. So I still say to most of the audiences that I speak to, we already have a Black architectural history. We just don't have a language for understanding what it is. And it's our job to develop that rubric so that we can see it. I think that we need to professionalize not just architectural histories, but spatial histories of modern architecture. This has to happen at the doctoral level. This has to happen at the level of curation. And then lastly, there are a lot of projects that have tried to archive African American architects or Black architects. We need to network them so that they're speaking to each other, and then provide a kind of central hub so that they can speak back to the public. So that's part of what we'd like to try and do with our library workshop within the Black Space Project itself. And then lastly, just as a teaser, this is the book that I'm working on after Race and Modern Architecture, which was a kind of outgrowth of the Race and Modern Architecture Project. That is an outgrowth of the Black Space Project. Putting Black in Place, a spatial history of Black architectural modernity, looking at the ways that space and spatial innovations from the Harlem Renaissance to Black Lives Matter have established practices that can be seen along this continuum, from ephemeral practices to adaptive reuse and occupation to the design of new spaces and structures themselves. Thank you very much for your time and forbearance, and I would be happy to entertain any questions.
My mind is reeling. If we have questions, please make your way to the mics. We would like to take maybe one or two questions so everyone can find their way to a nice hearty lunch.
I know, yeah, I'm the one standing between you and lunch, right? So I apologize for that.
Good afternoon. Great presentation. And Charles, I want to say the first time I heard you speak was at the College Art Association, and you were giving a presentation that was organized by a panel that Jackie and Kamara put together for the Association of Critical Race Art History. So this feels like a full circle moment. You blew my mind then and got me really interested in thinking about race and architecture, and I think you've done it again. So kudos to Kamara, Jackie, and Charles, and all of us for being here to hear this. I'm curious what got you interested in this type of work, because I see that it's so interdisciplinary, it's so multifaceted, and I'm kind of curious as to your own point of origin.
So that's an interesting question. For me, if I think back to the dissertation book, and then the book that I edited with Mabel Wilson and Irene Chang, what I think is common about those books is that we were developing a racial critique of the discipline. So it was a critique of whiteness. And it was a way of getting people who were in the discipline to take the question of race seriously and to make it necessary for the ways that they think about these folks. And so each time I revisit that project, my mind wants to create a kind of new survey of American architecture that starts with some of the boring figures like Richard Upjohn and Henry Van Brunt, and move through the kind of canonical figures of that time period, and to show how they were abiding by a settler colonial way of thinking about the built environment. Mostly because because I'm in an architecture school, a professional school, there are still people who teach studio who still use those precedents to train their students. And they don't see a problem with it, and they don't see the racial discourses around it. But then it was younger people who were telling me, that's great that you're doing that project and that you're helping those folks, but we kind of already believe that. So how can we start to create historiographies of our own culture, our own material cultures? And so I made a shift from a critique of whiteness to a documentation of blackness and black material culture. And it required me, if you think looking at race and architecture is interdisciplinary, try doing a kind of marginalized subgroup of producers within that space. That's going to require an interdisciplinary frame, mostly to first reinvent the categories of authorship that are important, and then to show the long-term patterns of production, cultural production, that are innovative. And so within architecture, we recognize people like Paul Revere Williams and Hilliard Robinson, Robert Robinson Taylor, but mostly as firsts. And we look at them as people who copied white styles. And I think that it's because we haven't had the lens to understand what they brought to that practice. And so people like Tara Dudley has looked at Madam C.J. Walker and Vertner Tandy for the ways that they even changed their revivalist approach to fit black cultural projects. But I think that can even be expanded upon more. So that we're not even looking at things like styles. We're not looking at the notion of aesthetics and form per se, but we let that material speak for itself. And so I feel like that's my second project. And I'm still being critiqued because I'm an Americanist. I work in North America, looking at African Americans, although there are transnational circuits. But in Isaiah Berlin's language, I'm probably the hedgehog who's redoing that one problem again and again and again, slightly different ways, and then creating a kind of compendium for that. And I'm okay with that. And that's sort of the two modes, at least now, that I sort of move back and forth between. But that's a really great question. Thank you for that.
Sorry, hello. I'm a bit curious if you've done any research on the history of Black bookstores, as well as very vital spaces, or very vital Black spaces. I'm really curious to know about potentially their very first recorded Black bookstore founded by David Ruggles, that functioned as a bookstore and a reading room because Black people were essentially were banned from the public libraries in the North at that time. David was somebody that was very important role model to Frederick Douglass. He encountered a Harriet Jacobs, all these different things. So I'm kind of curious to know if that's something you guys are exploring so far, the history of Black bookstores in this nation, and
That's a really interesting question. I haven't started with the Black Bookstore as a kind of like program or typology per se, but I am interested in patterns of Black literacy and Black reading, in particular within like an architectural discourse. Because for architects who couldn't afford to do the grand tour back in Europe, there were those architects who had firms, but they also had libraries, and they were filled with pattern books and they were filled with theory books so that people could learn what they would have learned overseas. And so it was a way of disseminating this model of being an architect to those in the States. So those things were really very important. And what I find is that there are different Black literary traditions that we can borrow from. So for example, one of the things that I've seen people revisit in terms of Black making and Black aesthetics is the aesthetics of the Black home. And people like Booker T. Washington and his home, and Frederick Douglass and his home, and Madam C.J. Walker and her home, and the ways that it emulates white middle class notions of propriety. But there's also an eye on the ways that it deviates from that and reestablishes something else. And so recently in working with Whitney Stewart, who is an architectural historian at UT Dallas, and she looks at Civil War landscapes, and she looks at the role of the Black elite within the periods of Civil War and post-Civil War cultures. She pointed me and got me interested in Frederick Douglass's house. Not the main house, but the house that was in the back, called the Growlery. And this is super fascinating to me because it actually looks like, and this is my reading of it, and it's not like super researched or whatever, but this is speculative, right? But looking at that, and then looking at his and others' campaign against the one-room slave cabin, replacing it with something else. He used that space as a space for thinking about his own writing. And it takes the model, the physical model of the one-room slave cabin, changes its material, so it's not out of wood, it is out of masonry. And he called it a growlery as a way of thinking about like a space where he can make whatever kind of sounds and noises and think whatever thoughts he could have as a way of establishing a kind of a new literary tradition for African Americans. To me, that is the perfect revision of the one-room slave cabin. A space where people put the non-assimilable person, the person who couldn't be taught to read, becomes literally the space of contemplation, the extra space on the gentleman's estate, where you go to think about your past and to rethink the possibilities of the future. And so those types of spaces, I think, are really fascinating in terms of what was the role of architecture in space in promoting a new Black literary tradition, a new notion of Black literacy, and spreading what ideas were central to Black architectural modernity, as opposed to modern architecture as we understand it proper. So it is in my mind, but the case that you brought up about Black bookstores and bookshops is really fascinating. So I'm going to chase you down and get the name and everything else so I can make sure I can follow it up, because I think that that's really an interesting trajectory to follow.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. I'm doing some early research myself, kind of exploring it all, but we'll definitely connect. It's very interesting stuff.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, for a very enlightening discussion, sharing. I'm very interested. First of all, I want to applaud also your plans to move this research into the field, that last few charts that you showed us. And to that point, I'd like to get your thoughts on an effort that I'm aware of underway to bring artists and developers together. The notion of an artist working with a real estate developer on a project with architects and designers and others to do work. It seems that there's a huge opportunity to infuse more of Black culture and Black design and the work of Black architects into this conversation. And I wonder what your thoughts are about it. One of the things that's being promoted is bringing the community into this, and artists that reflect that community. So if we're talking about a Black community, artists of color that can help in designing spaces and designing new projects. So I wonder what your thoughts are and what advice you would give to others working on this effort.
So what's the name of the project that you're thinking of?
I don't know that I should broadcast heavily the project. I am involved with it, so I can give you that offline if you don't mind.
I think it's a really complex issue. So for example, in my understanding of models for community work and community engaged work, Robert Shibley and others have established something called placemaking theory and placemaking practice. And usually what this does is it tries to consider community informants as authors or designers and to put them on equal footing with the architect. But what I found is that there's still a siloing of this work, and it's very hard to allow for equal levels of participation, right? So the architect still tries to protect their ground of creativity through drawing and modeling. They still want to be the choreographer of the building process, and they treat that the other figure almost like the ways they treat a public artist or a landscape architect as someone who's responsible for certain realms of the work. And so I think that model is a good way of reforming the discipline. Like there are some who take it, they're very aggressive with it, and others who are very typical. They want to tick off the boxes that say we spoke with the community and they want these things and we put them in the building, but here's my vision for the building. And I think, I don't know what that model is, but I know that it's working when architecture schools start inviting people to teach invited studios who are not licensed architects. And so we've seen that in a few places, like Cornell has invited some of their alumni, like Amanda Williams and Olalekan Jeyifus. They were trained in architecture. Some of them have licenses, some of them don't, but they come back and they teach studios. And they're given the same responsibilities, prestige, and understanding of being an author in that space. When I start seeing like a master plumber come in teaching a studio like that, then I think there's somebody's got a really dynamic model of what that is. But if it's the architect reaching out to another partner, then I think it's rather limited. And so I don't want to critique any individual person, and I think that there's plasticity within that model, but that's what I'll be looking for. I'll be looking for opportunities not only of co-authorship, but of lead authorship and lead design. And most architects don't want to do that. Like, they don't want to serve as the architect director, they want to be the design architect. And I think once that model is challenged, that would be really useful. Thank you. Oh, these are great questions.
Yes. How you doing? Yeah. Like the young lady said, you threw a lot of material out, and it is mind-boggling. And as a visual artist who grew up in the kind of environment you talked about with Kamosi and gentlemen like that, and then a family history of buildings in the South, Turner Home, places like that, and then the instances in New York where you had the East and Newark, the Spirit House and stuff. I'm just wondering how it is that you see your work reaching out, because I came here and I'm encountering you happenstance, like by accident almost, but it's feeding into the work that I do. But I'm wondering how it is, like, because you say you see this work on the academic level, like PhD level and stuff like that. How does it reach down? I appreciated the line you threw in about the plumber, but how does that reach down into the community? And then one point that's in my head, and it may not even be connected, is like, I know the history of how it was that in America, so many communities were destroyed by highway projects and stuff, and people have no idea of the continuity or the development that people did within those spaces that they may have inherited, say like black people moved to Harlem and different places and then changed that community. So I'm just wondering, as an artist, how is it that you see this work coming to, say, a broader audience and stuff? Because it's fascinating, and but artists are like in their own space and stuff a lot of times. But I'm just wondering how it is you see this reaching people other than academics who may be studying for a PhD. Do you think that it will ever, it reached me, but
So this is a really great question, because for me it's a question of both method and audience, and it's about the ethics of scholarship, right? So I would characterize the work that I've done before as traditional scholarship. And I would characterize probably the second book that I'm trying to write as traditional scholarship. But the Black Space Project for me is engaged research, publicly engaged research. And so part of what it's requiring me to do is it's requiring me to not only do oral history workshops to collect these lost histories, but to work with local nonprofits to figure out what are the best practices that they have already used with communities to produce their own oral histories. So one of the things we're going to produce is something called a field guide that both tells what those organizations are, what their practices are, and the kind of the overall standards that we're establishing locally. That may be different if I was working with communities in Harlem, or communities in LA, or communities in Detroit, or other spaces. And so I have to get on the ground and get to know the players. And the difficult thing about being an academic doing that work is that we have these internal clocks where you have to produce certain types of scholarship, and usually they're peer-reviewed in certain ways. And a lot of community work doesn't have outputs. It's years and years before you have outputs. But you're building trust with those folks. And so I have to find ways of both creating outputs that are shared with the community, that allows for them to develop a voice and to build trust, as well as to have enough deliverables for the academic side so that we can keep fundraising and keep getting matching resources from the institution. But I have to go out and be an activist. I have to go out and be in the community. And I'm starting locally as a way of creating the best practices within the Black Space Project, but then looking for local partners in other places. So we already have partners in Western New York. We already have partners in Los Angeles. And so they're looking at this and waiting to do both elements of traveling exhibitions, where we can also do oral history projects around their sites of memory, as well as to then display those things and put them in the catalog. So I'm thinking of it really pragmatically as like just Austin, Central Texas right now, but as a model to be copied and to be produced. And if we can get to the point where we can establish our own 501c3 status and develop our own line of funding, then it won't matter what happens at the federal government level in terms of who they want to give money to or not. And it won't matter what architectural schools are doing in terms of who they bring to studios or not. We're producing our own archive. So I'm looking at it in those terms and testing whether I'm the best steward for that or if I need to collaborate with someone and pass it on in that sense. But we've tried this before. So I've been a part of the Society of Architectural Historians for a long time. We established the Race and Architectural History Affiliate Group within them. And we reached out to Places Journal to start a new prize on the built environment that would train an academic to become a public intellectual and take something that they wrote for an academic audience and put it towards the public side. So all this is to say that it's a desire I have, but I don't have a map. And I'm experimenting with things because of this, because people may not find me, right? And in some ways that's good, because then it gives you head down time and you can figure it out and get it right. But then other times you need the messiness and you need the engagement to make it happen. So I realize what this is, and my answer to you is I'm experimenting. And if you talk to me in 2 or 3 years, I'll have a much better answer about what works and what does not. Thank you all very much. I appreciate that.
And so for those of you that may have further questions for Dr. Davis, please reach out to him throughout our proceedings. But otherwise, I wish you all happy lunch. We do start promptly at 2 o'clock. We will begin speaking, so govern yourselves accordingly. And can I please have everyone that is on the program, even if you were on the program yesterday at Driscoll Center, even if you're on the program tomorrow at NGA, please come up to the front, and we will gather you all for our next stop. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to.
That's right.
Naturally into this, and because there's no patent or people steal stuff, how do they get that recognition?
Floor plan, that it's a city or something like that, it tends to be like undocumented in that sense. Although it is documented to some people.
Right. And my last statement, everyone's familiar with enslaved buildings, the White House. Right?
Oh yes, and the Capitol.
But what they used to do is put their fingerprint on the bricks. Now, is there something in your studies that will let people know about those type of ritualistic type things that people?
We don't consider them, but I'm just starting with the local board. So I don't know if any of those actual practices or the ones you mentioned are also. They probably were using things like freedom colony, Andrea Roberts, who's at the University of Virginia. She's doing research on freedom colony.
If things are lost,
But so that's interesting to me. It's a long-winded response. We've only started collaborating. Once we start doing research.
Right. And it's all new.
Yeah. But that practice is really inclusive scholarly research and trying to get people to understand the role of the labor.
I hope you find out and see this happening.
Okay.
I know I will, it's just
And
when and where.
the level at which the laborers, particularly black laborers, have. Because a lot of people believe that they weren't as skilled, like some of the German immigrants and other folks that were coming over. And that wasn't true. They were in charge of work on plantations and other things. It was just that they weren't given the opportunity to establish their own unions, their own businesses. And so records of their expertise disappeared.
And they also went to Africa specifically looking for people to have certain amount of skills.
And they came over with them, like they,
and
all kinds of people
we
came
can talk
over.
all day, but this is my last one.
Yeah.
The African beautiful houses, certain tribes make with the colors and stuff. Is that even part of what might be?
So it's a part of the longer history.
Okay.
The person who is doing history or research on that currently, his name is Jay Citrus. He's at Princeton University. He has an archive called the Black Architects Archive, and he's been looking at which tribes from the West Coast people came from. And he's been tracing from the tribe to the people who own architecture first, black architects, so like McKissick and others. He can trace them all the way back to the tribes that they met in, or they came from that. And so there are people doing that. And he's using traditional archives to do this, as far as I know. It's not DNA work. It's more crowdsourced understanding of local architects, and then using paper records to trace where they came from, and then look at whether relatives sold So there are people out there making their way with that stuff. So, and he's further along than me. So if you look at his, he has a website, the Black Architects Archives. You could find some of this work through that.
Okay, cool, great, enjoy your lunch.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, is that what's happening? Yes. They're going somewhere from? Okay. Just this here, I'm not this program. Sorry for keeping it so. Yeah, no, I appreciate you organizing.
That's fine. Fine, that one's fine. Okay. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Okay. 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 Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Willie. That's a big.
Hi, can you hear me? Great. Sorry, I didn't say anything. Oh. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, do you know if there's a way that I'm presenting, but it's not full screen on my laptop? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She is a prodigious fundraiser. So.
Yeah, that's already selected. Which one? The window? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Awesome. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she'll be able to hear us once the mic's set up. Does that make sense? And I think she would just be looking at large behind you all.
Oh.
No, we can have you all sit here.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay, great.
Yeah, so you all post up here. Let me let them know that you all are here for a quick run through.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And sorry, Cal, one more question. I'm going first, right? Okay. It was in the program, so I just wanted to double check.
It's kind of an excerpt in a way. I mean, I've taken it.
Okay, and do you want me to log off and log back on or stay on? Okay. Yeah. Just get, yeah, just let me know when I should. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Great, thank you so much.
Okay, there's mine. Should I run through it? Are there buttons? How does how do you shift the slides? Oh yeah, okay. Okay, so it's just.
You can raise the height of this so you don't have to hunch down. There's this button over here.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay,
Yeah.
I will do
Yeah,
that
so
so
that
that
way,
I'm not hunched over.
Because I see,
and-
you're trying to read on it. Yeah, you do have a wireless remote.
I mean, I have my paper text, so I'm not reading from the
Okay.
screen. I just have some bibliography at the end. Oh, and I can use this, can
Yeah.
I? And it has,
The green, hit that green thing. And there,
Oh,
so,
great,
yeah,
great,
and
okay.
it's green, so in case
Okay,
they're
that's great,
colorblind,
that's great.
that they have a better chance of seeing it. They have a better chance.
yeah, great. Oh, that's great. And so this goes, oh yeah,
Right's
oh,
forward,
that's
to
great,
left's
that's
backward.
great. And when I'm actually presenting, those lights will be off? The ones that are on the screen?
I'll have these dimmed down a little
Yeah.
bit. You'll still see
So
some.
that,
That's
so that,
the
but so that
stack
the
of-
slides are,
Well, here, I'll show you what it'll be for that part, because I just have to get the light up to put the chairs in place for.
yeah. Thank you very much.
Should I just read what's on the Yeah, that works.
I mean, whatever you want. I mean,
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I feel like I'm, I'm late to the party. Well, it's usually, if I'm going to do a roundtable, I have a lot of computers. I have a question. I think it would be fine.
yes, I think that there are so many people here who are very engaged and will have their own questions.
I do bounce around. And I have a lot of things.
So I just want to confirm, and Michelle will be able to figure that out. These will be our two student timekeepers in the front, because you all, it's 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yeah, mine's a little bit longer.
Okay, okay. Well, we'll still give her, so you're still oriented in time. Does that make sense?
Okay. You're not gonna cut my mic, start playing music?
No, we're not gonna play the game. We will not.
The game will go.
We want to hear all you have to say.
Do I,
I'm so glad you said that. You just want to say the institutional affiliation, and then move on.
Okay,
If you want to say a little more
More
about that.
slowly or vaporize than it.
Right. Okay. Okay, no, I should have asked that in the email. Okay, that's all.
Were you able to go through yours?
I have not.
Okay.
But I think we should.
Oh, should I go look? Yes, if,
Okay, I did.
how did they pull it out?
It's just up here.
Was it just up there and you went
Yes.
through it? Do you see yours?
The person in the booth
Okay,
put the PowerPoint on and.
let me let Willie know, just 1 second.
So I don't even see it.
Oh. Oh, well, then you don't need to. I mean, I guess the idea is they don't want to waste time just doing the usual accolades that we want to hear people speak. I mean, because that's right, in fact, earlier on, she said, exactly, she said, just, look at the back and you'll see the biographies. Which makes sense. They want to.
Which one are you in this lovely presentation?
I'm
You're
the third
one.
one.
So you see, it rolls right past. You see it? We get through
Oh,
his.
is it all in one PowerPoint?
Yeah, I stitched them together because basically you're going to come up right after him. Yeah, go down.
That makes sense, so that we don't have to.
Well, that plus I don't have to come up here.
Yeah.
After it finishes
Okay, yeah, that works.
his,
That's fine.
then yours is the
Then
next
the other
one up.
one is on.
That's the one. No, yeah,
other
the
one's
first
on
person.
Zoom.
She's
Yeah.
coming up on Zoom.
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to make sure it was the most
problem.
recent version.
Yes, it
Thank
is.
you.
It was the one I got this morning.
Thank you
Because if
so
you look
much.
at
Yeah, I had.
here, no. You see,
Yeah.
one says
Old.
new.
What?
No, it says
Yeah,
new.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
the one from
That's the one.
4-4.
That's the one I
As
sent at
opposed
1 o'clock.
to
see and hear me okay. I'm going to share my screen. All right. Okay. So hi everyone again. Thank you so much for having me today. And thanks for your flexibility in allowing me to join you remotely from New York City. I'm really grateful for the opportunity. My talk today is entitled Africa, Byzantium, and the Making of Medieval Race in Islamic North Africa. In this brief intervention, I will be starting my discussion with the 2023 exhibition Africa and Byzantium, which was on display at the Metropolitan Museum of Art and which I worked on for a number of years. From there, I'll be talking about understandings of and constructions of race in the context of materials included in the exhibition, specifically related to medieval Islamic North Africa, which is an area I study closely in my present program of research. Oops, sorry. Upon entering the galleries where Africa and Byzantium was displayed at the Met, visitors were immediately confronted with a large mosaic hung under the show's golden title. The mosaic in question, which measures roughly 6 by 6 feet, was chosen by our curatorial team as the first object to be seen upon entry, due to its ostensible appearance as a North African Roman object. Roman North Africa, or the area that corresponds to today's Tunisia, was known for its mosaic production. As we often pointed out to exhibition visitors and groups, the Tunisian National Bardo Museum holds the largest collection of Roman mosaics in the world, the vast majority of which were produced locally. This fact, which was often met with surprise or even amazement, served to underscore one of the exhibition's main, if broad, arguments, that Byzantine Africa was a fundamental and deeply innovative cultural center in the late antique and medieval world, appending, of course, previously held Eurocentric notions about medieval Africa's role in the artistic production. A key detail of the mosaic, which often went unnoticed by visitors, however, was a depiction of the figure on the lower right, which I also show in detail here. As you may have already observed, the figure, who holds a wine carafe in his left hand, appears to have a darker skin tone than his companions. Previous scholarship on the mosaic panel has suggested that the scene in fact depicts enslaved figures, attendants assisting in the preparations for a feast in an elite residence, and therefore ascribing difference in status to difference in ethnicity or race. Other objects in the exhibition, such as the two you see here on the screen, were also intended and included to showcase the diversity of pre-modern North and East Africa. Perhaps due to their smaller size, such as in the case of the bronze figure on the right, or due to their provenance, such as in the case of the fresco on the left from Faras in northern Sudan, there has been little scholarship on the link between these figures' social standing and their racial identities, a point that I'm happy to return to when we move on to our larger discussions. While conversations around the question of race in Byzantine and post-Byzantine Africa in the context of the Met Show often focus on the images ostensibly understood as portraiture, another section of the exhibition also referenced histories of race and race-making in the region, albeit indirectly, featuring documents written in Arabic and hailing from collections in Tunisia, including this Quran page on parchment that you see here on the slide. These objects bear witness to the Islamic conquest of North Africa in the 7th century. When examined more closely, we can also understand them as witnesses to the encounter between Islamic Arab armies hailing from the region of the Hijaz, or modern-day Saudi Arabia, and the indigenous populations of North Africa, prompting the start of a long history and legacy of constructions of collective racial identities. Historian Justin Stearns has noted that in the medieval Islamic world, quote, race-making was both widespread and multi-directional, unquote, characterizing this phenomenon as one that cannot be succinctly historicized, as it took different shapes across the various polities of the Islamic world and continues to this day. And here on the screen, you just see a map of the Islamic conquest between the 7th and 9th centuries, as well as a closer map of Islamic North Africa on the right. Certainly, however, medieval texts recounting the conquest of North Africa, which took place in the late 7th and early 8th centuries, played a large part in the dynamic of racecraft. The Arabic text, Al-Futuh al-Buldan, or the Book of Conquest of the Countries, written in the 9th century by Ahmad ibn Yahya al-Baladuri, is one of these sources. In his section on the conquest of Ifriqiya, or modern-day Tunisia, the author cites an observation by a poet who stated, quote, "I have seen in Abdulaziz's home," Abdulaziz was a general in the Arab army, "Berber or Barbar captives with faces more beautiful than I ever saw," end quote. And here you see on the slide a manuscript of the Futuh al-Buldan, or the Book of Conquest, that we hold in the Beinecke Library. Al-Baladuri, a historian who himself is thought to have originated from North Africa, does not use the term Berber exclusively for the inhabitants of Ifriqiya. However, this word is seen to differentiate local communities from the perspective of the Arab armies. Reading the text, it does appear as if the physical appearance of this Berber group left an impression on the narrator, which can be interpreted as a recognition of racial difference. However, as I will discuss in the time that I have left, it is important to remember that historical texts such as Baladuri's were written centuries after the events that they recount, and therefore can be understood as retroactive ascriptions of collective racial identity that in fact reveal little about the historical reality on the ground. They do, however, have implications for scholars interpreting and translating this text throughout time. The textual record from the medieval Islamic world also reveals instances of race-making beyond the genre of historical treatises. Poems or epics, which are often recited out loud, played a large role in court and scholarly cultures in the medieval Islamic world, and they show us how understandings of race could be communicated beyond the visual, in this case, the oral. The pre-Islamic hero Antar, whose exploits are recounted in a group of poems known as the Hanging Odes or the Mu'allaqat, is half Ethiopian, half Arab. His narrative and the poetic text follow conventions we often associate with epic narratives. He's a noble warrior who is in love with Abla, his cousin, whom he strives to marry. And then here in the image, you see Antar, who is kind of gazing lovingly at his love Abla, who is the female figure on horseback. Although Antar's epic dates to the late 6th or early 7th century, the Hanging Odes are only compiled in the mid-12th century in written form. Evidence attests to their being read out loud and performed throughout the medieval period, well into the 19th and even 20th centuries in North Africa and Egypt, but also across the Islamic world. Antar's blackness, by virtue of his Ethiopian lineage, is a key part of his legacy. In the text itself, his difference is understood as a product of his non-Arab, i.e. African genealogical lineage. Within the visual, however, this lineage is more succinctly communicated through Antar's appearance. And this painting, which was made by Syrian artist Abu Subhi al-Tinawi, is part of an immensely popular series of images of the epic produced in the 19th century. So many centuries after the original epic was first thought to have been produced and performed. These images, however, like the texts that precede them, testify more to the reception of the epic and its interpretation centuries after its original production, and therefore represents more modern ideas of racial depiction and difference. Indeed, the work of racecraft, the interpretation of the medieval past, continues well until today, but particularly kind of spikes in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Small scholars, among them historian Ramzi Rouiri, have poignantly argued that the colonial encounter with medieval Arabic historical texts have also played a role in perpetuating ideas around the existence of racial categories in Islamic North Africa. And this is particularly related to the racial denomination of Berber or African, a racial identity that was thought to stand in opposition to an Arab one. Rouiri has coined the term Berberization to identify the phenomenon by which French colonial authors, who were translating Arabic historical texts, including Baladuri's, invented the category of Berber or Berberité to designate all local communities in North Africa which were not Arabophone. And on the slide, you see an example of one such historical text, Ibn Khaldun's Muqaddimah or Prolegomena, and this is the translation that was completed in the 19th century from Arabic into French. What is more, French interpretations of the medieval nomenclature of Berber racialized the term, defining it as one that exclusively denoted the many and varied indigenous communities of North Africa with no distinction. In doing so, they conflated ethnic and racial categories, and finally outlined a hierarchy by which these quote-unquote Berber communities were understood as inferior to the class of Arabs who had conquered their native land. The historical accuracy of these statements is a topic for another time. What is significant for my purposes today, however, is how this exercise of race-making has also affected the scholarly treatment of artistic production from the region. This is exemplified, for instance, in the case of ceramic production from medieval North Africa, including objects such as the bowl that you see here on the screen. Its geometric decoration, which is often described as a prototypical indigenous Berber craft, is argued to have little resonance with the broader corpus of coeval medieval Islamic ceramics. The Berber designation, in the case of these local produced medieval ceramic vessels, also showcase how artistic forms beyond that of figural representation can be slotted into pre-modern ideas around race, and perhaps most poignantly, how the work of race-making continues well beyond the medieval period until this day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. We'll move to our next speaker, and we'll save our questions for when we move to the Q&A. Our next speaker is Thomas Dale from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the organizers, and I'm deeply honored to be part of this gathering, and thank you, audience, for being here. Visible markers of difference seem deceptively simple to discern in the official public images from 14th century Venice. At left, a carved capital from the Doge's palace, seat of the Venetian government, depicts a turbaned black African with protruding lips. At right, a mosaic in the baptistry of San Marco shows a darker-skinned Ethiopian in exotic dress, watching a compatriot being baptized by the light-skinned apostle Matthew. While physiognomy, skin color, and costume are obvious markers of ethnicity, I argue that the specific context in which these images are displayed allows us to recover more subtle markers of racialization rooted in antiquity and elaborated within a medieval Christian worldview. Although the term race, or race in French, originates in the 15th century, and has been tied to essentializing biological definitions of race, long since discredited, a growing body of scholarship in pre-modern critical race studies embraces race as a powerful construct for articulating pre-modern difference. Geraldine Heng has encouraged us to consider the concept of pre-modern racial thinking, arguing that race is, quote, one of the primary names we have to demarcate human beings through differences that are selectively essentialized to distribute positions and powers differentially to human groups, unquote. Cord Whitaker specifies that, quote, the black and white split that defines race in the modern West is the result of the Middle Ages, especially the Crusaders' insistence on the purity and innocence of Christians and the sinfulness and depravity of Muslims and other non-Christians, end of quote. To return to my first example, the capital from the Doge's palace visualizes difference through distinct physiognomies and headgear,
we see two recognizable stereotypes: a turbaned black African with flattened nose and protruding lips, and a Mongol Tatar in a fur-lined cap with narrow eyes, wavy hair, and beard. A second capital, known from an 18th century copy, depicts a wider range of ethnicities with inscriptions identifying a Persian, Latin, Turk, Hungarian, Goth, and Egyptian. Most scholars have emphasized that in the context of the Doge's palace as seat of Venetian government and regulator of the adjacent marketplace, these capitals reflect Venice's expansive trading network and the multiculturalism of its empire. Venice had traded in the Middle East since at least the 9th century, when its merchants stole St. Mark's relics from Alexandria to make him their patron saint. Mark's African homeland continued to resonate throughout the city's long history and visual culture. After leading the Fourth Crusade in 1204, Venice also established an empire in the eastern Mediterranean, including parts of mainland Greece and the island of Crete, which became a way station for Venetian merchants traveling both to North Africa and the Black Sea, bringing them into direct contact with Mongols, Turks, and Mamluks, among others. Familiarity through trade and empire may explain why these relatively naturalistic, though still stereotyped images, contrast with the caricatured depictions of Jews and Muslims in North European art as dark-skinned, hook-nosed, snarling tormentors of Christ and white Christian saints. Another marker of difference is more subtly encoded in the sculpture of the Doge's palace: genealogies of whiteness and blackness based on religious difference, Trojan lineage, and ancient climate theory. A biblical genealogy of race is represented by the drunkenness of Noah at the southeast corner of the palace. Shem and Japheth cover their father's loins and react in horror, while Ham, who mocked Noah's naked state, is separated from them on the other side of the arch. This underlines his father's curse that Ham's descendants should be enslaved by his brother's descendants. Over time, the narrative of Noah's sons was transformed by Isidore of Seville, among others, into the origin story of three distinct races located in the three known continents: Japheth in Europe, Shem in Asia, and Ham in Africa, considered to be the ancestor of the dark-skinned Egyptians, Nubians, and Ethiopians. Venice's promotion of this genealogical race-making is seen in the Provençal version of a universal history authored by the Franciscan Fra Paolino Veneto in the early decades of the 14th century. The first part of the manuscript conveys world history as a series of genealogical diagrams, beginning with Adam and Eve and including all sorts of biblical lineages, genealogies of ancient Greek gods, Roman emperors, and various European polities, including the Venetian doges. The genealogy of Noah, shown here, includes Isidore of Seville's map of the world. Oops, I thought I was pressing the right button here. It's right, oh, no, okay, it's right here. Use basic digital technology here. Okay, the green button, I'm sorry, I was taught that. There we go. Excuse me, yes. So we've seen the map. Along the right edge of the folio, the descendants of the cursed Ham include the kings of Egypt, who are here represented with dark skin and enlarged white teeth and bloodshot enlarged eyes, clearly caricatured in their faces in contrast to the white figures. Tellingly, this is the same physiognomy that's used for the so-called sultans of Egypt, or designated here as kings of the Saracens, at the right, adjacent the Venetian doges. So here are the kings of the Saracens, as they're called here. Here are the doges. Medieval literary narratives conflated Ethiopians with African Muslims, misnamed as Saracens or Moors. Drawing on ancient climate theory, including Ptolemy and Hippocrates, medieval natural philosophers such as Albert the Great and Bartholomew the Englishman argued that the proximity of the Ethiopians to the equator and the hot sun predetermined their deviant physical appearances and character. By contrast, the lineage of whiteness for medieval Venice, as with many other European polities, was traced to the Trojans. In the autograph manuscript of Fra Paulino's Chronicle that I've already referred to, the Trojan genealogy is juxtaposed with the map of Venice. And a text on the bottom of the folio describes how the great-nephew of King Priam of Troy, Priam Jr., founded Venice after fleeing Troy, thus paralleling Aeneas, the legendary founder of Rome. In keeping with the promotion of the Trojan warriors as heroic knights in the medieval Roman de Troyes tradition, Priam appears as a medieval knight in chainmail. Venice's Trojan connection is publicly highlighted by a capital on the west flank of the Doge's palace, in which King Priam of Troy is the first in a series of ancient rulers culminating in the Roman Emperor Octavian, under whom Christ was born. The significance of this juxtaposition would not have been lost on Venetian citizens at a time when the city simultaneously claimed the Trojan lineage and ruled over a large part of the Eastern Roman Empire. At the same time, the visual language is significant. In contrast to the relatively naturalistic portrayal of the foreigners that we've looked at on other capitals, we see a stylized image based on Gothic portraits of white European rulers, with long flowing hair and beard and mustache, crown and lily scepter. The same style is used for the personification of Venice as sword-wielding figure of justice and simultaneously as the Virgin Mary, the Queen of Heaven, who was considered to be primary protector of the city, which celebrated its foundation on the Feast of the Annunciation. French Gothic had become the pan-European language of Christian courts, tracing lineage to the sainted crusader king Louis IX in Paris. The whiteness of the marble, the elegant, elongated proportions, the idealized face and long flowing hair all trace their lineage to Parisian Gothic statuettes in ivory, whose unpainted skins established whiteness as the unmarked European norm, in contrast to the dark-skinned enemies of the Crusaders. Complementing this message of European whiteness is an emphasis on imperial Christendom, in which non-Christians are subject to conversion. This message is conveyed in the mosaic over the baptismal font of San Marco, where Christ is shown commanding the apostles to baptize the nations while condemning those who do not convert. Despite their diversity, all the newly baptized are assimilated to European whiteness in the font. That is, all except for the Ethiopians. This is a significant exception, which evokes the racial trope that was used to disparage black Africans, and then Muslims, as a foil for Christian whiteness. The inclusive message of baptism belies the fact, however, that Venetians were leading players in the Mediterranean slave trade and used ethnicity and religion to justify enslavement. Muslims, Mongols, Jews, and even Orthodox Christians are among those listed in notarial documents as being enslaved peoples for the Venetians. And these documents, and I have an example of one of these original documents on the page here, list the former name of the individual in the original language, and then the new Latin baptismal name given by the owner after forced conversion. While the majority were Slavic, Mongol, and Circassian women, it is African and Mongol or Tatar men who are depicted among the enslaved tradesmen in the capital of the Doge's palace, and black Africans who appear as water carriers on the west facade of St. Mark's, or as shackled slaves in the claws of griffins and lions adjacent the south portal. And this faced the piazzetta, which was the space in which enslaved people were sold alongside other commodities. Ultimately, a metaphorical blackness sustained Venetian whiteness and empire, demonstrating a fundamental intersection of race, blackness, and religion, which sadly has echoes in our own time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker is Elena Fitzpatrick Sifford from Muhlenberg College.
Thank you so much. First off, I'd just like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Melanie Harvey, for the warm welcome, and for everyone else involved, and thank you as well to the audience. My talk today is entitled African Attendants and Embodied Ideologies of Race in Early Modern Circum-Atlantic Visual Culture. I'm going to start off with just a little bit of background from coming from the field as an early modernist, studying art in colonial Latin America, and thinking about the kind of circum-Atlantic world beginning in the 16th century. And so within this field of early modern studies, a debate has emerged regarding the applicability of the term race to discuss cultural production that predates the 18th century when biological ideas about race came to fruition. So some scholars, known at times as the inapplicability school, insist on only the use of period terminologies to speak of, for example, in colonial Latin America, we have terms like géneros de gente, or the types of people. That was a preferred term in the 16th century, and then castas, similar to caste, right, which is a term that came into wider use beginning in the 17th century. So folks who are within this sort of ideological bent insist that the use of the word race or the term race is anachronistic when considering a period that had their own terminologies and their own related systems of understanding difference. Another camp, a camp in which I sit, and I believe many of us sit, argues that race, as we understand it today, right, has deep roots that extend back to pre-Enlightenment eras. And that, as literary scholar Noemi Ndaye aptly describes, and I quote her here, period terminologies aside, race refers to any type of difference that was strategically selected and essentialized in order to justify the specific positioning of different demographic groups in uneven social hierarchies. So with Ndaye's definition in mind, I turn now to some works of art produced on both sides of the Atlantic that speak to the ways that that visualization of race developed. A pattern that emerges is one, in one particular way, that artists conveyed difference, that not only using conventions that we might expect, such as skin color, hair texture, clothing, and things like this, but these varying physical manifestations of race, remember, difference to justify social hierarchies, developed visually in the very way that racialized bodies were depicted, which included things like gesture, movement, and bodily position in relationship to others. So in regards to people of African descent, the most commonly expected visual tropes of the period might include, of course, brown skin, oftentimes very exaggerated, and purposely contrasted with extremely fair, white figures in the picture, followed by, differences in hair texture and so on. But what's interesting is that with the rise of the transatlantic slave trade, we begin to see that the Black African body becomes further reimagined to embody ideas around deference and servitude. Africans in both European and American art, and I use American hemispherically, right, art of the Americas, came at times to be depicted in relation to their masters as attendants, often smaller, supplicant, kneeling positions, right? Servile positions, gazing upwards or to the side, toward the master, and later toward their liberator. Racialized thinking thereby penetrated deeper than outside visible appearance and attached its ideas to the imagining of the body itself and its activation. Bodily postures, gestures, gazes, and the physical manifestations of hierarchy served visually as racialized markers, increasingly in early modern visual culture. This association with between physical traits and bodily comportment played a central role in the circular logic of racial construction and its attempts at ascribing hierarchical meaning to physical difference. So I'm going to point, for the purposes of this talk, briefly, I'm going to point to a few examples and leaving enough time for our discussion. This image that I'm showing here is an exhibition cover, and it features a painting by an Ecuadorian artist named Vicente Alban, his Noble Woman with a Black Slave. It's one actually of a series of 6 paintings depicting Quito's different racialized types set against a natural landscape. So the painting, as you can see, served as cover and promotional image for the exhibition, which was entitled Archive of the World, Art and Imagination in Spanish America, 1500 to 1800, mounted at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art in late 2022. Archive of the World showcased what the curator Ilona Katsu called a confluence of riches that drew on indigenous, European, Asian, and African art, and signaled the status of the Americas as a major emporium, described by one period author as an archive of the world. So I was really struck. I was invited to a Scholars' Day at LACMA, and I was really struck by the choice of this particular painting to advertise the show, and painted in 1783, as you can see, quite late in this kind of colonial period. So for those, for a North American audience, the image may invoke the mammy type, crystallized most famously, of course, in the 1939 film adaptation of Gone with the Wind. Mammy, a house slave, did much of the work, of course, of raising the O'Hara children, and serves as a chaperone and a loyal protector to the young Scarlet. And so there's this way in which the two characters are kind of cast as opposites, Mammy being sort of stripped of the kind of conventional markers of beauty, and Scarlet as, this fair-skinned, beautiful, petite, and all of these sorts of markers of beauty. Of course, many, many criticisms have been levied against the book and the film adaptations. I won't, go into too much of it, but visually, we can see the parallels between the film still and the painting, which similarly aggrandizes the white woman via the attentiveness of the enslaved Black woman who stands behind her, serves her, gazes towards her, and all of these sorts of ways that those power dynamics are displayed within the body. So Noble Woman with a Black Slave, and this is a translation of the title, which is written in the cartouche out lower left. As I mentioned, it was one of a series of 6 paintings. The paintings depict various racialized types in Quito, And they all include a cornucopia of fruits, trees, and plants, both local and exotic, the recording of which has been linked to a series of expeditions carried out beginning in 1783, led by the Spanish naturalist José Celestino Mutis, under the authorization of Charles III of Spain. And so the project included not only botanists, but geographers, zoologists, astronomers, painters, and their assistants. Together, they surveyed the natural bounty of the Viceroyalty of Nueva Granada, which is modern-day Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, and Venezuela. They were harvesting field samples, analyzing botanical species and their uses, utilizing the taxonomic methods of Swedish botanist Carl Linnaeus. So this kind of taxonomic impulse, right, has been described and celebrated as a highlight of the Hispanic Enlightenment, thereby including Latin America and the cultural innovations of the 18th century and the growing interest in scientifically studying and recording the natural world. While these concerns are certainly central to the project, the images extend beyond natural curiosity. While the fruits are meticulously rendered, they're enlarged, of course, as we often see, to proportions that far surpass their natural conditions. But similarly, the human types are exaggerated and distorted to communicate ideas about class and racial hierarchy rather than anything having to do with empirically observed individuals. And so, in fact, the trope of this kind of attendant picture has long roots that date back at least to the late Middle Ages, thereby indicating that despite the fact that the Alban painting is displaying this kind of Enlightenment impetus to scientifically categorize, it in fact relies on these really long-standing visual traditions to convey ideas about what we now know as race, right? Again, difference used to justify hierarchy. So I lack time to sufficiently really analyze these images, but there's been some really interesting work. Art historians like Paul Kaplan and Diane Wolfthal have recently examined how the enslaved have been depicted, regardless of their racial origin, at times physically manifested via bodies that appeared small, marginalized, kneeling, or otherwise physically subservient. And examples showcasing these African attendants, whether there's much debate over are these people enslaved, are they servants, if they have shackles, is that a sign of their enslavement, and so on, which is why I refer to them as attendant figures, because we don't always know their legal status. But that essentially these types of images are becoming increasingly common in art of both Europe and the Americas during the rise of the transatlantic slave trade. I'm going to turn briefly now to the ways that the African attendant figure has been used in religious, moralizing, and abolitionist propaganda. In the early 17th century in Peru, an indigenous nobleman named Felipe Guamampoma de Ayala penned an incredible manuscript numbering over 1,000 pages and consisting of some nearly 400 line drawings, of two of which you're seeing here. Composed as a letter to Spanish King Philip III, the Nueva Crónica y Buen Gobierno, or the First New Chronicle and Good Government, recorded Andean history both before and after the Spanish conquest. And with the aim of recounting the abuses against the indigenous peoples at the hands of the Spanish colonial administration. Guamampoma's overarching goal is towards indigenous liberation, native liberation, but he also includes people that he calls bozales, who are Africans who are directly from the continent, as part of his moralizing agenda. In this section of the manuscript, Guamampoma shows a black couple cruelly beaten by their abusive master, despite their profound faith and their devotion, right, which you can see in the previous image. Notice again here the conveyance of race. Guamampoma is working here only with line drawings, and he's using conventions of facial features, hair texture, but also the position of the body, right? The kneeling, crouching, gazing upwards towards the white master or the white savior, this image of the Virgin Mary on the back wall. By the 18th century, these longstanding conventions of portraying Black Africans kneeling, standing behind, gazing up toward their master, came to be used for both religious and political rhetoric. Much the way the supplicant enslaved African aggrandizes the Spanish cleric to Colombia in this painting of San Luis Beltran, which you can see there on the left. Simón Bolívar, the liberator, is couched as the great savior of the enslaved in a medal commemorating the erection of a monument to Simón Bolívar in Bogota. The Bolivar medal, therefore, also recalls for us the viral Wedgwood anti-slavery medallions, Am I Not a Man and a Brother? And I think this kind of putting these in conversation with each other is important to help us to think about the Americas more hemispherically. We tend to be really siloed, and there's really so many connections that we can make between what's happening with this type of imagery, this kind of race making, beyond nationalistic borders. Such images and the racial hierarchies that they herald have, of course, come into scrutiny in more recent years. In December of 2020, the Boston Art Commission voted to remove a statue of Abraham Lincoln, the Thomas Ball statue, the copy, which is in Boston. There's a version here in DC, that includes a black man at his feet kneeling with broken chains. And this statue features Lincoln holding the Emancipation Proclamation, and it was actually commissioned by Black freedmen and Union veterans. Of the original statue, the great abolitionist Frederick Douglass wrote, "The Negro here, though rising, is still on his knees and nude. What I want to see before I die is a monument representing the Negro, not couchant on his knees like a four-footed animal, but erect on his feet like a man." Douglass here highlights the function of embodiment in communicating status and racial ideologies. Though perhaps rising, as Douglass mentions, the figure is clearly subordinate to Lincoln, who is couched as the great white savior, thereby denying the very agency of enslaved people in their own liberation. In more recent years, of course, Black athletes in the United States, beginning with Colin Kaepernick, have re-signified the kneeling stance from servile to one of empowerment and protest. To conclude, I've provided today some thoughts on the way beyond the typical mechanisms of ascribing racial difference via skin color, hair texture, facial features, that race and its related hierarchies were conveyed through bodily comportment, gesture, gaze, and the body. These visual manifestations of difference, with the goal of maintaining hierarchy, developed in the centuries preceding the rise of biological ideas about what we now call race. Therefore, even when we look at Enlightenment-era images, we are reminded of the long shadow of history from which these visual tropes and their related ideologies arose. The supplicant African was used in both religious and secular contexts to convey notions of African inferiority and reliance on a white savior for redemption. These tropes crossed colonial contexts, offering us an important lesson in understanding that while specificity always matters, at the same time, lessons can be learned by thinking hemispherically and investigating the ways in which visual culture was part of larger networks of exchange and interconnected ideologies. Thank you.
Going to invite our panelists to come up so we can begin the roundtable. And are we going to have Michelle on? Excellent. There you are. Hi. Okay, so we're going to start the conversation and then we'll open it up to a Q&A, and there are mics on both sides of the auditorium, and we invite you, if you want to go ahead and ask a question, to go ahead and get in line so I know the visual cue, okay? Not talk so close to the microphone. So, if I may, I'd like to open maybe with some of these, maybe picking up on what Michelle, you had mentioned about sort of, you close your talk with this enticing, and so asking the question about the non-figural. And since we were just listening to ways of showing difference in gesture and movement and other ways, I wondered if you could say a little bit more about the tease that you gave us. Oh, we can't hear you. Hold on one second. Maybe in the sound booth, I can hear them working. Okay. Well, maybe while we're waiting for the sound, I can pivot to our other speakers in the same sort of way, because I think that the gesture and movement that you so eloquently articulated as showing difference. And I also thought of the way that you were talking about in the Doge's Palace, how Ham is separated spatially. If there were other instances maybe that you could tell that are less about the figural and more tying in the different gestural and spatial differences. So I don't know if you want to start or if you wanted to jump.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really fascinated by the image that you showed that had the genealogy of Ham. And in particular, thinking about the way that difference is constructed when we look at it visually in terms of it's a manuscript, right? So it has color, right? So we can see, the skin color. What's interesting to me in that image, and it reminds me of the Alban painting that I showed, and also images from the ducal court in Mantua, is that the African figure seems to be depicted with these teeth, right? These teeth that are almost like, they almost look animal-like. They almost remind me of blackface type of imagery, right? And I've been thinking about this because I've seen it pop up in these few, different iterations, that perhaps this is also coming from the ancient world when you think about images of, sort of barbarian types of people who might have similar kind of snarling types of things, but I hadn't seen it from this medieval type of perspective. So there's so many different ways where these ideas about difference are being picked up on or stereotyped that aren't necessarily the typical markers that we associate with racial difference.
Yes, I really did want to emphasize the importance of this idea of genealogy because, it is related to later definitions in terms of bloodline. And in fact, the definition of race beginning in the 15th century when the term was first used in French, it was used for the bloodlines of hunting birds and falcons and also horses. It was tied, of course, to the aristocracy, and the whole idea of blue bloods sort of comes from that period too. And then it ends up being applied more broadly to differentiation. But so that, genealogy, lineages, I think takes us into something that goes beyond simply, categorizing the iconography of skin color, which only gets you so far, and in some ways just sort of reinforces a kind of simplistic definition of race. But yes, there is a certain caricaturing in those images in the lineages that I showed you from the illuminated manuscript. And the interesting thing is that is also mapped on, they're still using the basic Gothic ideal, but then they're mapping skin color and they're creating these kind of exaggerated facial expressions. And I think implied there is violence because images that I didn't have time to show you, another role that is given to the black African character in these medieval images, including in Venice, is as the black executioner. And so you have, again, this accentuation through behavior, not just skin color, through positionality. And again, in this larger manuscript of genealogies, you have side by side. You have the Trojan genealogy of whiteness that is the foundation for many European mythologies of their foundation. It's because they're trying to emulate Rome ultimately. But it is curious because the Trojans lost the war against the Greeks. So there's also a kind of anti-Easternism there, a kind of Orientalism because the Greeks are associated with the East in this version of sort of Latin European culture. I also wanted to respond to what you were pointing out, this sort of accentuation of blackness and whiteness in the same image, through juxtaposition and a kind of exaggeration of no one has skin that white, just as no one has skin that is totally that black. So that black and whiteness is, something that surely does originate in medieval images, if not going back further. Madeleine Caveness, who has written a lot about race in medieval art, very perceptively observed that the moment in which the representation of black Africans becomes more common is in the 13th century. It's partly due to the result of the Crusades and through trade, but it's interesting that only at that moment do you see Europeans being represented with the porcelain whiteness of skin in illuminated manuscripts. So there's this kind of this moment of anxiety over differentiating one's own self from the black other that is represented on the other side of the coin.
It's fascinating, and also you showed, I think it was a Virgin Mary image, and you see something really quite similar that happens in colonial Latin America, where if you look at an image of the Virgin Mary from that same period of the Cusco, or the Quito painting that I showed, the Vicente Alban painting, the woman looks identical to these kinds of virginal types of imagery, right? Where the skin is so exaggerated. So you have this same thing happening, right? All these hundreds of years later.
So before we get to the question that we have, I would like to give Michelle a chance to jump in. Hopefully we've fixed the sound.
Oh no, we still can't hear you. Are you muted?
This is cool.
Maybe we should take
You're not muted, are you?
She said she's not muted.
Oh, okay.
Is there something we have to do at the podium?
I don't know. I think they would tell us.
Maybe we can just take a question.
Yes, I think that's fine. So maybe we can take the question, unless it's for Michelle.
Dr. Stark, thank you. It's great to see you again. This discussion that references history and imagery from history, we're going back biblically, if you're going to talk about Ham. We're going to talk about antiquity, Greek, Roman. And now we have to come to today. Dr. Thomas Dale, you referenced the issue of violence. Today, your collective admonitions to us to understand this history leads us to understand the environment in which we find ourselves today in America. This matter of violence in America, based on ascriptions of difference to difference in Americans today, what might you jointly or severally help us to understand why we should take the lessons that you've given us today to activate us to confront the challenges that we find extant in American society today?
Well, I can start by saying that one of the reasons I undertook my current research because I had been kind of blind to the images that were in my area of study. I've studied medieval Venice for a long time, but Charlottesville was a wake-up call for me. And then the Confederate monuments, and then the January 6th insurrection, because in each of these moments, and they're not isolated, there are many other moments, and you can find it in Europe too, white nationalists have been taking up symbols from European medieval culture that they perceive to be signs of a white purity of the past that they want to revive. And so I guess part of what we have to do is, first of all, advocate for a better understanding of medieval culture, which, as most enlightened people know, is much more complicated. Not all Christians were white. Take the example of African Byzantium, the exhibition that was discussed. That's in the heart of Africa. The Nubian population is one among the oldest Christian populations in the world, and somehow that gets forgotten. So not only are the Middle Ages more complicated, take the example of also medieval Iberia, Muslims, Jews, and Christians sharing a visual culture for many, many centuries. So we have that argument against the caricature of whiteness in the Middle Ages. But on the other hand, what I've also presented today is, unfortunately, yes, some of those structures that are used to justify racism today, that are used to erase ideas about slavery and the legacy of slavery in this country, this kind of color blindness, we need to also show that, in fact, some of these ideas are rooted in medieval culture. And that's why I tried to trace that through genealogy. So to answer your question, yes, I think we need to educate people, advocate for a better understanding of medieval society, and then, of course, fight against the racial stereotyping and expose the roots of some of these attitudes. So that's my response. Of course, it's not enough, but I think it's a starting point to recognize these structures of systematic racism that go back through antiquity and the Middle Ages, and try to expose them and dismantle those ways of whitewashing the history of the past, because that has an impact on how we view the present.
Thank you. It's a great question. It reminds me of the famous quote by Kamala Devi Harris: "You think you fell out of a coconut tree?" Right? Like there's context to everything, right? There's this long lineage that has brought us to where we currently are. And it's important for me as an art historian to think about that through the lens of the visual, right? That when we look at images, we're not just looking at a recording of something, but we're looking at an object that is reifying and spreading and perpetuating ideology. And so I think that there is power in knowing our history and knowing how we got to where we are.
Absolutely. Okay, I heard Michelle. So I want to
Sorry to be the voice from above. Just testing the audio. I have so much to say, but I think I will just piggyback on my panelists, what they were saying about kind of modern, contemporary twists of what we understand to be medieval history. One of the things that I've been really drawn to in my own work is exactly the issue that I was talking about in my talk, which is there is a reinterpretation of medieval texts that are taking place a millennium after they were first written, and that interpretation and translation and edition is done in service of the colonial project. But then in the 21st century, we are still reading texts in translation because of our, we are still kind of indebted to that colonial perspective. And I think to be thinking about kind of the constructions of race in that longue durée, like over many centuries, is important because it's it's taking place over time, but over different geographies, different historiographies, different scholarly traditions, and we can't. And it's very difficult to kind of pinpoint the beginning of something or the end of something, if that makes sense. And so, so yes. And then I also want to say to Professor Thomas Dale, thank you so much for bringing up genealogy and Ham, because that's something that I wanted to bring up in my own presentation with the figure of Hantar, who I discussed, who's the hero in the epic poem, because he is also being described as a descendant of Ham, because he's half Ethiopian, and that genealogical origin that he has is how the text kind of recognizes him as being different from kind of his Arab companions. And so it's the genealogy and the lineage that is being emphasized in the text itself, but then when you look at the visuals, particularly the visuals that are produced in the 19th century, they are making more of that visual distinction. In the image that I showed of Hantar and his lover, you'll notice that Hantar is this dark-skinned figure and his lover is this white-skinned figure, and you have this contrast this color contrast that's being very purposefully drawn. And it is one that actually I discovered in my research starts happening in the 17th century onwards. And so you kind of have this, so kind of speaking to what you both are describing about emphasizing whiteness and emphasizing blackness is also happening in the early modern Islamic world, well beyond when these texts were first written. So I'm going to stop there.
Okay. Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So do you see that the gender playing a role in the color?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. There's part of that as well, and that is kind of the black hero and the white object of affection or desire is a trope that you see in these kind of very early pre-Islamic epics as well.
Interesting. Okay. Are there, I think there's fantastic, another question.
Hi, thank you so much for all your presentations today. I am not an early modern scholar. I know more about contemporary art, so forgive me if this question is maybe naive. But I was wondering if there were objects that were made by artists on the continent or craftsmen on the continent that depict whiteness, and whether or not that is like would be a fruitful comparison. I'm familiar with some tusk carvings that, like, as colonialists and Europeans went to the African continent, they started incorporating them more into their artwork. And so I'm familiar with that, those types of objects, but I was wondering if a comparison with how Africans on the continent are depicting whiteness between how Europeans are depicting blackness would be fruitful in your work.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, there are Benin bronzes that show the Portuguese with their rifles, and many examples of the sappy Portuguese ivories that show very bearded Europeans. What's interesting with some of those objects is that they're these kinds of prestige types of objects. Some of them are being created for export to Europe, for the Wunderkammer, right, for people who are collecting these objects from far away, these kind of exotic curios, or what have you. But many of them are being used within the local community. For things like ancestral altars, ways of kind of aggrandizing the status of the Oba in the Benin context. So I haven't come across exactly what you're saying in terms of using that as a comparative model. But I love that you're thinking in this way, because it's important that when we talk about race that we also talk about whiteness, right? Which we tend not to do. So thank you for that question.
I would just note it doesn't exactly answer your question, but it does get to agency and not always seeing things from the European standpoint. And that is, there was the Caravans of Gold exhibition, which was looking about the interactions between Africa and Europe in a way that was more balanced and looking at the creativity and the riches and, of course, as the sources of objects as well as materials in African kingdoms. And, you know, there's the famous map, a Spanish map of Abraham Cresque of Abu Musa was, you know, the wealthiest man in the world at the time. He was, you know, he was black, and he's shown as such with the caravans coming into his land. So what you raise is the important kind of corrective. I mean, from the Islamic standpoint, there are these 13th century manuscripts that show also within Islam a certain discrimination. Who could be enslaved? Well, again, it's based on religion and partly on skin color. So it's not just a European thing, in other words.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please, Michelle.
Just very briefly, one of the examples I show in my presentation, which is that fresco that was on display in African Byzantium, shows a Nubian figure who's darker skinned, who's standing in front of a white figure, and that's actually a Nubian bishop who is protected by the figure, like a religious figure, likely Jesus, and the religious figure is white, and the Nubian figure is darker skinned. And that's a really interesting example. These frescoes were produced in Faras for a church on the Sudanese-Egyptian border. The church was destroyed during the construction of the Aswan Dam, and so half of the frescoes actually went to the National Museum in Warsaw, and you can see digitized versions of them. The other half stayed in Sudan at the National Museum, and we unfortunately found out a couple weeks ago that they were destroyed. But these are really interesting examples because you can kind of see a very kind of self-representation, self-portraiture of these Nubian figures in contrast to these religious figures that they are showing as white. And it's not something that's really been discussed a lot, but I encourage you to check it out if you're interested.
That's fantastic. Okay, I think we have last question.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because the morning section, we talked about sexuality and presumably other kinds of identifications and identities. And I was just thinking, today's afternoon panel, that's obvious as well. I mean, I was thinking in terms of Dr. Fitzpatrick Sifford's presentation of the Alban painting. Obviously, those fruits are supposed to be feminine, right? That's why they're split open and they look vaginal. And one is white and one is dark. And that's also about, of course, not only propagation, but of course, control of land, all the metaphors. And is that me just in my mind, or is that something that can be read? And I think about the masculinity in terms of the Venetian. I mean, Noah is a failed man, right? That's the drunkenness. But his sons are ideals of what masculinity should be. So I'm just drawing this out to sort of think through all the intersectionalities that all of us, I think, are trying to do, because it's never just single issue identity. But that's maybe me, and I didn't have any cocktails at lunch, but.
I'm gonna be looking at the paintings a whole new way now. Thank you. I hadn't thought about it that way. I mean, it definitely relates to fertility in that sense of the feminine. These ideas of the Americas as being this fertile place, right, where there were these ideas that you could, if you go there, you could get spoiled like a rotten fruit, right? And that these were objects that were being exported to Europe for consumption by people who had never been to the Americas. So they're taking this all in as these kinds of exotic kind of curiosities. And the fruit plays a big role in that, because the fruits are not only, I didn't get into the fruit, but now that you brought up the fruit is not only local fruits, but it's also imported fruits that are imported to Europe. And then the artist, and you see in the cartouche, specifically points out what the fruit is and where it came from and how it compares to the strawberries in Europe and things like that. So the fruits themselves are also a way of kind of conveying these ideas around ecological difference, racial difference, and now I'm going to be thinking about gender as well.
Gender, I think, yes, is part of the intersectionality of race in the medieval European West. In terms of San Marco and the Doge's Palace, well, the Doge's Palace, of course, it has lots of images of fruit and vegetables because it's, in a way, it's right next to the marketplace and it's trying to look at the spoils of empire. Where does all of that exotic stuff come from? It comes from the Middle East and further afield even. And so it is an expression of empire. Gender comes into it in the sense that there's a capital of courtly love, which is all about, of course, regeneration and pregnancy and the line. And the context for that is that the Ducal Palace of Venice was rebuilt in the 1340s because they were expanding the Great Council, and who was represented in the council depended on your family lineage, your bloodline. So insofar as, the women as the progenitors, they need to provide the continuation of the line. And that is shown in this very kind of French Gothic whiteness, the courtly love narrative, which is distinct from the characterization of the foreign peoples.
I just wanted to give Michelle, if you had anything.
Oh, well, I think I already mentioned it with the portrait of Hansard and his lover, Abla, which is, as I mentioned, there's a black figure and a white figure, and I think that's, again, a trope that happens a lot in kind of medieval Islamic courtly romance epics, and it is certainly something to be considering, and I think within the realm of medieval Islam, understandings of kind of medieval sexuality and the role of gender, and particularly masculinity, is still an emerging topic of research. And I think, I hope that as this research evolves, it does consider the intersectional. So, yeah.
Well, fantastic. So with that, I think we will take a break. So I'll pass it over to Dr. Harvey. Thank you one more time. Can we?
Yeah, I was going to say, can we give a round of applause to these stellar presentations that have transported us to antiquity and the medieval period. And again, thank you, Dr. Stark, for leading us through this. So we're going to take a very brief 10-minute break. It will be very brief, just to turn things around, and we will begin promptly at 3:30, okay? our 3:30 session on race in the modern imagination. Okay, and so it is my pleasure to bring forth again one of our guest co-chairs and one of our honorees for this Porter Colloquium, Kamara Holloway.
Good afternoon. So the presenters this afternoon are going to be Paul Chott-Smith, Lily Cho, and Sean Michelle Smith, and their bios are found on pages 14 and 15 of the program. So I'm going to invite Paul to come up and give us his presentation.
Afternoon, everybody. I want to thank Jackie Francis and Melanie Harvey for the invitation. And I also want to recognize Karen Lummy and her team for organizing what's now the hottest museum exhibition on the planet. I was invited to be part of a vetting session years and years ago. We are very slow at the Smithsonian in organizing exhibitions. And so my congratulations to her and her team for Shape of Power. 2018, a hell of a year. My hit show Americans opened in January, among glowing reviews from the New Yorker and the LA Times and the BBC and the PBS NewsHour, a bunch of places Smithsonian shows are often ignored. All the other curators at the Smithsonian were jealous, or so I imagined at least. The show cost millions and took years on one of those rare projects when the stars aligned. And the right people were on the team, and the director, you'll see an image of him next to a donkey, it's Kevin Gover, buys in 100%, and even when you blow right past a very fat budget, as one does, it all comes together better than you might have imagined. The show is about a paradox that we call Indians everywhere. It asks, how can it be that Native American names and imagery are ubiquitous in American life, and actual Native Americans are mostly invisible? We built a vast room, 100 feet by 30 feet, and filled it with hundreds of objects and images that argued our point. A flight-tested Tomahawk missile, a vintage Indian motorcycle, clips from Seinfeld and South Park, and centuries of products that had nothing to do with Indians, yet plastered us all over the packaging. We propose that rather than simply being kitsch and stupid and racist, Indians everywhere, these images and representations, were a deeply weird, spooky, mysterious, even subversive phenomenon that warranted closer study. Indians are a tiny percentage of the United States, yet our visual presence is everywhere. On the names of a third of the states, countless rivers and towns, weapon systems, sports teams, streets, products, well, you name it. Why is this the case? We answer the question this way. Americans, in their bones, know that the United States was built at devastating cost to Native people. They aren't sure how to think about this, and rarely do consciously. The imagery, the wallpaper of American life, is a constant reminder of that hard truth. It's in the background, it's just there, and has been there from the earliest memories of most Americans. Indians everywhere says, pay no attention, nothing to see here. Nothing weird about Native images and names surrounding Americans 24/7. That dream catcher on the family minivan, just a cool piece of art, right? No reason to discuss it or anything. But bringing it into the light, paying attention, exploring how it works and what it does, that was a fault line we chose to investigate. Essentially, we built a machine that pinged visitors for their memories and emotion and emotional connections to these imaginary American Indians. Or as some would say, we weaponized nostalgia. The party line, meaning my party of Native intellectuals, mostly would say this whole thing is awful. Well, they're right, it is. But it's also kind of great, kind of beautiful and optimistic. If you look at 2 centuries plus of pop culture, you see a profound connection between Americans and American Indians. It shows that Americans oppose amnesia. It says Indians are somehow the most American thing ever. It says American Indians are central to American national identity. And I love that. What a powerful idea. So we saw the motorcycles and headdress-wearing presidents, fashion models, and Kanye West tour merchandise as a tip of an iceberg and said, let's check out what's under the waterline. So we looked at moments that profoundly shaped American history: the life of Pocahontas, Thanksgiving, Battle of Little Bighorn, and one I'm going to discuss this afternoon, the Trail of Tears. Here's a story that most people know, that a bad man named Andrew Jackson put thousands of Cherokee Indians on a death march across the Mississippi River. It's understood today as a grave injustice, a shameful episode in American history. Nobody these days said, hey, that was pretty cool. I didn't care for that version. It was sentimental, devoid of context, and generated more pity than insight. I freaking hate people feeling sorry for Indians. Fortunately, recent scholarship offers a new way to look at that event. In this telling, the Trail of Tears removal was just one moment in a much larger project, one that created vast fortunes, spawned decades, transformed national borders, and reshaped the global economy. One that understands removal was possibly the biggest event in US history between the Revolution and the Civil War. The Indian Removal Act, narrowly passed by Congress in 1830, launched the effort. The goal, you will not be surprised to learn, was to remove Indians. The language never specified which Indians, though everyone knew it was aimed at those in the American South. That region was a backwater in those days, yet visionaries, including President Jackson, believed it could become something else, the Garden of America. Tobacco, the most important cash crop for decades, had exhausted the farmland in the mid-Atlantic. A new crop was taking off: cotton. Enslaved workers were sent down the river to these booming forced labor camps. And there was a problem: the presence of intact Indian nations scattered across the South. Some of these indigenous nations were on incredibly valuable land, perfect for cotton. The region needed roads and railway lines, and these annoying red nations were holding everything up. So we focused on this as a national project, robustly debated and narrowly enacted by Congress. Opponents correctly predicted the future where this would be seen as a catastrophic mistake, causing damage to America's standing in the world. The whole thing took place in broad daylight. So after a few decades, the future the supporters predicted actually came true. The backwater region had become the Garden of America. The richest citizens in the whole country were from zip codes in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana. The explosion of cotton didn't just make them rich, it made capitalists in Massachusetts and London rich too. It worked. The end result repaid the bold gamble many times over, at least until 1861, that is. So we privileged this larger, wider view, the bigger picture, a much cooler story, and the economics that drove the politics. It was great, except for one gigantic problem. The starring indigenous nations in this drama, the ones who fought removal the hardest, who paid the highest price, were slave states themselves. Given the patronizing title of the 5 civilized tribes, they were passionate supporters of enslavement. John Ross, the Cherokee leader who led the resistance to removal, was a committed enslaver, and so were his top lieutenants. And this is when, curatorially speaking, history isn't a frenemy anymore, or even an enemy. History becomes a mangy, snarling dog, standing between you and a crowd-pleasing narrative. Obviously, the story should be, needs to be, that the enslaved black people and the soon-to-be exiled red people would rise up and join forces and defeat the oppressor. Or at least rise up and kick some ass. That's what the story should be. That's what I need the story to be. And that's what my public needs the story to be. But the mangy dog won't stand down. The irrefutable historical record shows that 5 tribes were profoundly committed to slavery, established their own racialized black codes, immediately reestablished slavery after removal when they arrived in Oklahoma, Indian Territory. They crushed slave rebellions and enthusiastically fought with the Confederacy in the Civil War. Do you want to hear that? I don't think so. Nobody does. We did one other thing, the other third rail. We reminded visitors that in 1830, the richest white woman couldn't vote. White men without property had only recently been awarded the franchise. Indians faced dispossession, most black people enslaved. And with all of that, the United States was the greatest democracy in the world. Well, it was the only one standing. The revolutions in France and Haiti had failed. So we ask our visitors hard questions. We ask them to consider John Ross as a brilliant, creative leader against the horrific policy of removal, who also, tragically and inconveniently, own human beings. We ask them to consider that Haitian revolutionists, who knew very well that Jefferson owned black people, also saw the United States as a revolutionary project with revolutionary ideas. I sometimes worry our crowd is a little too quick to claim the moral high ground. We love James Baldwin's quote about American history, its terrifying and beautiful nature all at once. Yet I think too often we ignore those mangy dogs of history, even though they are snarling right in front of us. We pretend the moral high ground is plainly obvious, easy to see and understand. But this is the United States of America. Our history is 100 miles of bad road, and nothing is ever simple. Thank you for listening.
And now we're going to have Lily Cho.
Woo, thank you. That's a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best. I do want to start by thanking Dr. Holloway, Dr. Francis, Dr. Harvey, the student volunteers, and the tremendous team at the Smithsonian for hosting today and all of the Colloquium. It's a huge honor and a privilege to join you in conversation for this event and for the 35th edition of the Porter. My presentation explores a critical race approach to art history grounded in an investigation of identification photography that is committed to finding beauty and dignity in archives of repression while remaining alive to the historical pain that cuts through these images. And just as an aside, I will be talking about a specific set of images, a specific archive, but I'm reminded all the time now of how often our photographs are taken for the purposes of surveillance, and how there are vast troves of images being generated every day that have tremendous consequences for racial repression, other forms of repression, but also to think about the aftermath of those images, how we might recuperate them, how we might think about finding beauty in them, what the aesthetics of those are, but also their disposability. You know, so as you'll hear, part of what I struggled with was that the archive I sat with and lived with was considered disposable, and yet, you know, it stayed with me. And so I think today, you know, even coming to you, to this colloquium, I crossed a border, and Homeland Security took my picture, and I thought, oh, I wonder where that goes, you know, right? And so it's just, you know, this is just part of daily life, and yet I don't think we should ever normalize it. And so that's part of what I think about. So I want to anchor my presentation in a discussion of an archive of identification photographs of Chinese migrants to Canada from the early 20th century that I've been working closely with for about a decade and a half now. I did write a book about it. I'm so grateful to Dr. Holloway and Dr. Francis for giving it a shout out earlier and for engaging with it. I won't dwell too much on it, but here's one of the certificates. This book and the work that I've been doing looks at the relationship between surveillance and capture. For our discussion today, looking at the photographs in this archive, I will unfold how thinking about racialized visual representation calls for relational and comparative methodological approaches that cut across disciplines and racialized communities. My presentation also explores how restoring an archive of repression that the state sought to destroy contributes to an approach to critical race art history that begins with looking for the enduring aesthetic power of visual representations that have been deemed disposable and forgettable. So I'll tell you a little bit about this archive first. There are about 40,000 images that were collected by the Government of Canada for the purposes of policing the movement of Chinese migrants into and out of Canada. I can nerd out with you for about 100 hours about them, so I won't go into too much detail. They're an amazing archive for so many reasons, and I'll just tell you, but one of the most amazing things is that this is the first mass use of identification photography that I know of in North America. So for the first time in history in North America, we said, this picture goes with this person, this name on this piece of paper or whatever, right? Before that, we didn't do that. and so it's kind of an amazing moment. Well, it is an amazing moment. So for me, the laws that brought these sweeping changes to the ways in which the state would track and surveil racialized people really does anchor itself in visual representation first and foremost, and the integration of the visual with the textual. These migrants were not citizens. They were always meant to be temporary residents, although a small number did manage to naturalize. And the specific certificates are called CI-9. CI stands for Chinese immigration, and they function like passports. And one of the really interesting things about them is that they included a ton of information, like port of departure, identifying marks, known associates, occupation. So they were very, very detailed. One of the things that struck me, or the thing that grabbed me about them, though, was the photographs. I didn't train as an art historian. I didn't intend to become a photo person, but the photographs on these certificates grabbed me, and they wouldn't let me go. And honestly, when I first got it was an archivist at Library and Archives Canada who slipped me a CD-ROM like many, many years ago of a couple thousand of these. And she's like, you should look at these. And I did. And then I was like, I'm not equipped to think about these. And I actually gave them to lots of people. I was like, you should write about these, and you should write about these. And no one did, because I think they all had their own projects, you know? And so after a couple of years, I was like, gosh darn it, like I guess I have to do it. Like it's not because I'm so special. Like I think I just was captivated by them. And so I had to learn how to think about them. And for me, it's been a journey, and I'm still a student of learning how to sit with these images. I think that when I think about race in the modern imagination and the shape of race in visual culture, for me, some of that work centers on methods and processes of recovery, specifically how to see as art images of racial repression that the state treats as disposable and indeed destroyed. So every certificate in this archive was destroyed. All of the originals were destroyed. They were kept on microfilm. And I have to tell you that during the first years of working on this project, I felt tremendous shame about not just the fact that they were, I felt like a fake scholar too, because when I was in rooms with photography scholars, people would ask really good questions like, what was on the back of the photograph? And I was like, well, I don't know, actually, there's no back. I mean, there was a back, but it's been destroyed. And so it took me a lot of time to think about these images as photography and to apply methods of thinking related to photography to them. And it wasn't until I was talking to, luckily to a friend and colleague, Dipali Jawan, who's a curator at the Royal Ontario Museum, who said to me, oh, you could redigitize them using these methods with a light box and a gaff. Like, there's a very complicated thing that I have it up on my website. Basically, she taught me how to redigitize microfilm as art, and that really changed everything for me. So I begged the National Archives to let me have access to the actual microfilm reels. It was a big day when I got them, and then I hired a professional photographer to help me recover them, and so one of the things I learned was I had to remake the archive before I could even think about it. And so we redigitized. I ran out of money after about 10,000, so I didn't do the whole set. I'm so sorry. If I had more money, I would. But we did redigitize thousands. It was a very labor-intensive process. We redigitized frame by frame. There was a ton of post-production, balancing color, oh gosh, so many adjustments to levels, sharpness, brightness, contrast, you name it, we did it. We created positives out of the negatives. We added black and white adjustment layers. We did a lot of work to try to recover what had been destroyed. These edits were tested and tweaked so that they would be appropriate for the film slides as well. So all of this had to be done before I could start analyzing the images. So here's just a couple examples of the recovery work. And what you're seeing, the fuzzy ones, these were the digitizations that had been commissioned by the National Archives in Canada. And so one of the things that, and I actually know the team who did it, and I adore them, so this is not a critique. But when you do mass digitization, as I learned, like you're feeding the reel through a roller, you're not having that kind of contact, frame by frame contact with the image. And so if you're not treating it like art, if you're just treating it as pure information, you're gonna end up with a really crappy digitization. Like, not crappy, but like you're gonna end up with a digitization that doesn't give you the kind of resolution you need to think about it as an aesthetic object. And so that's just something I wanted to share with you in terms of a process or a method for thinking about things that the state wants to forget. So I had a lot to say about the idea of a collective project that brings me to another important methodological approach for critical race art history, and that is the idea of a relational and comparative approach. I think one of the most important turns for me was understanding the role of Black diaspora and Black visual cultural studies for helping me understand the complexity of this archive. And I know that my thinking on Chinese migrant photographs would not have been possible without the work of thinkers such as Paul Gilroy, Tina Camp, Nicole Fleetwood, Tanya Sheehan, many, many others. And one of the problems that I tried to get to in my project was how to understand kinship for people who had been denied family. So historically, the men, women, and children in this archive were were really separated from family because of the ways in which immigration laws worked, but they were also siloed in the archives themselves because they're filed separately. Nobody's ever pictured together, and there's no place on the form to fill in kinship relation. And for me, one of the hardest sets of images to think about, and I didn't end up writing about them in my book, were the images of children. So there are actually thousands of images of children, and they're filed separately. They're on a whole separate, they're in a different binder, different reel. I'm just going to share a few with you. And there's no way to find their parents. I can tell you I tried. I mean, we may get to a different point in history where we can do it with some different methods, but right now, what we have are images of children in this archive who have been taken away from their parents in all kinds of ways. And I don't mean to exaggerate it, but there were a few images I did find of children who literally were being taken away from their parents, so I can talk about that separately, but also even if they were traveling with family, even if they were family, for the purposes of the recovery work and the aesthetic kind of analysis I would want to do, there was no way to trace relation. So for me, the kind of work then that Black diaspora studies has done in thinking about kinship in the form of diasporic passage became very important because it offered for me a way to think about how to or to craft differently ideas of kinship out of an archive and a community that had been deprived these things. And so one of the things that I did in the book and in the project was to extract the images of everybody who had traveled on one ship together, and I put them all together in what I thought of as a collective alternative family portrait. And so these images form the end papers of my book, but they're also just out there. You can have them if you want. But for me, this was a different kind of family portrait that I wanted to have for this community that had so little in the way of family. I want to close by saying that critical race approaches to photography makes clear how archives such as those of identification photographs, the ones in my study anyway, can be both images of repression, but also a place to see dignity and honor and kinship and relation and so much else. What is more, allowing ourselves to really see these images, in the kind of seeing them as art, we can understand better their power to captivate, to hold their viewers to account. The people captured on these certificates, they look back, they demand our attention, and it is in the possibility of captivation as a counter to capture where our attention matters so much. Thank you.
And now we'll have Sean Michelle Smith.
Hi, everyone. I want to add my thanks to Dr. Melanie Harvey, Dr. Kamara Dia-Holloway, and Dr. Jacqueline Francis for inviting me, for organizing this whole wonderful colloquium, and I feel very honored to be in this company. Are you hearing me okay? Yes. Okay, great. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, the new medium of photography was harnessed to the production of racial categories. This took place in the sciences of physiognomy, early anthropology, polygenesis, eugenics, and criminology. Scientists used photography to visually map bodies and organize them into types. As early as 1850, Louis Agassiz commissioned daguerreotypes of enslaved men and women to support his theory of polygenesis. In the 1860s, early anthropologists used photography to further their studies of comparative anatomy. At the turn of the century, Francis Galton, the founder of eugenics, who's pictured here, used photography to construct composite portraits of racial types. Across the 19th and early 20th centuries, photography was used to codify and envision racial types, and importantly, to instruct viewers in how to see and understand them. In these same years, photography was also taken up by African American intellectuals to resist those very constructions. As Frederick Douglass proclaimed, quote, "This picture-making faculty is flung out into the world, like all others, subject to a wild scramble between contending interests and forces," end quote. Douglass wrote and spoke passionately and philosophically about the promises and limits of the new medium. He also devoted himself to extensive self-representation. As John Stauffer, Zoe Trott, and Celeste Marie Bernier have proposed, Douglass was likely the most photographed American of the 19th century. He sat for at least 160 photographic portraits, including daguerreotypes, ambrotypes, and albumen prints crafted into cabinet cards and cartes de visite. As Douglass's practice makes apparent, much of the contest over photographic representation revolved around the portrait. Self-fashioning became a means of challenging scientific surveillance. As Sarah Blackwood has proposed, quote, "The visual portrait became an active site upon which the fight for African American political representation was taking place," end quote. But even Douglass understood this strategy to have its limits. As he celebrated photography as a political tool, he also declared pictures to be decidedly conservative. Indeed, he wrestled with the effect of photographic fixity. As he said, once created, one's image could be considered, quote, "a fixed fact, public property," end quote. Today, I'd like to think about contemporary photography that moves beyond the figure in the contest over representation and race. Thinking with scholars like Lee Rayford and Sampada Arenque, who have studied abstraction and contemporary Black art, I'd like to briefly discuss Dawood Bey's photograph series, Night Coming Tenderly, Black, which he produced in 2017. I'm especially intrigued by Bey's own turn away from the figure in this work, especially because he has been so well known as a portrait photographer. Although the photographs in Night Coming Tenderly Black are not exactly abstract, they are opaque in ways that align with the refusals of visibility and transparency that Rayford and Arenque have outlined. My questions are as follows. What does a photography of race look like when one turns away from the figure? And further, how can a practice of photography refuse capture and surveillance? When I first saw Bey's Night Coming Tenderly Black, I was struck by all the darkness. Against the white walls of a gallery, the large, dark prints resemble a minimalist installation of black rectangular panels. The 25 black and white photographs that comprise the series imagine stations of the Underground Railroad. Bey made the photographs in Cleveland and the town of Hudson, Ohio, and they depict woods and waterways and houses seen through fences and vegetation. The project was commissioned by Front International, Cleveland Triennial for Contemporary Art, and the images were first installed in St. John's Episcopal Church in the summer of 2018. The church was a particularly charged site for the work. It was known as Station Hope on the Underground Railroad, the final stop for runaways who had made their way to Cleveland and would then cross Lake Erie into freedom in Canada. And I unfortunately did not see the photographs as they were installed in the church. I saw them later in 2019 as they were installed in the white walls of the Art Institute of Chicago. Bay's work evokes the perilous flights of self-emancipating people, but it does not bring them into view. Here, Bay has chosen not to work with proxies, as he did in the Birmingham Project, and he's chosen not to create reenactments. Instead, he has produced dark views of a historical path that is doubly obscured by time as well as by design. Indeed, the visual culture of the Underground Railroad is a vexed terrain, marked by threats of exposure, both literal and photographic. In Night Coming Tenderly Black, Bay intervenes in the logics of photographic exposure, using the technology to conceal as well as reveal. By choosing darkness, he undermines a long history of photography's participation in making subjects visible as the objects of a racialized surveillance. Night Coming Tenderly Black is a historical project, but the striking darkness of the prints signals the difficulty of what I have called photographic returns. The work registers the unavailability of historical evidence and the lack of material markers left in the physical landscape. Once again, the Underground Railroad was hidden with intent. Further, many so-called station masters of the Underground Railroad destroyed their records to keep themselves, their collaborators, and their passengers safe. Today, the Underground Railroad is doubly hidden then, as operatives eliminated the historical records of a network never meant to be overtly visible in the first place. In this way, we might think of Bay's dim views as especially appropriate to his subject. Bay's dark images inventively engage the mechanics and metaphors that shape the medium of photography, as well as its material and social history. Indeed, the darkness of Bay's prints intervenes in one of the central mythos of photography, namely that it is light writing. Bay's prints are off-scale, tilting far into darkness. In Night Coming Tenderly Black, dark and black are not the ground against which light and white emerge, but the very medium of photography itself. Indeed, Bay draws into view the darkness without which photography cannot exist in the analog forms that he prefers. The camera is a dark box that keeps light out, except in the measured increments of fractions of a second. The spaces in which analog films and papers are developed are literally dark rooms. Photography fails completely without darkness, and Bay reorients one's attention to photography's dark side. Overexposure and underexposure mark the language and mechanics of photography. To make such dark images, Bay manipulated his negatives by overexposing them in the darkroom. By shining too much light through the negatives, he made the prints appropriately dark. Scholars have also taken recourse to the language of exposure in thinking about race and representation. As many have argued, in the US visual culture, Black bodies have been overexposed and made hypervisible in ways that make Black subjects underexposed and invisible. In the history of photography, Blackness is marked by both spectacle and obfuscation, by too much visibility and not enough. As Bay's dark prints bear witness to the relative obscurity of the Underground Railroad, they also intervene in the compulsory exposures of slavery. The darkness of Bay's images refuses the white surveillance of Blackness and Black bodies instituted in slavery and continuing in its wake. The photographs symbolically escape the white oversight practiced on the plantation, as well as the forced illumination of the enslaved. As scholars Simone Brown, Jasmine Nicole Cobb, and Nicholas Mirzoff have argued, in the visual realm of slavery, Blackness was violently put on display for a white gaze. In this context, light, visibility, and exposure, all of the things on which photography is generally thought to depend, figure capture and captivity. And I just want to make a shout out here to Lily Cho's fabulous work on photographic capture that has really influenced my thinking here. In the visual realm of white supremacy, Bay's photographs come tenderly, black. They are on the side of the fugitive, offering the shelter of darkness and the protection of obscurity. They refuse the bright white light of exposure, depicting instead the shield of darkness. And in fact, many fugitives did escape from slavery under the cover of darkness. Harriet Tubman, the famous conductor of the Underground Railroad, moved at night with her passengers, sleeping in the woods by day. Indeed, Frederick Douglass wrote of Tubman, quote, "The midnight sky and the silent stars have been the witnesses of your devotion to freedom and of your heroism," end quote. Bay's work does not exactly record stations of the Underground Railroad, although it does represent them. With so little material history available in the landscape, Bay could not undertake a strictly documentary project, and that was not his intent in any case. In fact, he has said that the house he photographed in Untitled 1, Picket Fence and Farmhouse, is close to a very uninteresting-looking house believed to be a site of the Underground Railroad. Having no qualms about photographing the better-looking building, Bay has said with a wink, quote, "You would have had to pass this house to get to the station," end quote. To represent without exactly recording is another inventive reworking of the usual dynamics of photography. It was important to Bay to make his images close to actual sites of stations of the Underground Railroad. He wanted to walk along the paths taken by fugitives. But beyond that, his acts of representation did not depend on factual accuracy. And this is more than simply artistic license. It is a creative endeavor that relies on what Bay has called an act of radical imagination. This is imagination put to expanding and enhancing the historical record, an act of imagination necessary to understand a historical truth that cannot be recorded otherwise. Bay's dark images resist the forces of over and underexposure, according to which African American subjects have been made hypervisible as well as invisible. More pointedly, they resist the dynamics of exposure and capture that put fugitives at risk as they stole themselves to freedom on the Underground Railroad. Bay's dark photographs are unwilling to hold the light of surveillance and disclosure. They refuse to inscribe Black subjects into photography's light writing. In Night Coming Tenderly Black, the people who traveled the Underground Railroad are recalled in dark photographs that do not pretend to depict them. Choosing photography's dark side, Bay shelters his subjects under the cover of the night sky. In this way, Black subjects remain unbound by the visual forces of white supremacy. They remain unbound by the frames of photography, the dynamics of exposure, and the capture of the photograph. Thank you.
Sorry. I was struck by the fact that with all of these projects that you've described, there is something about the compelling nature of images, and I'm wondering if you could say something about why you think that there's a particular synergy with race and image or race and vision? Is there something about the modern era where these two things come together so powerfully? And if there's something you have thought about in your research about why that might be?
I could start. Thank you so much. That's such a great question. Because for sure, I mean, the reason I ended up working on the project I did work on was because I was haunted by the images, and I like they grabbed me and they wouldn't let go. And I think that there is something about race and visual representation. So there are a couple things. So for me, I'll just say that the collection I worked with, there are so few images of working class Asian people from that period of time. And when I came across this set of photographs, I was really captivated because I had never seen people who looked like my family from this period. You know, that it was just so striking that they were there. But I think to get maybe closer to the heart of your question, there is something about how we are, I think as a racialized scholar, I'm looking for kinship and community all the time. and so I think that maybe for me also part of what captivates me in the looking is around looking for solidarities, looking for communities, looking for family across history, and not family in the nuclear sense, but family or kinship in the sense of how to stitch together what's been broken. I'll leave it there, thanks.
I think as a scholar of photography, I'm really interested in doing photography as a visual technology, and a visual technology that was, eagerly adopted by 19th and early 20th century race scientists to inscribe and visually promote racial hierarchies. I was really fascinated by the panel just before this one, and would love to hear from my colleagues on that panel who were looking at a much longer history, a much deeper history of race and representation. If this moment of the scientific photographic production of race, like how distinct is it? How much of a dividing line is it or not?
I was really struck by Frederick Douglass being described as one of the most photographed Americans of his time. And the same thing is said for Red Cloud, the Lakota leader, that this intense fascination, with people who were important figures, on the national stage, to that degree that they would be so much a part of that archive. I don't know what it means, I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's something where, as we've seen with the discussion of Bay's project, right, you can use photography to inscribe race, and you can use it to attempt to produce a different story about race. But there's something about the image that makes race seen in particular ways that somehow works in our culture, and it seems to be something about the nature of the visual image that is really lends itself to racial description, whether you're doing a attempt to impose power or to counter it. So it's a fascinating feature of our society that we use images in that way. So that's what I was really struck. We have these technologies, everything from all of the images in the Americans with print culture to photography to cinema to television and streaming now platforms. So yeah, we seem to find ourselves enthralled to the image, and race comes along with that as a part of that package. So perhaps I would ask one more question before we open it up to the audience. And if you do have questions, please begin to make your way to the microphones. We now live in a digital age, and I'm wondering if there's something about the digital, and again, I'm struck by Bay's project. It seems to be an analog project as opposed to a digital one, that the digital turn can make us think about race differently or make race strange, if that's a possibility that you've come to see in some way, if anybody wants to comment about that.
That's a big question.
Yeah, I could say.
Why not swing for the fences?
I mean, for me, there are a couple of things about digitization. One of them was realizing that there are different levels of digitization, right? And so as you saw in the comparisons, you can digitize one way where you functionally have an image that is going to go into an archival deposit. Or you can digitize it a different way, and so there are gradations, and I think, so just to say digitization itself, I think is already posing some questions around care, interest, intent, and then, we now have whole archives that, and apologies for the term, I think that the common term of use is digital native, where, so their whole, like all of our ID photos now are digital native, right? Like every image for your driver's license, your health card, whatever, your passport. Well, not your passport actually. So, but I think about those sets, of images and what scholars and historians and art commentators might do with those, in the future, and how that turn is going to problematize, I think, how we see race as a mass effect. Like that there is a kind of, because it's part of the digital, at least from where I sit, the kind of digital turn has been around a lot of capture of information, and whenever people are capturing information, it's always a squidgy time. And so I feel I feel like there's always, not to be paranoid, but like there's some questions that we need to bring to that as scholars around intent again, and it's not just about privacy, it's about ways of seeing.
So are there possibilities that you see in the digital?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, well, I mean, I think for me, the whole project I did wouldn't have been possible without the kind of digitization, the digital tools that are now, that I had access to. It was a form of recovery, which I would never have thought of, I think, even 10 years ago. Thanks.
I've been thinking a little bit about, our camera phones, and which is beyond digital, but like computational, right? And then the sort of algorithmic visual cultures now, and how those are shaping us as viewers by feeding us what it is imagined we want to see and continue to see, how that is training our vision around race and other things as well.
Yeah, do you see that the patterns are replicating themselves, or are we able to begin to think differently, do you think?
Well, I think an algorithm is reinforcing what we're already doing. So I don't feel like, I don't know, but I'm not super optimistic about that.
Paul, anything to say about the digital?
I got nothing.
Okay, fair enough. I see that we have some questions in the audience. We will start over here.
Good afternoon. My name is Aero Jean Bell. I want to thank you for such wonderful presentations that were so informative and made me think in different ways about the art that I see. I have questions for Michelle and for Sean, and I'll ask them both now, and then you can answer separately. Michelle, I'm curious as to exactly what year you did the transformation of the photographs, and how different would it be to do it with today's technology? And Sean,
I think that's for Lily.
Hmm?
This is for Lily.
Lily. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, Lily.
That's all right.
I don't know why I was calling you Michelle. Lily. And Sean, in your work with these photographs by David Bay, I looked at them and I immediately thought, when you put it on the screen, I thought Rothko. But of course, Rothko's work was painting. Are any of these, of the series actually totally black? And as you view them, do they appear to be black until you view them for a while? Thank you.
Thanks for that question. I worked with a photographer to redigitize the images I worked with in 2016, 2017, 2018. So during that period, so not super recently, but I'm not a professional photographer, so I can't tell you exactly what new developments have happened in digital photography since that time. What I can tell you is that on Monday, I just happened to be at a different conference where I did a studio tour with Edward Batinsky, who's pretty established photographer, and he was showing off a new thing. I showed Jackie and camera last night. He has this new thing, I don't know, new robot thing that digitizes images very quickly, and he calls it Archive 360. But part of that machine involves a Canon camera that's mounted on a big tripod over a rotating, almost like Lazy Susan of images, and the camera that he uses is the same one that my photographer used, because I was like, oh, I recognize that one. So I think I suspect that there have been advances on the post-production side more than on the hardware side, but I can't speak to it entirely. For me, it was revelatory to see what the difference could be if someone really cared about redigitizing, something that had been treated as a throwaway thing.
Thank you for caring.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. None of the photographs is entirely black. And as you spend more time with them, they're very large scale. And as you spend more time with them, as you get up closer to them, you do start to see trees and vegetation, water, fences, sometimes the side of a house. And so one of the things that I'm imagining Bay was doing was thinking about them in part as sort of night scenes, and thinking about, like, what would the views have been, what would fugitives have been seeing? And so I don't know what you were able to see with the slides, but there's a kind of series where a view is taken that gets closer and closer to a house, and there's one image that I didn't show where it's the railing of a patio and trailing leaves, bushes sort of right up, kind of blurry in the frame. And so, again, I'm imagining that Bay was imagining, like, what were self-emancipating people seeing when they were on the Underground Railroad. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to this side.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much to all the panelists. My question is about two images brought up by Dr. Cho and Dr. Smith, Dr. Sean Smith. There's two Dr. Smiths. So I noticed that when you showed the Frederick Douglass image, you talked about this idea of like self-fashioning, and we heard from other art historians who talk about, like Dr. Lewis, who talks about how he almost fashions himself almost like a founding father, like the way that he kind of holds himself and the way that he's photographed. And so it feels that there's so much agency in the way that he is manipulating that image, which to me really contrasts with the images that you showed, Dr. Cho, which were about surveillance. But when I look more closely at the text, I noticed that all of the language was written in first person, like I was born in, or my present age is, and so on. And so I wondered if you could talk a little bit about this idea of like self-fashioning versus like an image that is a type of surveillance. But also I wonder, like, did these people know English? Did they actually like fill these things out? Like, why are they written in such a way as if they were the ones, saying these things about themselves?
That was such a good question. Do you want to say?
I would just say that I completely agree with your sense of Douglass's self-fashioning and, of course, Dr. Deborah Willis's sense of people self-fashioning for the camera. I think it was absolutely intentional, and I offered the quotation about Douglass thinking very explicitly about visual culture and this new medium of photography, being that there was a struggle clearly over representation. And I think Douglass knows that his images will also enter that scramble, he calls it, right? And so I think it's absolutely intentional and crafted. And over time, too, I tried to show an image of the young Douglass and another image of him at the end of his life. And I think he was very careful to craft an image of himself as statesman.
I said I could nerd out on this for hours. I'll try to keep it really succinct, but I think, so there actually is a lot of self-fashioning happening in the photographs of the people who are being surveilled in my collection. Part of what I found so moving is that on the text, most people were laborers, cooks, were very, very working class people, but they would have borrowed clothes, and most of the images, they're wearing suits. They're dressed as if having their portrait taken, as opposed to having an ID photo taken, distinction. And then in terms of what I learned with the diplomatics, which is the language of the form, that is some sort of cruel colonial joke, but many of them were illiterate, so many of them were signed with an X or a fingerprint, and certainly most did not know Chinese or English. Sorry, and so it took a lot of research, but I will tell you very briefly that what I found was that there was a translator who often did sort of intake on the form and filled it in for people, and that translator held tremendous power over this population and was subject to bribery and all kinds of things. And that translator actually made more money than the white men who were at the customs gate, and was the subject of all kinds of shenanigans. Like it was really complicated. But I was thinking also in terms of self-fashioning, in terms of Paul, like the images and the work that you're doing around, how Native Americans self-fashion, or can't, or might, I don't know, I wonder, if that's also part of the work that you were showing in terms of the iconography and the ways of recuperating and recasting some of that visual work. But I don't know if that was anything relevant to your thinking, but I had to think of that.
Yeah, just quickly, one of the arguments of the show is that these imaginary representations of imaginary Indians are a source of great power with a lot of negative things as well. So you would see in the 1950s Haudenosaunee people, Iroquois folks, dressing in plains gear with a headdress, for example, when they did protests. because they knew if they were occupying the Peace Bridge, they want to be in Buffalo Evening News. They knew that they wore their traditional headgear, Custoya, it wouldn't read the same way as a Plains headdress. It's not like they didn't know or were pretending to be Sioux. So you see that over and over, in which people are understanding the power of these images and trying to jujutsu those things so that they can advance on what they're interested in.
We'll go to this side.
Hi, my name is Khalees George. I'm a senior photography major at Howard. I just want to say thank you guys for your dedication to this field of image making. My question is for Ms. Cho. I'm really interested in the way that you described that you had to remake the archive. And I wanted to know if you could speak more to what that process looked like for you and whether or not your work in the archive has affected the way that you interact with your own familial archive, since you spoke about, I guess, family portraits and creating that.
Thank you so much for that beautiful question. I'll try to be brief. One of the so like many, I think many people of color, I have a difficult relationship with my own family, and there's a lot of grief, a lot of misunderstanding. My parents don't speak English. I don't really think they understand what I do. They can't read my writing. And so for me, I think a lot of what drives my intellectual work is actually in trying to find forms of kinship and relation and model that for my students, where we can find those things that aren't only always ever in the blood relationships that we have or the nuclear relationships that we have. I'm not saying we should dispense with those. I'm just saying that for a lot of people, family can be a very uncomfortable place as well. And so how can we think about it in ways that are part of our work, part of what we build? And that's a bit utopian, but sort of work towards that. But I do think about the tremendous privilege of being photographed with your family. Like having spent years and years working with a set of photographs where people could not be photographed with their loved ones, I do think about how I should never be a jerk, if my mom wants a picture with me, even if we are having a just awful, god-awful time, that I need to stand there and have that picture taken because it's a privilege. You just don't, for many, many communities. So it has shifted. That has shifted my own personal relationship. I find my archive fever and archive impulse has not led me to wanting to archive my own family, even though my own family has very interesting history, lots going on. But in fact, I haven't felt the impulse for that. I feel as if I don't know enough to honor that history or speak to it in a way that will protect them maybe, or I'm not sure. So I feel very powerfully that as a scholar and a thinker that what I need to do is try to find the communities that are horizontal instead of vertical, like horizontal across space, not necessarily vertical through time. And then about remaking the archive, I guess for me it was at first a real bummer. I'll just say I didn't want to do it. I waited a long time for the Library and Archives Canada to digitize the images. When I first came across this material, it hadn't been digitized. My collaborator on the project is a senior archivist at Library and Archives Canada, so I was totally in conversation with them, and I was like, digitize these ones first, do these ones first. And so when they did them, I was really bummed because I kept looking, and I thought I was missing something because they didn't look right, and I didn't even know what was wrong with them. And it wasn't until I talked to Polly and some others that I realized they just weren't digitized as photographs. They were digitized as something else. I'm not sure quite exactly what, but they were put through a roller, right? They were put through a machine, and that's why you didn't get that crispness. And I think that it's a great privilege of my job that I could spend that much time with one set of images. And for students out there, I would say, hang in there. It is a tremendous privilege to have time to sit, to think about something, and there are setbacks. Like, I honestly thought about it as a series of setbacks for a long time. Like, I was like, oh, I'm so bummed, and then I had to go find money, you know, to redigitize when I saw what redigitization could do, you know. So all of that felt really bad at the time, but now feels great, because now we have this stuff. So I'll stop there, thanks.
Okay, I think we're over here. Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Well, my question is to the professor who talked about Frederick Douglass and the idea of self-fashioning and the idea of the public image, to think about what was the impetus of the 19th century photographers. Was it exoticization? Was it exploitation to so many, and even the indigenous peoples, so many images that were all over? Because you look at Sojourner Truth, who actually copyrighted her image and decided where it was going to go, because she probably had this feeling that people would exploit her image for exotic reasons, or you know, as an example of the race and things like that. Did you encounter any thoughts on the part of the photographers who were doing this portraiture?
I think that's a great question, and I'm really glad you brought up Sojourner Truth. And one of the things that I think her copyrighted, as you say, photographs make so apparent is that in the 19th century, with portraits made in studios, there had to be a kind of collaboration between portrait sitters and photographers. And even if we think about the length of exposure, right, there had to be a kind of collaboration. And so I'm kind of inspired by this new book called Collaboration, which is looking at photography as the history of photography, not from the perspective only of photographers, but also of subjects photographed, and thinking about, in the 19th century, that moment in the studio where there had to be a kind of collaboration. So I have been also, thinking, like, can we think about Douglass, although he's, as far as I know, always in front of the camera, like, to what degree is he also the photographer there in those exchanges?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, on this side, please.
Great. I'm enjoying all of this, everyone. So I have two questions, and I came in late, so I'm not quite familiar with you guys' names. Okay, so the first question, there's a book out called The Road to Good Intentions, and it's about the prison system, and it's the story of Negro Bob, and there were two Negro Bobs in the prison system, and they let one go. And so then they started this whole taking pictures, count, and all of that. And so you were talking about the work that you were doing. I was wondering if your example is the prototype for what's going on now, and B, how much did it cost for those photographs?
Thank you. So it was expensive. So the photography in this period was expensive, and the migrants would have had to pay for it themselves. The state wouldn't have done it. So they had to provide the photo for the certificate. So that's a very quick answer. I can give you more later. And then I think the thing about so I'm so sorry, I'm not familiar with the book that you're citing, but I will say that I definitely found an example of a certificate that had the same number, but two different men were on it, and definitely one got away. Like, that's how I can put it for you. It's a longer story, but there were definitely instances of people using the system against itself. And I know that at lunch, and also we were talking about, the current U.S. administration and this sort of authoritarian impulse, to capture so many people in so many ways in terms of data and visual. I mean, also capture literally. But all I'll say is that as someone who's worked with one archive of capture, is that the state's actually very disorganized. It's not very good at. It has really ambitious impulses, but it's often really bad at retrieving information, at filing it properly, at data entry. There's just lots of points of failure, is what I would say. And so if you're part of a community of resistance, there's a lot to take joy in terms of the more elaborate the system of capture, the more likely it is it's gonna fall down on its face. And so that's been my experience in the research, but thank you for your question.
Mm-hmm. And my second question was about the 5 tribes and the slave population. And I had read somewhere that everybody had slaves, like shop owners and people who own businesses. I wanted to know if there's some record of the offsprings from that relationship, from the enslaved and the Native American, children were born. Is there any info on that?
Yeah, it's been contentious. In the case of the Cherokee, for example, enslaved people in a treaty in the 1860s were given citizenship by the Cherokee Nation, but there were people in the Cherokee Nation who opposed that, so it became something on paper, and it actually continued for a long time. So in theory, it was there. I mean, I think it's important to point out most citizens of these tribes didn't own slaves, but neither did most white citizens of Mississippi own slaves, right? They were very expensive. They were like Lamborghinis, basically. It's a complicated issue, and it's still being discussed, but there's been a lot of progress, I would say, in terms of some of these tribes coming to terms with the fact that, they'd rationalized in different ways before. It was very different than other kinds of slavery. We were hiding them and protecting them, things that have been disproven. The trajectory has been very positive in terms of coming to terms with that, but it's also taken a very long time.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have time for one last question. The lady's been waiting patiently, so go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Alexandria Lippert. I am a public historian that recently graduated from Howard University. And thank you. I really appreciated all 3 of your presentations. I feel like they spoke to the use of imagery as surveillance in a lot of different ways, even talking about this American Indian exhibit, that all of the imagery, most of it at least, is very characterized and animated. A blatant attempt at creating this character of an American Indian without actually seeing the real people who are still being impacted by the reservations and by this trail of tears, by this terrible history. So I appreciated in our last presentation the idea that we can now take photography and remove it from the inherent exploitation that happens in it, because we see it as, okay, this is an image, this is blatant fact. To use Dawood Bey, is that his name? Okay. Dawood, thank you. You guys are gonna hold me accountable, and I appreciate it. So distancing himself and the photographs through the ways our eyes process colors, literally, contrasting light and shadow. In our current climate and landscape, it's a great concern how imagery is being used as both documentation and surveillance at the same time. We're struggling to find this balance. We want protests to be documented, but we do not want faces to be exploited. So what actions can archivists take to preserve images from exploitation or from specifically exploitive surveillance?
I think that's a challenge that we are going to have to grapple with. I mean, as the technology is itself a constantly shifting target in terms of what is possible and what's not possible with the image itself, you know, then using it for documentation and surveillance is another layer. And I think that the technology can be developed to be evasive, but I think then that on top of that, the response is to redouble down on the efforts to make the technology work in that way, right? Like every time you try to make it elusive, it's going to have a reaction to make it more fixed and more easy to make identifications with it. So there's always going to be this dance back and forth, back and forth. I think there's not going to be an easy way to make the technology resistant. I think we're always going to be in a kind of dance over it. Yeah,
very quick thought, and I don't know enough about the technology, but I have been thinking a lot about how AI uses large data sets to train facial recognition. And I think about the set of images I worked with and how useful they would have been or might be for training an artificial intelligence in identifying racial characteristics, age, and type. And so I think for archivists who are closer to these sets of images, I think there's a lot of thought and care that you might want to bring to how, if you're working with a large set of historical images, for example, faces or something like that, how might you think about what the uses of those images might be when you the impulse is to digitize and make them publicly available. And so I'm really thoughtful about that. And so at the other conference I was at recently, which was on photography and AI, we talked about how we can have more community engaged approaches to different points of entry for open access and digitization, so that, for example, there are examples of archives where you have to contact the archivist or curator to talk about why you want to look at these images or why they're important for you before they're just given to you. And so that there may be different steps, different levels of access that are still open and public, but are about putting in levels of intent and care into the engagement. So I'll just leave it there.
Any other thoughts? All right, please join me in thanking the panelists.
And I also want to add thank you, everyone, for those really thoughtful questions. As you can see, we are creeping up on the start time of our next panel, so we are quickly going to set up for the next panel. Just take a stretch, sit back down, because we're just going to keep rolling. And I just want to also remind you all, the Smithsonian American Art Museum has been very generous, of course, in hosting us, co-sponsoring, and they will have a reception for us following the conclusion of our proceedings. So we'll do the quick turnaround. everyone. As we begin to gather and come to our seats, I do want to do a little housekeeping. If you have found a mint green iPhone, please put your hand up. Gloria would be oh so grateful.
Yeah. It's my work phone. I know. I just have it.
So again, as we get back to our seats, if for some reason you have a mint green iPhone, please see Gloria in the lovely pink blazer. Yes, yes. All right, so I'm so excited to convene our final panel, which really feels like the culmination of a project that has reinvigorated the Department of Art faculty, students, and maybe our colleagues at SAM as well. I'm really honored to bring up Anne Showalter, who has been the head of interpretation, but also our point person in coordinating the various sessions that we had in the curatorial development of Shape of Power, which is a show that we are proud to see up and also proud to have had a part in. So without further ado, Anne.
Thank you, Melanie. We're going to start with my curatorial colleagues, Karen, Grace, and Tobias, or KGT, as we call them.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tobias Wofford, and I'm one of the co-curators on the exhibition, The Shape of Power. And I think just to give us a little preview of what we're going to do today, we're going to give a brief overview of the exhibition. I know that many of you have seen it. Some of you have actually had a chance to go on a guided tour with us. But for those who want a little bit of a primer and a reminder of what's in the exhibition, and then we're going to all sit down and have a conversation together. So with that, The Shape of Power, Stories of Race and American Sculpture, thinks of sculpture as a vital portal into conversations about the histories of race and racism in the United States. It suggests that sculpture and race have long been intertwined throughout the history of this country. The exhibition includes 82 objects by 70 different artists. Artworks range from monumental in scale to pocket-sized coins. The works in the exhibition were created over more than 2 centuries, ranging from 1792 to 2023. And over that time, the works tell powerful stories about the ways in which sculpture has been used to give physical form to concepts of race, to assert and propagate racial hierarchies, and produce otherness. At the same time, other artists have embraced the medium as a means to challenge racial hierarchies and assert powerful expressions of self that complicate and interrogate established notions of racial difference, and to also project new possibilities in identity making. Brought together in dynamic juxtaposition, each work has the potential to deepen our understandings of the past and the present. Now, of course, the challenge when you want to tell such deeply complicated stories is where to even start. And so we began to conceptualize the introductory gallery as a sort of primer space for audiences to, one, get introduced to the questions of the exhibition, but to also introduce the exhibition as a space of reflective conversation. The gallery includes, as you can see here in the middle, a video, as well as 3 sculptures, 2 that are here, and then I'll show you the third in a moment. Each by contemporary artists that probe at various registers through which we think about both the experience of sculpture and the making of race. To make the video, we went into Washington, D.C., we went to Meridian Hill Park and the mall, and asked folks 3 basic questions. What is sculpture? What is power? What is race? And by incorporating the range of responses we were given, we hope to begin the exhibition with a multiplicity of voices that in some way may disrupt the singular authoritative curatorial voice, and also frame the exhibition as an opportunity to think through and look as a part of a community. The three works in this space suggest different registers or for those modes of looking at race, whether it be as an individual identity, as you see with Alison Saar's work Mirror Mirror, a mulatta searching for her inner negress, which thinks about her own identity as a black, white-presenting black woman, or through the idea of nation as seen in Titus Kafar's Monumental Inversions, George Washington, which engages with histories of monumental sculpture and the projection of Washington as an embodiment of the nation. Or if you think of ideas of community through Anita Field's powerful grouping of figures in so many ways to be human. With these three works and the introductory video, the hope is that the audience is primed for this engagement with the complex histories that I'll let Karen begin to introduce.
Thanks, Tobias. So rather than chronologically, this exhibition is arranged thematically, which allowed us to juxtapose historical and contemporary works around each of the 9 themes, which you see here, plus this community hub, which is at the heart of the show, and it's both physically and conceptually at the heart of the show. I'm hoping Anne will talk more about it later. This is where we invite visitors to respond, and we'll talk about those responses later as well. This thematic structure also proved a great way for visitors to move through these 82 objects and almost 300 years of history. And the zippering together of historical and contemporary objects powerfully shows how effective, witty, and incisive those contemporary sculptors are as cultural critics of history. Some of the sections focus on actual types of physical spaces in which race is constructed. For example, official spaces you see listed here, government, civic, town, plaza, where sculpture has a form of statecraft, maybe a monument or a medal or a coin that's used for currency. Or, by contrast with that very public kind of space, the section called the home, which you see here. And as the interpretation team reminded us, home is the first classroom. It's the place where we are introduced to the language of race, words permitted and prohibited, where we're taught to identify ourselves and the differences across, within a family and a community. And it's in this densely packed gallery, suggestive of a Victorian parlor, thanks to that archival photo mural on the back wall, that we lined up an array of domestically scaled historical bronzes and marbles, souvenir medals for a World's Fair, and the Buffalo nickel, to make the point that sculpture is everywhere. And it's in a domestic setting, it can be very innocuously, comfortably settling in with us, tacitly but powerfully reinforcing racialized tropes as it collects dust generation after generation. So these familiar tropes are disrupted by that biting humor of contemporary works that are also often domestically scaled, but boldly opposing the romanticization and persistent racializing. So keep an eye on that seated poof that's right at the foreground. And if you were to spin around in that room, you would see this work right behind you. This work is the Imaginary Indian Totem Pole by Nicholas Galanin, made in 2016. And it plays on the many ways Native subjects were imagined and fictionalized by 19th century European American painters, sculptors, and even novelists. And Galanin does this by assembling a wall that's covered with a Victorian-style wallpaper, and it's mounted onto that wall is a wooden totem pole, or a section of a totem, based on indigenous designs of the Pacific Northwest. And I know Galanin is Tlingit and Unangaks. But the kicker here is that he sources this totem from the market, and it was carved in Indonesia and shipped to Alaska for the tourist trade. So it's an imaginary Indian made to be purchased and displayed in the home of non-natives. Humor is such a powerful way of having people look again. But after looking at Galanin's work, can you ever look the same way at Alexander Proctor's buffalo hunt, which was modeled 1914 to 16, so about 100 years before Galanin, and it depicts a long-standing trope of a native man wearing only a breechcloth and moccasins, riding bareback as he hunts a buffalo with a bow and arrow. Now, the model for this sculpture was a bronco buster, Jackson Sundown, who was the nephew of Chief Joseph, and he's Nez Perce. And he was an expert horseman, and he rode in rodeos, prize winning. But if you look in the exhibition, you'd see on the reader rail this photo of him as he appeared, as he fashioned himself while competing in such rodeos. And he's wearing woolly chaps and colorful shirts and riding boots and a hat. And so the point in the exhibition is to also break down who has agency and this sort of slippage between what is and what we imagine, and how much the sculpture plays a role in presenting to us over and over again that imagined fantasy. I also just want to point out that this popular fantasy is something that later, very shortly after the sculpture, picks up again in the American West. That Hollywood popularizes through movies and television. So I'm going to turn this over to Grace, who will take us through one other section of the exhibition before we gather up here.
So you're getting a very truncated view. I don't think we've ever successfully walked anyone through this exhibition in less than an hour, and we're trying to do it in 10 minutes. So, and I already think we're over 10 minutes. So in the last gallery of our exhibition, we asked viewers to imagine what lies beyond the racial hierarchies and dehumanizing histories of settler colonialism and white supremacy that shape so much of life in the United States. Artists across time have created sculpture that generates spaces for collective imagining, for articulating past that might have been and the futures that are yet to come. The sculptures in this gallery are fertile grounds onto which utterances of new worlds, new selves, and new relationships emerge as a continual and expansive process. Some artists find inspiration in the past, connecting their vision of a future to the deep and sustained histories of anti-colonial resistance, like the work you see on the right here by Virgil Ortiz. Here he references the 1680 Pueblo uprisings wherein Pueblo people overthrew invading Spanish colonists. This sculpture imagines the year 2180 when future Pueblo people defend their homelands once again. Other artists invite us to think about the future as something unprecedented, or leave room for the histories and subjectivities of racialized people to emerge on their own terms. Here in this gallery, we celebrate the emancipatory power of sculpture, which holds the potential to exist as portals to new worlds altogether. The last work that I want to leave you with is one by Kathy Liu, where she explores the gulf between the promises of an American dream and the realities of life for Asian Americans in the United States. Liu takes inspiration from Tang Dynasty porcelain pillows, believed to influence the dreams and shape the realities of their users. A beauty mask, serving as the headrest, is cradled by hands adorned with long, curling nails. Traditionally in China, long fingernails were symbols of wealth, but of course, as we know, in the 19th century, racist anti-Chinese propaganda vilified Chinese men, depicting them with long, sharp nails. This work also recalls salons where many Asian diasporic women work, where their labor is exploited, where they are made vulnerable to violence, but where they are also able to create sites of community and care. This work is part of a series of dream pillows that Kathy created and installed outside of San Francisco's City Hall in the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. She invited viewers to rest their heads on these pillows, giving them spaces to be held, to find respite, and to dream. While we can't place our heads on Lou's beauty mask pillows here, or in the gallery for that matter, we'd get in big trouble, I would like to close this short little introduction to our exhibition by inviting all of us to think about what it might be like for our own heads to be cradled by this beauty mask, where we might keep open our capacity to dream and imagine. Thanks. So now I have the great pleasure of inviting our collaborators onto the stage, Jada and Anne, and we're very sad that Renee Ader cannot be with us. She was such an important part of our advisory council and a really important thought partner, but unfortunately she's unable to join us. But we're always holding her in our hearts. So, do you want to just like this? Oh yeah, we need the clicker.
Do you want to sit in the middle, Anne? No. You can.
Hello again. So, as Melanie said, I'm the head of interpretation at SAM, and so it was such an honor to be a core member of the exhibition team with Karen, Grace, and Tobias, and the many others who worked on the show. Before we get into our questions, there's a key member of the team who's joined us, and I wanted to just have Jada introduce herself and the role that she played in the exhibition.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jada Atkinson, currently at George Washington University, getting my MFA, a curatorial intern here at SAM. I was on the Howard student cohort, and I just graduated from Howard this past spring. So, yeah. So, first Porter as an alum, so it's like a full circle moment from like being Dr. Harvey's intern, helping out, and then so now coming back and working on Shape of Power. And so, yeah.
Thank you, Jada. Karen, I'm wondering if you could start us off by talking a little bit about how did this exhibition come to be? What's its origin story?
That's a big question, Anne. But is my mic working? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, great. So I joined SAM in 2012, and I couldn't believe that this place had the largest collection of American sculpture, we think, in the world. There's very few places that support a full-time curatorial position in sculpture. The Met is the other place that does this. We also have a fellows program that's 50 plus years strong, and an objects conservation lab. So we're really, really lucky. For people who want to think about sculpture, this place has enormous opportunities. But when I was going through the collection and trying to make sense of it, I realized that I kept coming back to this, and it was apparent too when I was writing my dissertation on a 19th century American sculptor that racialization was a core story in American sculpture. And I have a couple of ideas why that was. A number of the 19th century sculptors went to Italy and Paris, and they might have spent decades there. Some of them really just, they never came back. And so they, as outsiders, thought about what it meant to represent self and nationhood and other. And that othering became part of a project of sculpture. But I also recognize, too, that a 19th century exhibition about the many, many ways that there was a whole line of Indian princesses. It's like you could fill a room with the many different ways that sculptors made Indian princesses. You wouldn't get very far as an exhibition. It wouldn't be very interesting, and it would be very limited in who was telling the story and what the takeaways could actually be. So I was excited that over time I met Tobias, who was a senior Terra fellow at SAM, and I met Renee Ader, who was then teaching at University of Maryland, and Grace was a doctoral student working with Renee. And so there were these really energizing, synergizing conversations. Gwendolyn Shaw, who was here also as a fellow at a certain point. It was just this accumulation of great conversations, and the team started to grow. And then we did many other things like workshops, and tried to build an exhibition that way.
And so in 2019, there was a sort of a key moment in the development of the exhibition, a workshop. Could you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, and actually Grace and Tobias and a number of you were at that workshop. And that was kind of a proof of concept moment, could this happen? We weren't scheduled yet to do it. But the consensus in the room was almost, why hasn't this been done yet? And there are a lot of ways this could go wrong, but this is a good idea. Let's do it. And out of that came the advisory council and our tripartite curatorial team, and then eventually collaborations with Howard and GMU students. But do you have some recollections of that workshop?
I mean, I definitely remember the 2019 workshop, which was interesting. It was at a point. It was kind of, I think there was a lot of. It was more, should we have this exhibition? What would it look like? And I recall also very much at that point, it was mostly 19th century, right? It didn't have very much contemporary. That was almost a question like, how far does this need to go into toward the present in order to tell a robust story? And then once the Scholarly Advisory Council was convened, and we had several meetings. It was 2020, so we were remote at that time. And so I think, and of course the murder of George Floyd had happened, and so it was a very different moment. I think a lot of the ideas that we had developed in 2019, it was like, okay, well, we have to pause a second and think a little bit more critically about what stories need to be told and how we're going to tell them. There was a lot of discussion about how to ethically show works, right, that represented images of violence, and something that those kinds of questions continued with us throughout. But I don't know if you...
Well, actually, I forgot. We had two images from the past, Greek slave and the dying Tecumseh, to remind us, both of these works are in the exhibition upstairs, but this is how they appeared in earlier days. I mean, even within the last decade at SAM, the Greek slave without much contextualization, and dying Tecumseh permanently surrendering amidst the plants, and the Thomas Moran view of the Yellowstone behind him, which is not at all how he appears upstairs. And we even had discussions about whether we should show this at all, right? It's a really gruesome tableau vivant of a man dying, and the bullet hole so meticulously sculpted in the marble in his head is hard to look at and hard to unsee once you see it. So why show it at all? Yeah. What some of the questions that we decided to show it because it was shown in the Capitol during Lincoln's administration. When Lincoln lied in state, they covered this sculpture, right, out of respect for Lincoln. But the sculpture's been on view within our collection since it was transferred from Congress to the Smithsonian, I think in the first or second decade of the 20th century. So what do you do with a museum collection when this is part of what you have? How do you show it?
I had the opportunity to listen in on those advisory council sessions and was really struck by the frankness with which everyone spoke and was welcome to speak, and the way in which what became the curatorial trio was really open to listening to not just sort of signaling collaboration, but actually collaborating and making changes as a result. So could you speak to how the advice of the Advisory Council led the show to evolve?
Well, it transformed our work. And I think what felt really important was finding ways to think about how to share curatorial authority, that this really shouldn't be a story that has just one voice and just one author. And I think, too, a lot of the discussions were really generative around what can be accomplished in an exhibition. And I remember one of our council members asked, like, how do you want the visitor to feel in this exhibition? Because in its earliest instantiations, when it was really grounded in the 19th century, part of that was a response to the gaps and lacunae in the historiography. So the last major survey of American sculpture was published in 1968, and then there was a republication in 1984, but that's like 40 years ago. And that history is quite limited. It's told from a really jingoistic, settler colonial perspective and vantage point that elides any kind of criticality into those images like the dying Tecumseh. And so part of it was trying to intervene in the historiography and to offer other narratives into what had been the story of the 19th century, and really thinking too from a position of a federally funded institution, what does it mean to try and write against that official history and offer different narratives to our own collecting history, and to reflect on what were the political exigencies and ideologies that led the collection to look the way it did. And so part of this, the reason why there was this like crushing amount of 19th century work, was really trying to grapple in our earliest drafts with what do we do with this history, and what is our responsibility for this collection and for its stewardship. And I think centering the visitor, which was always our most important priority, necessitated thinking otherwise about the 19th century and the checklist as it stood, and really allowed us and unlocked a capacity to think about the way that sculpture can offer a challenge to those official histories and can be sites of resistance and liberation as much as sculpture had been in the 19th century a tool of oppression, and to think about what are the other stories we can tell. And so I think that really helped us. And then maybe more practically, and I'd really love Jada to talk about this aspect, is when we started talking, we did retain some of the 19th century works, and I still think a lot about sort of the ethics of display. No amount of interpretive intervention can really disrupt the power of those images, and we were trying to figure out and strategize ways to do that, and we can show you some of our interpretive elements and the ways we try to really kind of take the 19th century works off their pedestal. But one of the other ways that our exhibition really transformed was when we were thinking about installing it. And of course we learn, as Tobias, you were saying, I can't remember when, we're sort of inculcated to think of like history as a chronology, and so we were like, well, maybe we just start at the beginning. And I remember conversations with Howard faculty and students, and they're like, don't do that. That's a terrible idea. Oh my God, please. You're gonna continue to re-inscribe all the things you're trying to undermine. And so, we didn't open with the 19th century. I think that was another really important transformation. And Jada, I know you were really part of those conversations, and I wonder if you want to share any reflections about that.
Yeah, so I think we got asked like my junior year at Howard, and And like Dr. Harvey took us in on us Friday and was like walked us on the second floor and like looked at some work, like gave us like some prep to see like how we were gonna come in. And then we came in and like met the team and they showed us the checklist and they were like, well, what do you really think is power? Like, what do you think is sculpture? And so they created this very like enriching space to have like safety and have a lot of care with us. So it felt like a safe space to say like what we thought sculpture and art and all these different things were. And so from then on, I was like, okay, I was in a group with Grace, and then we walked the second floor, and that's like the first time I saw the Bronco Buster. And she kind of just made the space for us to be able to really critique it. And then the way it was being fashioned in that space was not critiqued at all. It was very beautiful and luxury. And so, you know, it's been cast and sent off in multiple places. And so we had to really kind of like take that down, take off the veil, which was like my favorite part, and have like this critical thinking about it. And so then we had like breakout rooms, and we were like, okay, let's like write about the work, let's make questions for the conversational cube, let's add like a playlist, so like different elements they asked us to like participate upon. And then every time they would have a session, we would be like, oh, they actually like listened to what we said. Like, oh, we get to pick a song. I was like, oh, what song do I pick now? I was like, oh, okay. So every time it was like reinstating like their care that they had for the exhibition and for us. I think it made it easier to kind of like think with them and then evolve. And then, yeah, that was kind of my experience on the little Howard cohort.
Do you have a picture of the cube? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm supposed to bring it. Oh, wow.
It's like pretty far down, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. You're going to see a lot of images. Yeah, maybe it's right there.
To fill a little bit of the time too, I'm thinking a little bit about the chronology of how the exhibition evolved over time, right? I feel like there was the 2019 convening was a kind of like, should this happen? By the time we got to 2021, it was the Scholarly Advisory Council, which was still the checklist hadn't been set yet, and so I think that there was a lot of the advice on like maybe this should have some contemporary work, maybe a lot of contemporary work, and almost by the time and it was also, I think that was a moment where it's like, we really need to begin to reach out to other partners that's not just in SAM. And I think that's when I was like, oh, well, you know, Melanie Harvey, we should, you know, incorporate Howard and a great, wonderful partner in that Dr. Harvey played in helping us bring together some very insightful people. But by that time, I feel like the checklist was a little bit set. And so the question was like, okay, if we're going to show these works, how are we going to best present them, right? And I feel like the Howard cohort in particular and the GMU cohort were kind of advising us on like, okay, if you want to tell these stories, like this is a part of the story you should be leaning into, whether to start with and that was a really hard thing for me because I'm like, I'm a historian, you start with the beginning and you go to the end, and to like give up and like that on that idea was like actually super freeing.
I'm a 19th century
I know, right?
historian.
Yeah.
It was even harder.
Yeah, for me the beginning is like 1908 or something, right? Like,
well,
but
I should say to Renee Ader, in her absence, she was a fellow in residence in 2019 and helped form the list of people and the people who are already teaching with this material. So the 2019 workshop, Renee was so generous, like helping to populate that room. But she also presented on what community engagement looks like. I mean, she has this amazing project about contemporary monuments to the slave past, memorializing that in the public. And as a public historian, you know, she thinks about community all the time. So in that 2019 conversation, you know, I started to understand like what could be possible for community engagement, and we were super grateful for all of these collaborations. But in the end, like you had a finished checklist already. So by the time we got into conversation with students and faculty, we had already set our playlist in a way.
it's just interesting. It's kind of like I've experienced it sort of as like this train, and it's like, come on, hop on the train, and it grows and grows, or maybe it's a snowball, I don't know, but it's been kind of incredible to see it grow, and now that it's gone out to the public, and to see the public adding, the audiences adding in their comment cards, right, to this conversation, I think it's been very, I don't know, it's so unusual as a typical art historian that like writes a book and maybe somebody will read it at some point. It's very different.
And maybe just to emphasize, like at SAM, it was very unusual to have a scholarly advisory council. It was very unusual to work collaboratively with 3 curators, even though other museums have been doing like different types of community engagement and have a long institutional history and commitment to it. These things are very, very new for SAM. And so, we had to write external grants to get the funding and hope we got those grants in order to be able to pay our collaborators. And so that, we were so lucky too for that kind of foundational support, which made that happen.
Should we also mention our GMU students?
Yes, we actually have a couple of images. If you go the next one.
This one?
There's like one.
Oh,
okay.
Yes.
Yay, that's Howard.
This is the Shape of Power space before, like, I don't know, a few exhibitions before with our visit to the space and with the cohort. And this was the GMU cohort. And I think we have some pictures in the conservation lab, right, Jada?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we saw the Sergeant Johnson, the Mamina Hoffman were the 2 works, and then the Ed Burrell ran for the first time when we went, and so we got to see it run live, and that was like super cool.
Ed Burrell's work had been in storage for 50 years. It had never been shown to the public since being acquired in like 1972, and it was broken. And this was the reason it got fixed. But I couldn't believe it because I think the Howard visit was, that was the first time that many people had ever seen it. And it was in a lab.
Yeah.
And the Ed Burrell work, we, in the visitor hub, which maybe we should go back to the cubes visual that we had that Jada took us to. In the central hub, we have a reflect and respond table for visitors. And so one of the prompts is about which artwork in this exhibition did you find most meaningful? And certainly many, many, many works are being mentioned. There's 82 objects in the exhibition, and Jada has been part of her work with us as an intern is to sort of look for trends in the response wall. The number 1 work that visitors cite is America, Mercy Killing by Edward Burrell. This is another element that's in that central hub, that central visitor space. So on one end, you have a table for visitors to sort of reflect quietly and individually and to write down their thoughts. And then on the other end of the central hub is this sort of join the conversation space that has kind of a lounge vibe to it. And it's meant to encourage discussion, to be a place for visitors to speak with one another and be in community. And so this is actually a tabletop, if that's the reflection, the written reflection area. And then that's the join the conversation area. So you can see the tabletop, the combination of the artwork images and then the prompts. So those prompts all came from the students from Howard and the Native American and Indigenous Student Alliance at George Mason University. We worked with the Howard and the GMU students separately at different times, and then in early 2024, we brought them together. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then we were working together and really co-creating some of these interpretive elements. And so all of the prompts, the close-looking prompts, the reflection prompts that are on that table, those came from the submissions that the student shared after spending time with us in the museum, kind of looking at different ways that we could look at some of the works with these sort of probing questions.
That was a corresponding visit to the lab with our collaborators from GMU.
Let's see, how are we doing on time? We good? Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gloria. We've talked a little bit about this, but I'm wondering if you could speak more about what your goals and your priorities were for the exhibition throughout the development of the show.
Well, sculpture is such a in your face, in your pocket, and like sometimes taken down and on the ground, but it's in your life, and yet there's so much misunderstanding, so much ignorance, so little opportunity to learn. You know, I don't know how many times you get the question like, is that bronze solid? How do you make that, right? Even just fundamentally, like how physically something exists in the world. So for me, as there was this like groundswell of interest in the sculptures that we live with in different ways, there was also recognizing this gap in what sculpture history was. And as Grace said, there many people have written monographs. There have been many attempts to speak about different aspects of sculpture history, but there hadn't been a survey. And when you don't have the resources, then you stop teaching it, right? It's hard because you don't have more than one lousy image of one side of a sculpture. So, well, maybe I won't put that in the slide deck because I'll just talk about something else, right? And so this was a way of really inviting a long look across all these centuries of sculpture history. And we realized too that like bronze and marble only got you so far. And if you go up to the show, there's every medium imaginable, like porcupine quills and hair and gourds and glass and charred wood and on and on and on. And yeah, so this too was like the very things that make it difficult, like almost impossible, and it's expensive, and you need a pedestal, and like it takes like a whole team of labor to like lift something into place. Those are the things that also made it interesting and necessary. So I think that this was part of it. And you know, even working with Howard faculty, like how many people studying the arts actually take ceramics? How many people have watched something be made, right? And it's all together, right, Jada? In the education that you get in that department.
Yeah, I got to take an elective, and I was like, I'm gonna take ceramics. So I took ceramics with Professor Pointer, and we did hand building. And a lot of my close friends were ceramicists, so I always watched them. I used to always just like watch them just work, and I was like, I'm a photographer. I don't really do that much like heavy labor, and so I wanted to really experience that for myself. And then I was like, oh, like I really applaud you, because you have to really love something or be committed to that kind of like theme that you're trying to portray, and like the kind of time that takes. And so like I think about like the Malvina Hoffman work, like that's a lot of like racist themes in that, and like she had to sit there and craft. Somebody had to put that up. Somebody had to kind of do all of this labor so that we can present it. And so I think about how much labor went into presenting those kind of themes. But then at Howard, you take that. I got to take African American art with Dr. Everett and Dr. Harvey. I got to take Latin American art with Dr. Talone, and these classes got to help me reconfigure what art was and the role of an artist, and that beauty is not the first, second, nor third thing. When you look at art, it's, for me, it was like the intent. How do you respond to the art? I think those were like my biggest takeaways. And so I was like, for me, that felt like the canon of art was those kind of big key things. And so, yeah, I think for me it was learning the material and like getting to see it and then try for myself, how does the actual clay feel, and like learning the 5 steps and just getting to see that, and then coming to work with the team and like seeing the historical side of sculpture was like, oh, okay, this is like a very different framework, but it was so enriching to kind of come back and just study it and look at Edmonia Lewis's and see, like, read on her, and it was just, crazy to kind of to see how things are different versus institutions, like these very different fragments that are focused on. So yeah.
What were the conversations like around, my job as the head of interpretation is whatever the exhibition is, whatever the project, how can we make it accessible for visitors? How can we make it feel relevant and meaningful? And that's one of the things that the intro space to the exhibition tries to do through the video, that the people on the street are really stand-ins for visitors, and that you don't have to have a degree in art history. You don't have to have ever thought about sculpture in the way that the exhibition frames sculpture. You don't necessarily have to be well-versed in talking about race. But this is a place, no matter who you are, we're inviting you into this conversation, that you have something to contribute, and also that no matter who you are, you have something you could learn and take away from this. And one of the things we talked a lot about in putting the exhibition together is the different entrance narratives that visitors have. And so how do you make one exhibition for visitors who are coming in with a lot of different prior knowledge bases? So what were the conversations like around making accessible to visitors the idea that race is socially constructed?
Tobias, did you want to start?
Well, I mean, I think one of the main ways to, or one of the things that I thought I was a little bit obsessing with in terms of, and I think this plays into this idea of race as a social construct, is to think of these sculptures as not like embodying truth per se, but like full of ideas, right? And full of ideologies very often. And especially with the some of the more historical works, right? I feel like one of the challenges that we were constantly facing is like how to put these very beautiful, created to be seductive and to make you buy into an idea about race, about racial hierarchies. How do you present that and not have it be reified, right? Like not reify the kind of racist ideas that the works are embodying. And that was, for me, one of the things that also was helpful in zippering together the contemporary and the historical, was to allow the contemporary works to speak against or speak with the historical works, to kind of undo them. And I think that becomes one important point where there's an assertion of a kind of this kind of holistic, solid identity, and maybe not so much in this space, but we might think of the space with the Malvina Hoffman. Across from it is,
You want an image of it?
No, I don't. You don't have to. But across from it is a contemporary artist that is really thinking about the complexity of their identity, and so you have one that is like this whole kind of image of otherness, and then this other one that is like, I'm super complex, right? And so these works kind of undo each other. And then this is maybe one of those wonderful, powerful places where actually these definitions of race that we're told are natural, right, actually completely conflict with one another, right? But maybe you want to elaborate on it, Grace.
Well, I was just, when we started working on this exhibition, and I was sitting with the book Racecraft by Barbara and Karen Fields. In the introductory, and I'm going to butcher their very elegant writing, but they talk about the way that race is illusory, but it's a death-dealing illusion. And so for us, thinking about kind of the call that Jackie and Kamara gave us about making race strange and trying to make visible how that strangeness is constructed, and how, despite race being illusory, it's death-dealing, right? It has all of these material consequences, especially if we think about like Ruth Wilson Gilmore's definition of racism, right, where she is talking about an excess of death. And really trying to make visible like the exercise of power that is required to maintain race and a racial hierarchy. And so in this space, we're really trying to think through like how race is constructed in American law, right? Like there had to be all these choices to define race. It's not an external motor of history or a naturally pre-political concept, right? It's an expression of ideology. It's meant to govern people and determine who gets what, when, where, and how much. And so the two works in this space, the work on my right, right, everybody's right, my right, by Maggie Thompson called Family Portrait, and the work on the left by Sonia Clark called Octoroon really help us think about the history of the one-drop rule and the history of blood quantum laws, and really make visible how, especially in the instance of the work on the right, how Indigenous identity becomes a racialized identity in the United States rather than being thought of as a sovereign national identity. How is it that Indigenous people become a racialized minority within a colonizing nation state? And blood quantum laws were a really important part of that. And then to juxtapose it with this work by Sonia Clark, which is called, the title immediately keys us into the ways that she's exploring histories of racial categorization, which are grounded in the one-drop rule, which of course is legislated in US law. Really thinking of these works together help, we hope, make visible like the choices that are made and how strange they are when we begin to give it one minute of thought, right? And then it's always grounded though in the material impacts of how these laws have shaped our lives in all sorts of ways.
It's interesting that it's two fiber pieces too, because you pull at the threads and it all begins to unravel. And I just thought of that that idea. But
And we have a panel in, if you're sort of facing where you all are sitting now in the galleries, called Irreconcilable Differences. And so on the one hand you have one-drop rule, on the other hand you have blood quantum. And I've been in the gallery where visitors read that and they're like, oh my gosh, it just all falls apart.
And I think too, it was like, when I was thinking about like Cheryl Harris's whiteness as property, it's like, well, what is the point of all these laws, right? Like, why is there such effort to make these distinctions in our legal system? And of course, it was about creating a permanent class of hereditary enslavable labor to work land that was dispossessed from Indigenous people, and to think about the ways that there is such an effort made to create whiteness as a type of property and to protect kind of the racial purity of the white body. And so that, when I was, rereading Cheryl Harris, and then also having this moment thinking about Jean M. O'Brien's Firsting and Lasting, and she is talking about the relationship between the one-drop rule and blood quantum, and then it's like, wow, we have two pieces that are getting at, they need to definitely be in dialogue, because it makes that history that can feel really abstract or academic very, very urgent and visible.
And they're abstract works. It's so funny that only in art can abstract work make very clear what's even further abstracted in legal history.
Yeah, the ways that it allows us to think about race actually as along the axis, as Robin D.G. Kelly says, not along the axis of the epidermis, of skin color, but actually along the axis of power. Race is really about an exercise of power, and I think the abstraction really helps us begin to think about that.
Gloria's telling me it's time for questions. Did you want to say something, Tobias? Did you have a...
Oh, I guess I was also going to say, or thinking a little bit about these works, because they also incorporate modes of making that are about preservation and kinship, and that are that become racialized, but are about braiding as a mode of African American and African diasporic practice. 1/8 of the space is of the canvas is braided into these cornrows, and so there's also this idea of race as something that that people can make, right, as a more in a sense of a cultural traditions, right? So it gets to this idea of there is race is a fiction, but it's also a lived reality, and how people use their making as a mode to kind of make their own self, right? And Maggie Thompson also in using this this tradition of weaving, right? That in some ways kind of connects to a kind of making that is outside of the legislated concept. I don't know.
Do we have questions?
Gloria, you're gonna... The museum is open till 7 too, so
Yeah, everyone
you
go
can
up
go
and
back up there and
check it
see
out
the show.
after.
Mhm.
Oh, we can actually answer very quickly. You mentioned that there was a piece of sculpture that resonated with most visitors. Do you have an image of it to show on the screen? So,
Yes, somewhere on this, do you want to?
I'll find it. Sure. So, and I will say, as we're finding the Ed Burial America Mercy Killing, another one that probably I would say it's the sort of the second most is the work there by Las Funes by Pepo Nosorio, which is in Sam's permanent collection. A lot of people are really struck by that work. Yeah.
And there's a video.
We didn't talk about the video, and maybe Tobias, because you got to go and interview Ed, you want to talk about,
Yeah, I had the opportunity to go out to Washington State and interview Ed Burrell for this piece. I think it's a complicated piece. It hasn't been on display, so there hasn't really been a lot of history writing about it or interpretive work. And so we thought, especially because it's this elaborate Rube kind of Goldberg machine that tells the working of American society as he saw it in the 1960s, and so I had an opportunity to go out and interview him. And as a part of the interpretive plan, there's this video in which he talks about the different parts of the piece, the significance of them, and the reason he made the piece. And really it is this like elaborate map of middle class life, the kind of the powerful and the pillars of society that are racialized pillars, right? That hold the whole machine up as it begins to also crumble at the same time. So it's a really incredible piece. It's complicated to even describe, and Ed is
the best.
The best, yeah. And he actually came out for the opening as well, and he's just an incredible artist and person and performer, and also creates incredible sculptures to this day and paintings as well. So yeah.
And you should watch the video. And what I love so much about this work is he's really making us think critically about the relationship between empire, capitalism, and race. And one of my favorite things he says in the video is that democracy and capitalism are mutually exclusive. And I think the ways that he is able to bring such a critical analysis of capitalism in the United States and connect it to, he is making this at the height of the war in Vietnam. It's really amazing, and please go watch the video because it's also very fun. I mean, he's incredible.
Yeah.
And the video, actually, I believe the reason we started with a video component to supplement the piece is because it's a kinetic sculpture and we can't turn it on in the galleries. So we wanted visitors to be able to see it in motion. So the idea is that Ed, by and large, I believe there are 4 different very short 90-second clips, 90 to 2.5-minute clips, where he's narrating over the moving sculpture. And so, yeah.
Jada, what was it like to see this for the first time? Do you remember any first thoughts, or what struck you when you saw this in conservation?
I think for us, it was just striking to be in the lab first, really seeing some objects in the lab, but then seeing it run. I remember we got quizzed about the figures that are depicted, the photos, and I was are you guys old enough to even know who these people are? Do you know this is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
Jane Fonda
yes.
was this lady from the Netflix show. That was
So we were yes, that's Jane Fonda, Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So that was the first thing, and I remember just seeing trying to depict what is each section saying. Is that somebody on a guillotine? Is that this revolving thing about the media? And so we were trying to figure it out, but then seeing it run. And it seemed at the same time, this is all happening at once. This is not individual things happening. So it was just overwhelming, but in the best possible way. which I enjoyed.
Can you see in the bottom left-hand corner, Leah, our objects conservator, is wearing the thickest rubber glove you've ever seen because she's about to turn it on. Ed told us later that the voltage is the same as like a flashlight battery, but we were taking all necessary precautions. There's a really great question here that I'd want to make sure we have time for. So thank you for this talk and exhibition. Can you talk about how your curatorial interventions and interrogation of race and white supremacy informed the exhibition design? Thinking of Dr. Davis's talk on space and race. Shout out to Sarah Gray, our amazing exhibition designer. It really, many times a week for years, the curatorial trio, myself, Sarah Gray, and others, we were really in conversation with each other about how to do this very thing that the question is asking.
I guess too, in thinking about like the question of affect, so often, well, when I think about my own training in grad school, like my feelings didn't matter. But of course, when you're working in an exhibition and in a space, our care for our visitors was the most important thing. And the question that I think it was Elizabeth Hutchinson who asked us, like, how do you want your visitors to feel in this space? And where can you find moments to allow for like a productive discomfort, but one that is actually productive, that's generative. So part of like thinking about not starting with the chronology was like an effort to like disrupt the official histories and to lean more into like the ways that Charmaine Nelson or Renee Ader or Kristen Pipe-Ewick tell the history of sculpture in the 19th century, which were really important touchstones for us. But then also trying to find, like you'll notice in that space where we were looking at the Ed Bareel, there are other works in that space that deal with the history of lynching and very like figural depictions of racialized bodies that are, in the case of like the Aaron Gudelman, like in distress, right? And so thinking like, how can we make it so that's not a sight line you're always looking at, that you have to come around a corner, that it's a little protected, that people don't have to look at that they can lean out of that. And same with the Dying Tecumseh, it's in kind of an alcove and niche space. And I think it allowed a different, like, you do have a sightline of it with Nicholas Galanon's Imaginary Indian really disrupting it, which I think is a wonderful disruption. But we really did try and find ways to really think about what's the embodied experience of moving through this space. And I think the hub at the center is a really important one where people can actually sit and reflect and be quiet or be in community.
And write down what they think. We're up to almost 1,000.
Almost 1,000 substantive. That doesn't count like the scribbles or the substantive responses. Almost 1,000, and we are reading them all and sharing monthly highlights, and it's really, really quite powerful. And I was in the exhibition earlier this week with colleagues from the National Gallery of Art, their interpretation team, and they were really kind of blown away that the reflection in the visitor hub is in the physical center of the exhibition, because often, museum interpreters are fighting for any physical space in the exhibition, and then if we get it, it's often kind of like at the end. And this team was so intentional. I couldn't even remember when the visitor hub in the center began, because it's been so baked into the way that we've been thinking about the show. I remember Karen saying, an exhibition is a visual argument. The organization is the argument. So to say that we're centering our visitors in this, we are literally centering our visitors in the space. And I often think about this exhibition as sort of a series of concentric story circles. So each sculpture is telling a story, and then each section is grouping them together in a way. And we're also hearing from visitors how much the zippering of the 19th century works and the contemporary works is resonating with them. They're really kind of like making all sorts of connections, and so it's rewarding to see how that's landing with visitors. But then the stories from visitors themselves, that's also a key part of the story, and we've really tried to encourage that as well. Are there other things you want to say? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's like you published the exhibition catalog almost a year before the exhibition. You set the checklist, you ask all the loans, you pray you get the loans. We got all the loans. But then you like wait, right? And you start building, and other people are building, and then the vitrines go on, and the alarms go in, and then that you've like done all this stuff, and time just keeps moving, and life keeps moving, and the world keeps changing, and that now it's been open for 5 months, and it's really the public's exhibition. Like what happens now is up to the public, and that's what we're seeing in those cards. And I also want to say, it's okay to not agree. Like, we had a lot of really productive dissent in our 10 brilliant scholars on the Scholarly Council. We had even moments of dissent when we brought together the two student groups who didn't know each other. They were so respectful of one another. And they're like, I don't think I understood what you meant. Or I don't think I agree with what you said, but I also don't understand what you meant, right? And it's like, and now seeing the conversations through these comment cards, I think it's one of the saddest things is realizing that, like, if you're fighting so hard to just be able to be, you forget that people who are agreeing with one another they also need space to disagree. Right. And that we can't lose that. We can't lose that. We needed a lot of room to disagree. Mm-hmm. And that shouldn't be a privilege. That should be a starting point.
I'm really curious about how visitors have been responding to the troubling content in the show and how they've reckoned with Paul Chatsmith's snarling dog of history.
Well, we didn't get everything right, and I absolutely didn't get everything right. I'm very proud of how things have turned out, but we will never forget when the students from GMU, the Native American Indigenous Student Alliance, looked at the Dying Tecumseh, and none of them studied art history. None of them were in an art program. They thought about it, and they said, well, we should really be honoring his life. We would like to do something with tobacco. We would like to remember him in proper ways. And we're like, oh gosh, we're a federal museum. No. Yeah. Right? And that was it. We kind of, with that, like, we really appreciated the conversation, but we didn't bring that through. So, yeah, I think there's disappointment too, even when you try to do everything to the best practice.
This question, can you share some of the visitor feedback that has surprised you or helped you to continue to think about the topic? So I'll ask Jada to speak to this as well because she's so close to the response cards, but I've been sort of moved to tears every time I read the monthly batch of cards. By and large, visitors are thankful for the exhibition. I remember one visitor wrote, "I'm so uncomfortable in the best way." And I thought that's kind of what, our job is to do all sorts of things, and then to sort of have visitors that want to come, as many of them are saying, and there's transformational learning that's happening. People are saying, I'll never look at sculpture in the same way again. People are saying, wow, I never thought about race as a social construct, but I get it now. Like, there's just so much learning that's happening that's been really, really moving. Jada, do you want to talk about some of the things you've been seeing in the cards?
Yeah, I think the cards really change weekly. Like, I can really see what was like the first week to like now, like whatever people are seeing in their day-to-day life is really how they're like looking at the work, which has been interesting. Like the first like maybe couple weeks was like, oh, I didn't know this, but I'm empowered to know. And then recently it's been like, I cried while I was in here. I really am sad that we're kind of in this state where it's like the truth is so in danger, and they're like, I don't want that to be the case. And like, what can I do? I need to now think about my day-to-day and how I can make sure truth is accessible to all. And so I think kind of just seeing like the progression so far has been like the biggest surprise. Like every week I kind of have to think like what happened that made people think this? And then it's always like, oh, another bomb kind of like, metaphorically drops. And so I'm like, okay, that's what this was that had these kind of like direct emotional reactions to the show.
Well, and sort of piggybacking off of that, I want to ask this question. The current administration is trying to silence the very important conversations that this exhibition and others lift. How can we leverage the shape of power in this moment to push back on this attempt to silence?
There are a lot of important histories in the exhibition, and I think really a lot about a couple works that are next to each other. One is a work by Emmanuel Martinez called The Farm Workers' Altar, and he made that work in 1968, and that is the altar that Cesar Chavez broke his fast at. He was protesting in Delano, California, the exploitation of Chicano and Filipino farm workers, and thinking about the type of community and organization, to be able to sit with our uncommonalities, to use a phrase that Mark Rifkin writes about when he's thinking about the sort of relation, like the Afro-Indigenous histories of the United States, and to think about that we have to work through our uncommonalities and the snarling dogs of history that Paul Chatt-Smith was talking about before we can, sort of build our bonds of solidarity, because those are hard to do and to sustain. I think about like those kinds of histories that are embedded in our exhibition, the ways that like, I think Ed Bareil's work forces us to think about a class analysis is really important, especially in moments like these, to have that kind of critique of capital. And those are like the long histories of resistance that are present in the exhibition that pull us all the way back to like 1680 with the Pueblo revolts. And so I think in the exhibition, there are artists who are really thinking about those histories, and then also, working in community and collaboration together and give us models for that. So there's a work called Labor by Gabriela Munoz and Janae Sanchez, and they work collaboratively with a women's collective in the borderlands, and the kind of care that is required to sustain those relationships, to build community in the face of like immense violence of the like U.S. imperial like surveillance state on the border is really amazing. And so I think like learning the lessons from the artists, I think, are certainly there. And I just do also want to give a shameless plug to our exhibition catalog, because there is a beautiful conversation between Jamie Powell and Jackie Francis that really get into those snarling dogs of history, really, and the sort of uncommonalities as we're thinking about the intersections of Black and Indigenous studies. And it's a beautiful conversation, and I think sort of speak beautifully to the histories that Paul Chatt-Smith was gesturing towards in his talk.
Just a little PS to the catalog. Yesterday I walked by the museum store and I didn't see the catalog, and I went in and I said, where's the catalog? And the store employee said, oh, we've sold out. It's our most popular item. So there really has been this groundswell of support from visitors over the last week. Karen, do you want to?
What should people do? They should go to their museums. They shouldn't take their museums or their libraries or the universities or each other for granted. Go with somebody, come back with somebody else, tell everybody to go, tell everyone to leave a comment card. I think, we're amazed at how many people are starting to pay attention, but we're also a little sad that it took this to get people to pay attention, right? This has been open And I'm so grateful that people are showing up for it, but it won't be here forever. And it you think that you can just go back and everything will be waiting for you. And I think we're learning that that's not the case.
Tobias, would you like to say anything before I ask what will be our last question?
You can go to the next question, yeah.
I think this is a great one to end on. Thank you all so much for your informative dialogue. I was curious to hear about the lessons you all are taking with you from this project as you move forward in your work.
Well, I mean, for me, as a guest curator, right? Like I normally work at a university context where I'm a professor talking to students and engaging in that kind of space. But I think like the idea of working in community has been for me the most powerful part of this experience in terms of my own personal growth. To be able to take seriously kind of wacky ideas when we're like sitting together and thinking like, what if we did this? What if we made works that, people could break and that sort of thing? And like, actually, like, let's sit and think about that. What would that look like? I think there's been a lot of imagining the exhibition, but also imagining the future with people that I really, really appreciate. And so that's one thing that I'd like to incorporate into my practice generally, right? So yeah.
Resist the algorithm.
Yeah.
Put your phone down. People are really generous. They're really curious, but we're all super lazy. Like I was shocked when we went onto the street and people unprepped said, yeah, I'll sign the release form. Sure, go ahead, ask me about race, power, sculpture. It's like, all of this was in your head waiting to come out. And, we are living in like really premeditated lives, like the whole day, everything you choose. Your Amazon shopping cart is already half full, right? It's like, just like get out there and respect that there's a human being inside of every human being. I think my takeaway is like these comment cards, right? Like ask a dialogic question. Ask a question that requires some thought, and expect an answer. Wait for the answer. Listen to the answer. It's astonishing how like human interaction is truly at risk. And this show has taught me that's not a given. Like we don't have to live this way. You could get back to paper and pencil once in a while.
Yeah.
Grace, you wanna?
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I think what's been so beautiful, because this is my like first job out of grad school, which was a very like lonely and isolating process, that the best and most beautiful things in life are done in fellowship with other people, and how important, as Tobias was saying, doing that and finding ways to share that space with people, and that's very bracing and fortifying. What about you, Jada and Anne?
I think I've learned working with the team, I think, is about being just very bold and honest, and like wanting to stand in what you believe in. I think seeing the team weekly like say like, this is what we're going to talk about, this is what the show says, this is what the wall label says, like that's it. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like you like it or you don't. I'm sorry. So I think them just being very unapologetic, I think is the biggest like takeaway as a grad student. Is like you have to really just believe in you first, and then look at the people around you in your tribe, and then the rest will follow through. And there's going to be a lot of questioning. Like, do you have the qualifications? Can you do this? Should you do this? Why should you do this? It's going to come with the territory, and so you kind of just have to figure out what questions you want to actually listen to and which ones you want to ignore. I think that has been like the biggest takeaway just from being with the team, is seeing them decide like what is actual knowledge that they should listen to, or what is just noise that they're just like, okay, we're going to ignore that today. So I think that's been like my biggest takeaways.
Separating the signal from the noise. Oh gosh, I mean, working on The Shape of Power has been the biggest honor of my professional life. And, you know, I respect and love the people on this stage very much, and I have been looking for an opportunity, which I'm going to take now, to call out Karen Lemmy in the best way. Because, you know, colleagues in museum interpretation ask me, like, how did you do this? How were you able to center the visitor? How were you able to do this? And it all started with Karen's willingness to share authority, to be the quietest person in the room at any given time, to listen, to bring humility. And I have just undying respect and appreciation for you. So thank you, Karen.
Yeah, my family would strongly disagree with you that I'm the quietest person in the room or that I have any humility at the kitchen table, but thank you. It has been an honor for me, and I never want to work without collaboration and a long ramp up and room to make mistakes ever again. I think, you know, this journey has been extraordinary, and I don't want to forget any of the lessons, so thank you. Yeah, I also just want to thank Gloria and Lindsay and Amelia and the public programs team and everybody up in the projection booth, and Melanie Harvey and Jackie and Kamara for everything. It's been awesome for us to begin and end today with all of you, but I'm going to turn it over to Melanie. Dr. Harvey.
Thank you for bringing us to a close today. And I think in some ways we were presented with a lot of questions early on, but this was a roundtable that gave us some kind of walking orders in a lot of ways. So thank you all. I just want to let you all know we do have a reception to kind of leave you with a little bit in your belly. We'll be right outside of the auditorium. And just to, so we're all on the same page for tomorrow, because there's a lot of things going on in DC tomorrow. We will begin formally at noon with at the National Gallery of Art. We will be collaborating with the National Gallery of Art in their celebration of our beloved Elizabeth Catlett. So yeah, we're very excited about that. And the Porter Colloquium cohort, if you will, we will be at the National Gallery for, again, the 12 o'clock session, and then also from 12:45 to 1:30 with the discussion of Catlett's life story and the role of Howard University. And we do have, especially if people have concerns about navigating from the National Gallery of Art to Howard University, we do have a charter bus that we have. So when you all check in tomorrow, please let us know if you will need that ride, and we will be we will be happy to welcome you and get you all safely back to Howard, since there's a marathon and I think a rally downtown tomorrow. So we leave National Gallery of Art at 1:30, and we will reconvene for our closing session at 4 o'clock at Howard University. And we are just excited to finally hear from the artists. We will have an Artists Rethinking Race panel featuring Derek Adams, Zoe Charlton, and Juana Valdez, moderated by Jacqueline Francis. And at the conclusion of that panel, we will have our awards recognition reception, and this will be at the Howard University Gallery of Art, and you all will get to see our fabulous faculty show that is up right now. And we will again be honoring Dr. Gwendolyn DuBois Shaw as our 2025 James A. Porter Book Award recipient, and we will give all the flowers to Jacqueline Francis and Kamara Holloway as our inaugural Floyd Coleman Professional Excellence Award recipient. So let's get ready to talk, network, and fill our bellies. Thank you all so much for being here today with us.